Oh, what chaos.
Mm-hmm.
So I've seen the sort of general reaction from the happy film goers of the general public of Twitter. People aren't happy by the looks of things.
Mm-hmm.
Not that that was a huge shock. There are some people who are like, if you didn't like it, screw you.
Wasn't made for you.
You just don't get it.
I don't know. I don't even want to do this. Can we just not do this show?
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god! Like again, it's like what we heard recently. Reading it on paper was bad enough. Seeing the execution is
Yes.
fantastically worse.
So, am I
So much
alone?
longer.
Because I know I'm not alone, because I know Das Bullshit feels this way. Am I alone in how much time was fucking wasted?
Oh my god, pushing in the chairs. Pushing in the
Holy
chair.
crap, dude. I'm not even kidding. I actually think you could edit that episode down to about 15 minutes of dialogue. If that. Probably less than that. I don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
The amount
was
of
so
walking
boring.
around. Just Jon Snow climbing every fucking step of the stupid... Oh, there goes Jeremy.
I made a joke earlier. It's like he's already walking like really slowly towards these steps, and I'm all like, watch as they watch him take every step, and then he starts doing it. And I'm all like,
It's so fucking
they're
long.
actually doing it. They're making it.
Oh my god, I couldn't...
No, it's like this is the last episode, and we're literally watching Tyrion walk through the city and then pick up every single little brick. I was like, oh my god, we don't have that much time. What are you doing? Move on.
I'm back.
I'm not even
Hey,
kidding. Like we did. Yeah. So Jeremy, did you catch what I just said about my?
I did. I heard something about Jon Snow, and then I got disconnected.
Oh. So primary thing that I noticed immediately with the episode: nothing is happening for so much of it.
It was the boat, and I think a lot of us anticipated it being boring based on what we've seen up to this point with this episode or with this season. And I mean, I'm sitting there, because I knew we were going to go live. I'm like, all right, I want to take some notes about what's going to happen. I didn't have to take any notes for like 20 minutes, like nothing's happening. Literally nothing's happening. Oh,
Yeah,
it was painful.
I was losing my mind with that one. So immediate thing, by the way, have you? I'm gonna send this link to you guys in Discord. Wait, does that come through for you guys? I'm hoping it does. Can you see what I just posted?
So what I did, I accidentally closed out of my entire Discord. That's why I lost connection. So now I'm pulling it.
So I'll get this up on screen as well.
I see it. Yeah, in the chat message area, Anna. You should be able to see it. I know you don't.
The picture of his foot, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
What am I looking at?
Looking
What's
at
there? Zoom in on that.
there is apparently a water bottle.
I see it.
No,
You gotta zoom in on
It's
it.
too blurry.
No, I can.
Okay, I'll
I'm
pull it
trying
on
to
my computer and
confirm
see.
this right now, but I'm
Yeah,
using
so
the stream we use.
I've
and
not-
It's super slow.
I haven't got a
trying.
copy of this episode because of how weird it was for me to be able to fucking watch this time, but this was sent to
too
me. I
blurry.
don't know if this is 100% true.
Yeah, I'm trying to confirm right now. I'll let you know.
So,
I'll have to open this up on my phone.
but I
I can't
mean,
see it.
it's not a shock, is it really? I don't know.
No, it's not. It's
It just shows how
absolutely
much
not.
nobody cares.
They did the
Yeah,
water
you
ball and the
get the-
coffee. They're the two you gotta do.
I will say, if they were trying to make us not miss this show, they accomplished it, because at no point was I like, most times if it's a great ending, you're like, oh, it was so great, but I want so much more.
Mhm.
I didn't feel that way at all. I was like, you know what? I'm glad it's over with.
Oh, I was
Yeah,
dying
me
for it to
here.
end. The
Yeah,
amount
me and Mahler
they
are like, please
drag it
roll
out.
credits.
Oh, God.
There's definitely an element of please have mercy on my soul, but so like the episode opens with Tyrion walking through the thing, and I was like, oh, I remember when we did this in season 7 with all the people that Daenerys burned. Then I'm guessing they're gonna do this quicker. This is like, no, it's even longer this time. He fucking walks all the way through King's Landing, all the way down the stairs. Do you find it funny that he managed to find the perfectly preserved corpses of his brother and sister?
and I didn't care at all.
No, I didn't care
I
either.
didn't have any emotional weight to that. And yeah, the way they were perfectly placed, and he just happened to find them, like the convenience is off the chart.
Did you guys
Yeah.
like how in the last episode we see Jamie and Cersei like hugging each other and crying because they're about to die as everything falls behind them up to where they are, and when Tyrion goes through, everything is perfect, and they happen to be standing in the one
It's
spot
like-
that the bricks fell.
It's like a layer. Just a layer of bricks. That's it. It's like one layer.
Yeah.
He pulls it off. It's like, oh, there you go. It's not like an entire, like, massive structure fell on them or anything. Nah.
Yeah.
I feel like
all
the
walkways
opening.
are perfect.
Oh,
Yep. I feel like the opening that where Tyrion, you're good. The opening with Tyrion, where we kind of see his face as he's walking, sad and depressed. I felt like that was the audience. Like that was kind of like a microcosm of the entire audience watching it, just depressed and sad and defeated, and just like, let's get this over with. You know, the look on his face, it just
Yeah.
looked pathetic. And I'm like, yeah, this is perfect right here.
And you know,
This is Tyrion. This
Davos
is the
and
badass,
Jon just-
intelligent.
Standing behind him, like, yeah, man, I don't know what happened. Just like, guys.
Now I haven't really been like watching, but like the thing that's been happening is just enthralling what's going on with this right now. So I don't know if I missed it. How did Tyrion even know that Cersei was down in the basement? How did he know to check down there? Did anybody else know?
Was the only thing we've got to work with is that he told Jamie to try and take them out through with the boat.
Yeah, he did tell Jamie to go down to that area, so I guess you can make a reach to think he knew they would probably be in that area. I guess you can
It's
make that reach.
He just sort of homing beacons right to them, though. It's a bit like, okay. I don't know. I probably would. I like that. Didn't he climb through the hole? By the way, there was like a hole at the top.
The
of
same hole that we talked
Yeah.
about that Jamie didn't try to climb through.
It was a hole like
Yeah.
it, yeah. And he was just, yeah. Tyrion was just like, yeah, I can climb. I guarantee you, apologists will be like, yes, but Tyrion is shorter. You see, he is able to climb through such holes.
Doesn't matter. I mean, when you're on your stomach, it doesn't matter how small you are. He's come on. It's a tiny hole. Jamie could have fit if he like laid horizontally.
If there's an
Yeah, he's not a
inch-sized hole and I can pull bricks away to make it bigger, you'll bet I'll be trying if it means I die otherwise. But no, Jamie was just like, yeah, we're fucked. It's over, guys. It was fun while it lasted, I guess.
Many things to pick apart in this episode.
Oh yeah,
I'm holding off until we get to them, but there's a couple things that
I
really
want to
bother me.
make sure we
So-
do it like properly. I'm trying to really say like he walks through. Oh God, no! I'm reminding myself.
Guys, how do you like how Grey Worm knows how to teleport?
Yeah.
Do you guys
Oh,
Oh my god, we
Wait.
noticed that too.
we'll do our best to do this in order, but we have to talk about that. So he walks up to Grey Worm, sees him executing people, and he's like, "Don't do that." And then Grey Worm's like, "No, I do that." We'll get to how stupid that conversation is too, but like, no, we'll do it. It's like, okay, fine. I'm gonna walk to the Queen
there he
away
is.
from Grey Worm, and he walks all the way to her. And Grey Worm's already there. It's like a video game. We are like, wait, what? The NPC like.
He's like the Flash. He was the Flash. He's the Flash.
Yeah, he was busy slitting the throats of the rest of the surrendered soldiers, and then he had time to get there long before
That was-
Jon Snow.
That was so bizarre. I was like, wait, why was he grey? What? And oh my god, the fact that he's slitting their throats after we just talked about, like, hey, this is maybe something you shouldn't do. And Davos is like, you know what? Yeah, let's talk to the Queen about it. Okay, and he just begins killing them while they walk away. It's like, could you wait before? No, and I laugh, but like, good God, Jon Snow, you're not Jon. You never would have let that happen. You're not supposed to let stuff like that happen. You're such a weasel. He's just like, you shouldn't probably kill innocent people who've surrendered. And he's like, no, we will. And he's like, oh, okay.
Okay.
McQueen.
I'd like it if you
McQueen.
didn't do
McQueen.
that, but I mean, okay.
McQueen in this one, and I was like, I can't wait to hear Mahler talk about McQueen.
Oh, he actually said it, didn't he? He said it
Yeah,
just before
yeah, he
stabbing her.
did.
He goes, "You're my queen."
Oh, it's so good. That entire scene was so bad.
It's all of it's awful. There's no words.
I did say in my upload, where my reaction, my review of it, I did say that there was one thing that I did like about this episode, and that was the cinematography. It was beautifully shot.
Yeah.
was
Yeah,
great.
when Danny
I don't
comes
know-
out in like the dragon wings, that
Yes.
was cool.
Oh my God. Like, and just the visual, everything. Like when Jon Snow's walking up those steps, and just the visual of that, it was fantastic. And I'm just like, if I could have seen the 5 episodes that came before this to develop all of this might be cool. But we didn't see anything to get us to this point where she's crazy and she's turned into General Hux from The Force Awakens.
It didn't.
It's
It didn't work for me. I think it is good cinematography, but like when I saw those drag wings behind her, I was like, I get it.
Yeah,
get it.
I
subtle.
did like the visuals. The whole episode visually was great. But that's not, again. And maybe it's because everything else was so bad that I was like, hey, this is decent, you know. But god damn.
You like that, like
I have a question
John?
about the weather though.
Oh yeah, apparently
ahead,
it's
Molly.
snowing again. That was weird, wasn't it? It wasn't snowing
So that was
yesterday.
supposed to be the ash. So why
was
is
ash?
some parts of the city? Yeah,
That's
that was
what I had
ash. That was the whole
figured it
thing. That
was.
wasn't snow. Because when you first open it and it's Tyrion walking through, it's sunny and there's slight clouds. But for some reason, wherever they are, when Danny comes and is talking with everyone and Jon, it's all of a sudden cloudy. So whenever Jon is walking through the city, it's cloudy and it looks like it's snow, but it's supposed to be ash. And I was like, what's going on with the weather?
I could have sworn when he walks up to Drogon, he's getting snow off himself, not ash. Was it really ash?
Yeah, all of that is ash. None of that is snow.
It's real. It's real.
I wasn't sure about that, but I think she's right.
I mean, I didn't
It's
know.
not snowing. You would have seen his breath. That's how you know the difference. Everything is ash because it's kind of like the same ash when Arya was
Man,
walking through.
they need like safety masks and stuff. That
The,
shit's gonna get in your lungs.
The thing, by the way, it's real. Timestamped at 04403.
The water bottle is real, folks.
The water bottle
It's
is
been
real.
confirmed.
It's easy to miss because it's a quick pan shot, and Tyrion already covers it up as it's panning around to everybody, but it's there.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
People are saying
there.
snow and ash, it's all the same in Westeros. So a lot of people are saying it's snow, and some people are saying it's snow and ash.
Well,
So
look at the shot I've got
Oh,
up
it's
on
not
the
snow.
stream.
It's not snow.
Look at that. Like, how many of you guys have seen ash that works the way... It doesn't even look like snow or ash at this point. It looks like salt. Are we in crate? That was the twist. It really does look like salt.
Well, hey, this is their audition for Star Wars, guys.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's an
Wow.
homage.
Got the
Oh,
writing.
Gosh, this is going to be
Got
a
the knife
beautiful
trick.
disaster with these guys getting into Star Wars. Oh man, that's another discussion. I'm going to make plenty of videos on that.
At Bowler, it's Snash. What the fuck is Snash? It's clearly...
Mixed
Yeah, like I said, I don't know what's going on there, but whatever. The only way to explain it with the episode would be that it's ash, but that just seems so fucked up, doesn't it? That whatever. I just wish Jon had a soul about all this and was a bit more aggressive about all these things that are happening. How long it takes Tyrion to convince him to do anything, by the way, that was amazing.
God. And Jon justifying Danny's actions was
He
what?
sounded like fans online.
Oh, he did.
She's like, actually, both of them did. Tyrion was like, you know,
got her head cut off and she lost a dragon. What the
She's on-
fuck?
She got scared.
trying to find like,
You're like, that's not justification for murdering innocent women and children in the streets after they surrendered.
Yeah, it's like-
And
If she got scared, and like had this moment of relapse, like people are trying to get her to believe, you would think like afterwards, when like all the adrenaline wore off, that she would like feel really shitty about what she did in the moment.
exactly.
But she didn't. Not at all. Not a bit.
Mm. Well, didn't you guys also like how Tyrion spends that entire scene trying to convince Jon, you have to do this because you're the rightful heir, you're the one. What would you do if you were on a dragon? Oh yeah, that's right, you wouldn't murder everyone because you're a good person. You always do the right thing no matter what it costs you. And then a few scenes later, let's not even mention Jon when we're trying to make this monumental decision, but I just convinced him to go kill the queen.
Thank you. I said the same thing. I'm like, Tyrion and Sansa and Arya there and make the case for Jon Snow, the person that killed the woman he loved to save everyone.
oh god, that's so. We'll get there. That is so bad. All of that is so bad.
Nobody says anything. I felt like Jon was acting like when Jon was going back to the Night's Watch. I called my cousin. I was like, dude, I this is John's reaction would be for me like if I lost Geeks and Gamers tomorrow and I went back to my retail job. That's how I would be acting. Like they brought him back from the dead to take his day job. What the hell is this?
He really cops out in this whole episode. It's disappointing.
But yes, Anna, I was 100% on the same page as you with Tyrion. You're like, why is he not speaking up for Jon now when he's made that entire
Nobody brings
passionate
up
plea?
Jon. He spent that entire scene talking about it. Then when they go and make the big decision, well, I know you're trying to go in order, but it's like this.
We'll go back and forth. We'll do our best.
Okay, when we get to there, I think we all have problems, but
I just want to re-stress.
I'm just gonna say this before we get there.
All they did to justify Grey Worm being a horrible massacre genocidist is Missandei died. It's like, all right, okay. That's the whole reason she died, is so that the fans can be like, no, it makes sense that Grey Worm would horrifically murder people. His girlfriend died.
It's so bad.
It's totally set up, guys.
Well, Jon died too. He didn't go and murder everyone. He just murdered the one girl. But okay, don't you guys like how the Night's Watch was created to protect the realms of men? It was to protect everyone from the White Walkers, the Giants, all the bad things that are north of the Wall, and that's why it was magically built by Bran the Builder and put magic on that. Everything's dead. The Night King made sure of that. They already killed the Night King. There is no purpose for the Night's Watch anymore.
Bro.
I don't even know that that's what the episode was even telling us at that point. Was it like, is it that all the people in the Night's Watch and the Wildlings are just gonna fuck off, like past the wall? I don't know.
Also, guys, the Night's Watch is in the north. Guess whose kingdom that's in? Not Bran's.
Oh my god, that was so stupid that Dawn and the Iron Islands allow themselves to be subjugated to Bran, but the North doesn't. Okay. Literally, when they show Yara just go, yeah, okay, I agree. I was like, no. She just wouldn't. She'd be like, no, the Iron Islands will be their own thing as well. I'd be like, yeah. I probably would even have settled for that if every kingdom became separated, but they had like a unified representative or something, and Bran was supposed to just be their equivalent of the UN. I don't know. But, oh my god. They only did it because they were like, if Sansa ends up submitting the North to the kingdoms, it kind of ruins like the North's arc, doesn't it? Like, okay, just have her say no. Okay. That fixes it. That's a great story. It makes complete sense.
So there's nothing from the story made any sense. And honestly, seeing the execution of this garbage, it did make the leaks even worse, because you're like, this is so bad, I can't imagine it being worse. Oh, I watched it. Yep, it's worse. It's worse,
and it's worse. Slow worse.
But the UN is useless, isn't it, at Mola? Yeah, no, I don't think Bran's gonna be useful. It's clearly everyone else on the table is the ones that make the decisions. Bran just goes, Did he say he was gonna go look for Drogon?
Yes, he did.
What the fuck? Okay.
Hey, well, can we acknowledge that Jaime Lannister must be a good lay, because Brienne like one night with him and she's gonna rewrite his entire history for him.
Oh
like,
my god!
What?
Died protecting his queen. I'm just gonna be like, so do you want to explain to the people what you mean by that? He protected the most horrific woman in history. Well, second most horrific woman in history, I guess.
Yeah, second now.
Wasn't like putting the queen and not putting like whether it was Daenerys or Cersei, giving him the benefit of the doubt for people that don't know.
Yeah. I think that's the goal. It's like, just don't. There's like an asterisk next to every sentence. Just don't ask for the details. Just don't ask for the details. It's very simple. He's a good man. Yeah, just belaboring the point. I just hate that Jon looks back at these people getting executed, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to Daenerys about this. I don't like it." Like, no, he would actually have his Northmen fight the Unsullied over this. It's wrong. Yeah. Shouldn't let it happen, Jon. You worthless character.
Hey, shout out for the consistency of being inconsistent this season. So, I mean, at least they just said, you know what? We've been inconsistent all season. We've ruined every character. Let's not start now.
Keep her
You know,
going.
let's not.
Yeah, holy shit, dude. You
so-
have Tyrion walks into like the Red Keep. He sees the rooms in rubble. Sees the maps in rubble. He walks down some stairs. He sees some more rubble in the stairs. Finally gets past all that rubble. Sees more rubble. Walking a bit more. Sees the dragon skull. Keeps walking. Keeps walking. Sees Jaime's hand. Walks. Pulls some stones. Pulls some more. Pulls some more. Sees them both. Cries for a bit. Then pulls another one. Then slaps it down on the ground several times. And I was just like, I can't believe how much you've milked this. Like, Jesus Christ.
Anomaly Inc. just said they have yet to release the inside episode documentary for this garbage. I wonder why.
They probably realized they should stop releasing those.
How often? How soon do they normally release those? Because I don't watch them. So
I thought they were attached
Right
to the
after.
How soon
episodes.
after?
Yeah.
Immediately after the credits.
interesting. And shout out to Anomaly Inc. You've had a lot of success lately exposing Dumb and Dumber, buddy. So congrats. Got you a 1 million view video. So keep it up, man.
Dumb and Dumber. Yeah, that's a fair way to describe it at this point, certainly. But yeah, I've got it on screen. In case you guys just want to know what I'm referring to whenever I'm saying stuff, so the one on screen right now on my stream is the where Jaime and Cersei are almost packaged to deliver their death to Tyrion.
I'm looking on what screen are you talking about?
My stream.
Oh, I have
Just
it
bring up the
paused.
chat on another window. You'll be
Yeah.
able to see it.
I had the stream paused.
But yeah, just the insane convenience that would be just to allow Tyrion to have his moment. And then for him to, because it leads him directly into being like, I'm not your hand anymore. And it's like, yeah, you just gotta get all these things happening, I guess.
Have you guys ever seen that commercial of the panda? And it's about like cheese, and the panda just comes and like breaks everything, and like you need to buy this cheese, or the panda's gonna like come break all your stuff. That's what I thought of when I saw Tyrion just walk up to her, look at her, take the hand off, and throw it.
So it was so cringe. I haven't seen that commercial.
The
Oh, it's a whole thing. I'll send you guys a link, but you should check it out. It'll remind you of this scene.
the next scene that turns into we watch Jon for ages move from the bottom of like this courtyard all the way up the steps to see Dany. It's excruciatingly painful. I couldn't.
How long did that take? At least what,
Well,
7 or 8 minutes. It
As
felt like.
I was watching it with Daspel, she made a joke. He was like, "Oh, they're gonna show every step now." And it's like, "Oh my god, they're showing
they doing
every
it?
step." And this is the thing, you might be like, well, you know, it's nice to pace it out and stuff. I'd be like, yeah, but we've got stuff to do. We've got lots of things to do.
It's like if you. If
This
you
is
had
the
to
last
pace it out-
episode, guys. It's the last one.
Exactly. If you had to pace it out, at least give Tyrion his walk. Maybe shorten that a little bit, but then stop with all the fucking walking later. You don't have to play it out.
There's so much walking in this episode.
Yeah.
So, then he finally, so that's when he meets up with Grey Worm, which was hilarious. Don't even know. Oh, God, here Unsullied are fully restocked. I forgot about that.
Or the Dothraki. They're
And the
all
Dothraki,
there.
yeah. This screenshot, which was in the promo, in fairness, insane amounts of an army. Where were these guys during the long night?
Exactly.
They could have been really
Exactly.
helpful.
They put them behind
Motivated
the
as
walls.
hell, man. They're chanting. And you're like, where were these guys?
Like, holy, look how many there are. Like, wow, guys, this is significant.
Now you've started a monster. They want me to react to the panda cheese commercial now. I don't even
You
know
guys
why.
have- It's awesome. It's
I'll
like
do that
the
on my
funniest
personal channel.
commercials you'll ever see.
I asked myself the same question, like where were these, you know, what?
And yeah, you know, right, because like
Where
I
did they come from?
think I was talking to, I can't remember who I was talking to about this, but I assumed the point was to mirror like a sort of empire feel. Like she's got this huge standing army of people to tyrannically control. It's like, we have to stop it. Like, you can't just... I say this, they do it in The Force Awakens. They're just like, yeah, First Order has like 1 billion troops. You're like, how? It's like,
Right,
they
yeah.
just do.
That's what I was saying. That's what with Daenerys going with her General Hux speech.
Yeah.
You know? That's what it felt like. And
Hitler's speech.
Yeah,
It
that was
just-
disappointing too. I was saying to Despel Show, I was like, it's really a shame that, one, she doesn't look gaunt like she did in the previous episode from lack of eating. She looks fine now.
Yep.
I thought she was supposed to be like, you know, sort of withered and a bit crazy looking, but okay. And secondly, she doesn't seem to have a single regret whatsoever.
none. even when she walks away from Tyrion and Jon, you know, just arrogant as hell. It felt so strange.
Like a complete assassination. This over, because at least we could have had her be like sobbing over what she'd done, but no, she's mostly okay with this.
Trying really hard to justify it, like just in some way, and she can't quite figure it out. So maybe she just avoids the topic altogether. No, nothing like that. She's just like, I don't give a fucking shit.
And
the way she was treating Jon, like,
yeah,
such arrogance and distance, and it just, I mean, again, I don't have a problem if that's how she wanted to treat someone if it's earned, but like it just, they didn't, there was no fallout really. Like he gave one look. What was that? The beginning of, was it episode 5 when Varys died?
Which of Jon's 17 looks are you talking about? Where he just looks at a thing and you're like, oh, I guess he's sad. Good old Jon.
And type of story or anything, no elements to show that there was that big of a divide, and it's just, like you said, a complete assassination of character.
I think we can confirm it now. Dany's going to go down as probably one of the worst, if not the worst, character assassinations in media, like, because it's so popular as well, right? Like, there's probably some really bad one in some book, movie, or whatever, including Luke, in wherever else, but like, this is it's done now. No more episodes, guys.
Yep. Got the books. But okay, didn't you guys notice when she's giving her speech and she's like, I freed everyone. The reason why you guys are here is because I liberated you. I'm the mother of dragons. I'm all this. And I'm going to go. And I'm going to go to this part. And I'm going to free this area. And I'm going to go do this and free all of Westeros all the way up to Winterfell and back. I'm like, didn't you already do that? Like, haven't you freed an entire continent and now you came over to Westeros and you already did that? So who else do you have left to defeat? You've beaten everyone. You're the only one left.
They made her crazy now, and so she says things that don't make sense, and I think that's the defense. It's like, yes, she's losing her mind. She thinks everybody's just, you know, perpetually enslaved, and you're like, what?
Yeah, just make her just get worse, and
make
so
her
people
insane.
feel less bad when they give her the shank.
It's such a shame. She's, I was, like, the way I look at it, especially in a conversation with Jon, she just became a cartoon.
Well, I mean, Daenerys has never been like my favorite character, or even close to like my favorite character on the show. But I've always enjoyed, Emilia Clarke's performance, and I've always thought that Daenerys was, regardless if I thought she was like a strong character, she's definitely iconic. She's definitely an iconic character. This is just probably the worst shift, like 180 I think I've ever seen from a character. Like, again, with Luke. I get it. Luke Skywalker's the greatest character, movies, all this, but I mean, we had the 30-year layover. That doesn't justify what happened to Luke, but at least there's, I think I was talking to you about this, Mahler, I can't remember, but there's room to at least go, okay, people can change, whatever, yada, yada, yada. I hate what they did to Luke. I'm not justifying that at all, but as sudden as this turn is for Dany, unbelievable. It's incredible. And
yeah, I mean,
it may be fresh in my mind, but to me, this is probably the worst I've seen.
Yeah,
it's definitely fresh.
I watched like the first, like, it was either the 2 or 3 seasons. I can't quite remember. It's been a while. But like, as much as I found her like annoying as a character, she at least had some manner of consistency. It's like, you know, again, with the whole doing her best to protect the innocent and stop them from getting all stomped on and everything like that. And then, like, even I knew that this was a massive turnaround. It's like, and so it's like she was consistent at least. So while I may not have liked her the most, it didn't mean I didn't like her because she was badly written.
Line directly from it: we will not lay down our spears until we have liberated all of the people of the world. What do you mean, Daddy? Who are you talking about specifically? What are the people who are fucking controlled by you?
She's already liberated everyone.
We'll break the wheel.
Well, she didn't even need to do much. Like, she had to kill Cersei, that was it. And killing Cersei... Bro, we don't even know what Cersei's rule was like, by the way. We don't even know if she was a horrible ruler. We always assume she is. Just like, what was being done about King's Landing? Was there operations? Was there projects? Was there taxes? what was up? I don't know. They
Certainly
never
better
explore
ruler
it.
than Dany up to this point, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Dany goes down now in Game of Thrones history, or Westerosi history, as the worst person ever. Nobody's done anything as bad as her. Ramsay the Night King Tywin, you know, as much people call him a villain, it's like combine all three of them, they didn't do as much damage as she did.
Repeat what you just said. They made Dany worse than Ramsay. Mother effer. Holy shit.
And Ramsay was aware of it.
Wow.
Ramsay knows he was a piece of shit. She's not. She's deluded to the point where she's
Oh
like,
my
I'm helping. Look, we saved the Westeros. Oh my god. What a shame. Because there was ways to do this. A lot of people have talked about this. It's like, don't you see that this is always where his story was going? It's like, yeah, but you didn't have to make it so blatantly, horrifically bad.
Yeah, they keep thinking that people are pissed because she did it, and it's all like, well, she can still do it. Just build up to it better.
I don't see. This is the thing, though. If I made the statement, she's never going to be at the point where she just obliterates women and children. You go, well, we have to get her there. I'd be like, do we? We don't need to get her there. We need to get her a few steps before that one, and that's all you need to make some of her good guys think that she needs to die. Because looking again into episode 5. It's pretty funny to think that, like, some people are like, oh, Targaryens are crazy. It's like, oh, she's just crazy queen paranoid, blah, blah, blah. It's like, you were trying to poison her food, dude. Like, I don't know if maybe some of that is reasonable. But then, at this point, it's like, what do you even think anymore? She's here to destroy the wheel, guys. It's like, what does that even mean anymore?
Yeah.
I again, it's fresh, and I get it. I'm prepared to. I feel that I'm gonna stick by this. That this is worse than The Last Jedi.
You mean like the season as a whole, or this episode?
Season as a whole. And obviously, there's more time that this has happened, and it's different to compare. But the backlash, I believe the backlash is universal almost at this point. Nothing's ever universal, you know what I mean? But it's the overwhelming majority of people. And not only that, like, they're not even going to get like the feminist out there to back them this time. They're like, you took a woman and you turned her evil, you know, and you let a man kill her. So they have nobody on their side at this point. They have nobody. So this is bad.
Oh, Boogie2988 tweeted out that he thought it was a good ending, so they got him.
So did They got Keemstar too. Keemstar and Boogie.
They'll
so.
turn.
Just
give him time.
Let them just figure it out. It's all good.
This was an awful ending. This is the thing. It's like this episode needs to wait. I got episode 5 to deal with first, but this one was really bad, guys. Like, just what is if you gave it a number, what would everyone's take on this episode be? Just you know, off the cuff, changeable number.
It's like, I would probably give it a 2 because it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, 2 or 3, I guess I'd say.
Another shot.
I mean, you look at everything. Like I said, there's 2 positives. Okay, 2 positives, and I told you I like the look of the entire episode. I thought the shots were beautifully done, but of course, so was The Last Jedi. It was beautifully shot. I thought the cinematography was great.
It was their audition, remember?
What?
It was their audition for The Last Jedi, or for Star Wars.
Oh, right. Well, this is the thing.
Yeah.
We said on that stream earlier, they're in good company. This is precisely what Disney are looking for, from what I can tell. They're like, oh, you destroy characters. Yes.
So 2 things.
I did.
Sorry. So 2 things. The water bottle is back. Only this time it is at 04649. It's behind Sir Davos's chair now. There's another water bottle behind Davos's chair.
There's 2?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Behind Davos's chair. 4649. Look it up.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's so great. I love it.
Yeah. And the other thing too is I give it a 2 because it's all like, it would have been more entertaining if like just a whole lot was happening, and even if it was a total clusterfuck, I'd have at least had like a lot of fun like watching it. But so little happened that I was bored to tears while things were going wrong too. So it's like, sorry, 2.
Yeah.
I give it an extra point for some of the cinematography. Sorry.
Only other thing I enjoyed is a single moment, and I did get a little bit of, like, when Tyrion found Jaime and Cersei, I felt no emotion whatsoever, even though I love the portrayal of all 3 of those characters in their own respect. I felt nothing in that, you know what I mean? But when Jon and Arya embraced there towards the end, I thought that was pretty cool, because I do really like both those characters, at least what they used to be, you know what I mean? But that's I'm trying my best to find anything in this episode that I found to be positive. Overall, I would have to say a 2 is probably the best I can give it.
Yeah, like it's so many characters damaged. So much of it made everything before pointless, which is such a shame. I don't know how rewatch, because I need to rewatch this show because I want to do a coverage of a lot more things, and so I need to get a refresh. And it's just like, good God.
I would have given it a strong 9 out of 10 if when John killed Danny, he would have said, "No one's ever really gone." That would have been
God.
fantastic.
Have you guys? There's another thing that's being passed around. This needs to be confirmed as well. I'll post it for you guys. I've shown That's Bullshit this already, but apparently,
I was wondering about this. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So apparently, but again, I can't confirm it because I'd have to look back at the episode, but I'm sure someone can/will. The shot they used for John, just giving a little cuddle to Wolf, fucking Ghost, is from a season 4.
Look, when that happened, I was like, did they add this? Because
That's exactly what I thought.
Yeah, I absolutely guarantee it. If this is actually from season 4, then they added it because of the backlash.
I absolutely thought that. I was like, this moment feels so retroactive. Like,
it does.
It really does.
This is exactly what people wanted. And it also stands in the way of everything they said previously, which was like, we couldn't do it. Not possible. CGI budget wouldn't allow it. It's like, oh, it's right there. What do you mean?
Well, did you guys also notice that when he leaves when he leaves Ghost, I didn't notice him missing an ear, and in this episode he's missing an ear. Is that just me?
Oh no, he definitely lost an ear. And wait, you were saying you did see his ear in this episode, or no?
No. In this episode, I didn't see the ear, and when he didn't pet him when he left, I feel like I saw an ear.
Oh no, he definitely didn't have one.
Yeah.
He didn't. Okay, then that was just me.
But yeah, I seriously thought this. I hope we can get this confirmed.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that would be beautiful.
Obviously, I would have done it, but I've just been waiting to start this stream to talk about this episode. So, yeah. So if that's true, oh my God, how well do you think this episode's gonna age? Like, holy shit.
This entire last couple of seasons are not going to age well at all.
No, and it's going to be a thing of like, wow, guys, you rushed it to do this.
I just at this point, yeah, I see that the next water bottle. I see that. So
yeah,
now
there's 2 shots of water bottles, guys.
There's Waldo with water bottles here pretty soon on this episode.
they'll be airbrushing those out of the streamable versions. They're going to be like, no, they're not there. They needed a water boy, apparently, to go around collecting the fucking bottles.
I can't wait to see how this is going to affect Star Wars. I'm getting ahead of myself, I know, but this is so bad. This is so bad.
Yeah,
Did you guys notice this? Because when I was watching it, this kind of threw me off. When Tyrion goes into the crypt and you kind of see that long shot of him and he's looking at the dragon skull, left of this screen where there's darkness, it seems like somebody is standing there and it's like their cloak or something moves. So I totally thought that somebody was alive down there. Did you guys see that, or was that just me?
I didn't see that, but it could be there.
Catch that. Yeah. Could be.
At this point, it could be a stagehand.
So.
Some guy with coffee, like, oh, hello, Peter. Would you like? He's like, wait, filming. Oh, fuck. So I guess plot point wise, next up is you get like a nice long shot of Tyrion looking, walking forward, looking, and then stands next to Daenerys, and she slowly turns her head and notices him. And I swear to God, I think I noticed this more than most people probably did, but I was noticing every second of this where I was just like, get to the point, say stuff, please. Just like so much of just, Tyrion is standing next to me. I shall turn my head. I go.
Well, it was especially bad because of what we were working with.
Yeah, so for clarification, I couldn't get this where I normally get it, so I was having to like stream it from one of the stream sites that a lot of people use. But like, I guess it was congested because a lot of people were streaming this, and so basically I watched like 1 minute and had to wait a minute and then watch a minute and then wait a minute and so breaking it up like that allows you to really appreciate dialogue, because you're like, I get a minute of progression versus a minute of not. So every time you don't, it's painful. And there was several sections where it's like, well, that was a nothing minute. Great. Just gonna have to wait for the next one. And yeah, I'm tempted to do a supercut of like all of the time in this episode that's not spent doing a thing, just to show how much there is out of context. If you mute the clips and just play it, painful. But yeah, she says, you're a traitor. You released your brother, and then he's like, you killed everybody, and she's like, you go to jail. He's like, okay. It's like the most cookie cutter dialogues. They were just like, what happens here? I don't know. She puts him in jail. He's not gonna kill her. So
Right, that shot with Daenerys right there. All I thought was General Hux in The Force Awakens. That's
it's
all I
like,
thought.
puny Tyrion. I don't even understand this. Like, if I was writing it, I'd be like, okay, so Daenerys has to be guilty at the beginning of this episode. If I was stuck with the previous one, I would make it so that she was almost inconsolable. And, you know, Tyrion's really pissed at her, and Jon's just trying to find a way to make something better happen as a result of all this. Fucking, let's just have Grey Worm still a psychopath killing everybody, because I don't think the writers care about his character any more than they do about anyone else's, so... But yeah, she's like proud and continuing her sort of reign of terror, like, and next I shall put the Tyrion in jail. You're like, just whatever. It's like they desperately, because they're like, okay, we're gonna kill her soon, so we gotta make sure people hate her.
Yeah.
And she's the woman that stood up to Khal Drogo and said, no, I don't want your men raping all these other women, all these innocent women and children and young girls, but I have no problem roasting them.
Oh, so many people are
not
just
make
referencing old scenes where she does so many things that compared to now are just like full of shit. When Jon is like, there's children down there, I saw children, and she's just like, yeah, you know, well,
whatever.
these things happen, man. It's war.
I mean, when he
Oh my God.
when he was saying that, and then she made, like, I can't remember the point she made of why it was okay that children die, and then he was just like, well, and he just kind of backed off completely, like, yeah, I get it, you know, I get
He does
it. No, you
so
don't.
much staring in this episode. It's so annoying. I miss the Jon Snow that would take action all the time. It would always be an action to take. He'd be like, okay, now we do this, now we do. But this whole the past few episodes, he's just been like, oh, she's my queen. I don't know. Oh, like, oh, Jon, it's okay. It's just they just gotta wait until the writers will allow him to do anything. And yeah, Wolf sent me a message saying that not a lot happens in the episode. He summarized it as Daenerys dies in the beginning, then they decide to crown Bran, and then Jon goes, like, that was sort of his summary. And I was just like, Jesus Christ, it takes a while for them to kill Daenerys, when I thought it was, like, he said it was the beginning. I'm pretty sure it's like halfway through the episode that we're finally recovering from her death. And they could have done it in like 10 minutes. Could have her land, and Jon just straight up fury kills her or something. I don't know.
Tell me this, and maybe I'm just, and it stood out to me, but what was she wearing last episode?
Who, Daenerys?
I think it was the same thing.
Yeah, I think it's the same
Was
thing.
it the same thing?
Yeah.
That's the same thing.
I couldn't remember when I first saw it. I was like, was she wearing that last episode, or did she fully
Notice
go
how
like dark
clean it
side?
is now.
Oh yeah, she does.
No.
She does kind of look darker. I'd have to compare them, but I think it was pretty dark in the previous episode as well.
Yeah, it
You know
was
what,
it was
here.
the same. I was looking for
But we-
screenshots.
see-
She miraculously got clean.
Yeah,
Her
she got
hair's
clean.
fixed, her face is clean. Her clothes are clean. Nothing's ripped or
Maybe
torn.
that's what stood out to me, was the fact that she was just so like clean and well put together again, versus like how bad she looked when she had her breakdown when she was sitting on top of the wall before she went and murdered everybody.
Yeah, and by the way, can we just
I don't.
just a shout out to episode 5 for not showing us her whatsoever when she committed to all those things. We didn't get to see her face whatsoever. We didn't need that. We didn't need to see how she felt about it. We just needed to see her kill everybody.
Yep.
That's great.
Shades are
Gotta get all the
different
gory
now.
details.
Yeah, I guess she was wearing the same thing. Yeah, but she looks. Yeah, she cleaned up a lot, and she went from being
You get
and all of that.
the symbolism. She used to wear like clean white clothes. Now she's wearing black
Oh
clothes
yeah,
because she's evil.
Absolutely.
It's not been done everywhere else all the time. It's
Very
so
original. Very
super
original
awesome.
there, D&D. Good job on that one.
You probably didn't notice it 'cause it's so high IQ.
Well,
And
one
the
of the things that they
themes.
do in that
She-
aspect, as well as the costumes, is with Sansa in each season she starts to make her hair the way of like the women that she respects or looks up to. So at first, in the first season, she has her hair done the way the women of the North, and she emulates Cersei. And now in this episode, she has her hair the way Dany was wearing it.
Did she?
Cool. Well, she has it in kind of where it's braided bun, and then the rest of her hair is kind of down. So it's not exactly like Dany, but it's emulating the way Dany's hair was when Dany first met her.
Well, either way, who is paying for Sansa's dresses? There's some extravagant dresses, man. Like that last one she puts on in this episode. Wow, like that was some details. I like the costumes in this show, but even I'm like, is that really like we're in trying times right now, guys? It's like heavy winters. We need resources. Like, you really getting people working for hours on these amazing costumes? Like, get some food, do some farming.
Well, also, okay, so Cersei in a few episodes ago, she had all of the food like from the Reach brought into the city. So that was another like justification to why Dany wouldn't come and burn down King's Landing, because she got all the people there and she has all the food. And at the end of this episode, when they're having that little meeting and Tyrion's like, well, we need food. Can you do it? And he's like, yeah, sure. And it's like, well, didn't all the food burn? Like, what happened? Now all of a sudden their food problem's gone?
Well, continuity is a word that D&D have banned from vocabulary thing anymore.
Speaking of continuity, I had noticed when Daenerys walked up to the throne really slowly, she didn't leave any tracks. That's symbolism for the fact that she's going to be a ghost in a minute.
That is actually something to look into. She doesn't seem to leave any footprints. But then again, we don't know that it's ash. We don't know that it's snow. We don't know that it's not a substance that doesn't allow footprints. So
it's pretty risen though, you know.
She's like Luke. Guys, remember Luke didn't have footprints. She didn't really die. Nobody's ever really gone. Oh, but guys, did you notice when she's in the throne room and like she's fulfilling that prophecy that she saw in her vision, and she goes, she doesn't even sit in the throne. Jon comes, they have a little conversation, but she walks to him, so they're pretty far back. But then once Drogon starts doing his thing, they're literally right next to the throne. So they teleported 10 feet over.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure there was some moving around with that one. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I thought Arya being dropped into this bit was really funny. Jon, like, turns and she's just there, and it's like, whoa, oh, hey, hi, and she's only here to be like, Daenerys is like, she's fucked up, dude. Kill her. Like, okay. Thanks for your input. See you later, Arya. I don't believe for a second that Arya wouldn't have killed her herself. Like, after seeing what she saw, Arya would be like, yeah, this girl's gotta die, and I'll do it. She could just sneak past the guards with, I don't know, she didn't even need to wear a face, just kill her. But no, she's just like, yeah, she's bad news, Jon, see you later. And he's like, oh, okay. For input. I mean, she killed the Night King. He wasn't anywhere near as bad as Daenerys. Night King was downright friendly.
Yeah, he didn't do nothing.
Yeah, he gets that little pep talk. Oh yeah, and then he just gets like, he just talks to Tyrion for a bit. This lasts so fucking long. It was insane. They talk for like, did we get I don't think we counted it, but we guessed at 7 minutes, was it?
Well, let me go back and track, but I'm pretty sure it's 7 minutes.
It was like, what the hell?
Like you can sum up what they were saying very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's like, you're a naughty traitor person. He's like, yes, but the Queen is killing lots of innocent people. And then Jon justifying it. Yeah, that was really painful to listen to. And then Tyrion justifying the preamble to Daenerys going insane, I think. He's like, killed all of the masters. Were they truly guilty? I guess they were. It's like, daddy arc apologist. The writers are desperately talking through their characters, which I think is another really strong pattern of this season. A lot of the dialogue is just the writers directly talking to the audience about how this all makes sense, so shut up.
Yeah, and it's like everything that Tyrion justified for being a reason to follow her initially, now he's using it against her.
Yeah, and I really don't get Tyrion's relationship to Daenerys at all. He randomly says in this conversation, it's like, I love her, but, you know, love makes us not see reason or something. I was just like, you love her?
I thought that they were trying to imply that when they had the scene in the last season with the sexy time and he's just watching all creepily.
I thought that was like him being like, uh-oh, this could end badly because of the way Thrones works and who's got power and who wants what. But even then, I'd be like, okay, so where did that go? Was that supposed to be an explanation for why he like followed her for so long?
I don't know, because he was going to follow her regardless of how he felt about her. He was on his way over to go see her before he'd even met her, and he knew he was going to go try to help her.
Yeah, I don't get the portion, because like they talk a couple times before he becomes her hand, but I don't remember there being a sort of moment where you go, ah, now he's gonna be her hand because he believes in her because she said X, Y, and Z. She makes that whole speech about the wheel, and they keep saying that in this episode as if to be like, see, it all amounted to something, guys. Like, you say that, but I believe you.
Don't think you did the callback right.
Well, again,
Alright,
in
we're-
this scene
we're-
where they're having... Oh, go ahead.
Because I had to mute for a minute.
We're just talking
the
about
Tyrion and Jon conversation.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Anna.
Just again, this entire setup with Tyrion. I mean, Tyrion's my favorite character, so I was like, yes, finally Tyrion's gonna have his epic monologues, and he's trying to convince Jon, you're the right person, you're the best person, you always do what's right regardless of how it affects you, and no matter what happens, if it's bad or good, you always do what's right, and that's the type of person you are. You were the rightful heir to the throne. You wouldn't do what she did if you were on the dragon. You know that, we know that, you're the rightful heir. You need to go take care of business. And it's like, okay, you spend 10 minutes of a scene convincing Jon to go kill Dany and proving that he's the rightful heir to Westeros and that he's a good person, he's the right man for the job, and then all of that's forgotten.
Yeah, I really hate how Jon's story ends. It pisses me off to no end. I'm not even kidding. Like, I know it's something that's going to really bother me the longer time goes on, but the fact that he's the unsung hero now. He's the hero that most people know that he's a huge hero to the realm, but most of them are like, for business purposes, we're going to just drop you in the cold north. Is that cool? Okay, cool.
Such bullshit. I mean, he's the rightful heir to the throne, and he did what he did. He saved everybody. He made he made sacrifice for everybody. And they just. It's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
Painful. But we'll get to more of that because Jon's this whole thing. But yeah, Tyrion spending this long convincing Jon. Do you know why it upsets me? Need someone to say why. Because it shouldn't take Tyrion to convince him of anything. He should be on board with this already. This should have been something Jon does himself because this is his character. He would despise. He's a man of the people. That's his whole thing. And so you don't get a character going, hey Jon, you're not for this. Jon is already not for it. This is part of him. It's fine. But then you have Jon saying shit like, he's like, would you have done what she did if you were in her position? He was like, I don't know, maybe. I was like, what? You would have been innocent women and children? Like, really? And he's just like, I don't know, she's my queen. So tired of that shit, man. Yeah, I've just added Robot Head to the call, and he's currently muted.
Yeah, that's when I got distracted. I was like, wait, what's going on? Because I got the notification. I saw Robot Head. So
Yeah.
Has he
By the
used
way,
Discord
this,
before? I don't know. I think not.
didn't you have him on EFAP once?
No, we're planning on having him at some point. It's available
Okay.
currently because he's in the Aussie lands where like normal time for them right now.
By the way, this scene, the scene between Jon and Tyrion is almost 9 minutes. It's like 10 seconds short of 9 minutes.
Why? All of it is Tyrion telling Jon who Jon is. It's like, I already know who Jon is. Please. It looks like I don't know, if he can figure it out. He might be trying to fiddle with his settings. Get unmuted. You can do it, sir. I believe in you. Yeah, annoys me to no end because they just keep adding and adding and adding reasons for Jon to commit to the only action Jon should be committing to anyway. It's as if, like, we need all this build-up and setup to get Jon to kill Daenerys because he would never normally do that. And I was sitting there like, I feel like he would have killed her like the second she even threatened to do what she did. But I guess not. He needs a lot of push from all the other good characters. This is the thing, I really like Tyrion too, but he did the same thing that Varys did. Where he's like, I'm gonna commit to an action that can only get me captured or killed. And I can't possibly help anyone by doing so, and I think that there's currently a horrible tyrant on the throne. So like, there was a meme that went around. It was like from a video game. It says like, this action will result in your death. Do you wish to continue? And it's got a picture of Varys clicking yes. It's just like, yeah, there's no reason for you to do this. So Tyrion walking up to her and like throwing the pendant and saying you murdered blah blah blah. What I would expect Tyrion to do would be like, she says like, you freed your brother, and then he was like, you could just make something up, or you could say it was I don't know how many times you can say it would be a mistake before he'd run out of those. But he could also say that she did the right thing, and that he's so proud of her, and all this other shit, to just place himself in a position where he can still help. And it just bugs me that him and Varys, people who are very invested in the future of the realm, are just like, you know what, I didn't like that, kill me. And it's like, oh, okay. Because that's the kind of thing that Ned Stark and Jon Snow do, and they do it because they're incredibly principled. But this is the thing, like, Tyrion and Varys are pragmatic. They'll try and find ways to do as much good as they can while still being able to actually act. And yeah, it was a shame.
It's the thing too. It's like, I think because Daenerys and Jon, get so much, attention because obviously they're the prominent people. But I think looking back on this, like, I think the 180 on Tyrion may be just equal, if not worse, in some ways because of how prominent he's been throughout the whole entire story. You know what I mean? Like, he's such a shell of himself for what he used to be. He's not even a shell of himself. He's nothing like Tyrion.
Yeah, no, I feel like Tyrion was kind of lost during season 5. It
is bad. It is so bad now.
Robothead can't unmute, he's saying. If you, as long as you just try and fiddle around with settings for your audio input, you should be able to assign your microphone. Then if you can't figure it out from that point of, I don't know how much we can...
You can shoot me a message on Twitter if you want, Robothead. I'll see if I can help you.
I'm guessing he hasn't used Discord before. Everyone should use Discord, okay? I order everyone who hasn't used Discord before to use Discord. I demand it.
I need to... We have a Discord for Geeks and Gamers. I don't run it. Siobhan runs it, but she's always telling me exactly what you're telling me. She's like, you need to go on Discord. You need to use Discord. So, I'll listen.
That meme, by the way, the I don't want it. You're my queen. That's all Jon says. Oh my god, it's so sad.
Yeah, Anna sent a meme to Mahler and her and Mahler's group chat, and it's the 50-50 split, 2 lines of Jon. I don't want it, and you're my queen. That's his 2 lines throughout this entire season. It's pretty much all he said. Or you know what?
Yeah.
Let's give him some credit. He did say fall back once.
Oh yeah, you know what? That's great. You did do that, Jon. High five. This isn't how it was supposed to end. The show was supposed to be good.
No, such a waste.
Yeah. It takes ages, but I guess Jon gets convinced because he immediately then heads over to Dany, where Drogon was chilling out to the point where he managed to get like embedded under... We're going with Ash, right? We are going with Ash. We're committing to Ash.
Makes sense to me.
Is Ash usually like a pale white?
It's gray. Well, maybe it's because when Drogon blew up the entire city, it could be the dust from all the rocks. So maybe that's why it's whiter.
I don't think the filmmakers know, to be honest.
This was their audition for Star Wars. They had to make it look like that one planet that we don't talk about.
Like, my genuine take here is like, that's obviously snow, but we're getting told it's ash, and it can only make sense to be ash logistically. So we have to call it ash. But like, look at it. Like, I've never known ash to look like that.
I think it's a lot of people think snow and ash. I think that might be the most logical. Look, we're talking about an episode that's got water bottles in it too.
I was gonna say, like, this isn't one to get caught up on, but it does bother me. I'm just like, what are they suggesting here? Because like, it hasn't been. It was like sunny yesterday. What's going on?
No, it's the same type of Ash that we saw in the last episode when Arya was, all weirded out after she saw the two people.
Wasn't that like
that were
mostly
trying to help
black
her.
though?
No, when it was with Arya, when the kind of darker, but all the top layer it was more white.
Like, I just, yeah, I don't know. For me, it's just like, I wish they'd made it look more like Ash, because this just, if you saw this without context, you'd be like, oh, the snow, clearly. And then they're like, nope, it's Ash. And you're like, oh, okay. But yeah, not something to really get caught up on, because that leads us into the wonderful scene where Jon finally does what he was supposed to do for so long. I don't even, like, was there any notable pieces of dialogue between these two other than You're McQueen and then stabs her? Which, by the way, I was totally like, I think I said to Death Bullshit, I was like, here it comes. It's like, we're gonna hear the slice sound. It's like,
It is.
he got
You know
her.
what I thought was ironic in this scene when Dany is comparing her childhood to Jon's, and she's like, "You were the bastard of Winterfell," and I couldn't count to 20. I was like, "You're really gonna compare that?"
Yeah, it's like,
Like,
Daenerys, worse things have happened to you, love. You can talk about the other things, like, I couldn't count, it was horrible. I only learned yesterday. It's like, oh no.
That's are hard. Apparently, that is the same as being treated like shit your entire childhood because you're a bastard.
Oh yeah, she died really quickly too, by the way. I guess he got her in the
Mhm.
heart. But,
Yeah, she didn't even have any
this-
last words or anything after he stabbed her.
She didn't. It really was a horrible scene. It was so bad. God.
yeah, so what's everyone's take on Daenerys' completed arc then, and her death? Because I thought it was lame. I don't know.
It
It was so lame and topped off by Drogon. Just like what the hell is this? You know what I mean? I guess it's fitting for the fact that they botched her death because they completely botched her entire character arc. So again, their inconsistency was still consistent. But yeah, I thought that there would be a little more emotional weight to that moment, or maybe give her something to say, or it just didn't work. It didn't work on any level. Not that we thought it would work, because when Mahler and I read these spoilers and these leaks, we heard how it was going to happen, and we were just like, full scenario where this works. There's none.
And that's the thing, the
None.
spoilers are surprisingly detailed, even though they're just a couple of sentences. That covers most of the episodes, you know? Like, it's as simple as that. That's the kind of reaction I have to reading those leaks post-episode. But, yeah, the lines where she's like, we will rule and punish by, going by what's right and what's wrong. And then Jon, sounding like an absolute child, is like, well, how do we tell what's right and what's wrong? What about all the other people who think they're right? And she unironically says, well, we will be the ones that choose. It's like, what?
because they're not the queen.
Which scene do you think is worse, that one or the dialogue in the scene in the Attack of the Clones with Anakin and Padme?
So the leeway that Anakin has is that he's got, like, problems growing up where he hasn't... There's a lot of things to say about how the Jedi bring somebody up, while, like, Daenerys has had every opportunity to understand exactly what's wrong. Oh, and some people are saying you might need to give a role to Robot Head. This is just like a normal chat call thing. There's no, like, roles required or anything. And, yeah, it kind of sucks that we can't, like, get it to work for him, because...
Yeah, I'm kind of trying to type some troubleshooting over to him, see what sticks.
Hopefully we get sorry, were you asking, like, do I think it's worse that Daenerys says that versus something Anakin
Well,
says?
it's
specifically?
extremely similar. It's like the person that you love is saying crazy stuff, except Padme doesn't murder Anakin in that moment, whereas Jon does. But that's because Anakin didn't just murder everyone. But I thought that there was
That's true.
She's more than outdone
which go
Anakin.
into their audition tape for Star Wars.
Yeah, they'll be
funny.
like, look,
That's
we
a
did
good
your
point.
Anakin scene, but we did it better. Then she killed more kids. It's like, okay. I don't like Ash. Yeah, that'd be a line. But yeah, she's like sort of excited and happy and talking about how she's right because she's right because she's right because she's good because she's right. And I was just like, man, remember when Daenerys was like a character and she would like actually have reasoning and a sort of build up? But now, this is what I mean about the whole cartoon one-dimensional thing. Everybody's just running off like cue cards. Like, what do I say? Oh, I say I am. I don't want it, and she's my queen. Okay, what does Daenerys say? I am right. Everyone bow or be imprisoned / killed. It's like, okay. What does Tyrion do? I don't like that you'd being a bad person. Okay, cool. What else we got? Davos. He doesn't have any lines. Okay. This is what we're left with. And when you have characters this well developed, dialogue is supposed to be really easy because they all essentially write themselves.
And dialogue's always been such an incredible part of this series, and interactions with characters. And now none of it feels right. None of it feels earned. None of it feels necessary. None of it feels like it's getting us from point A to point B to pay off in point C and D. None of it feels connected. And how about the time jumps?
Oh yeah,
I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get into that yet. But oh my god, like I blinked and I blinked and I looked at my wife. I'm like, did I pass out for 10 minutes? What the fuck just happened? Why does Tyrion have a beard? What the fuck? You know, like wait, what?
We get to yeah. So he does give her the old stab-a-root. We got the shot as well where they show the throne in the background and she's laying on her back with the knife in her chest and he's looking terrified or sad. It's just like this to me when I see stuff like this, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be in somebody's like thumbnail where it says like Game of Thrones, a masterpiece, ? A video essay. And they'll be like, the throne is in the background to represent what split these two apart. These two who had such an amazing relationship. Don't you love Jon and Daenerys' relationship? Isn't that one of the best in the show?
No, I mean, it's only. I mean, it makes Han and Leia look like Amy Adams and Henry Cavill in Man of Steel. I mean, this is the definitive relationship of our time. Obviously, I'm being sarcastic right now. I'm being very sarcastic. It never did feel like it should have felt, but we bought it because of the characters, even though the characters never really had that true chemistry. But it's really fallen apart.
It's almost like they had chemistry with other people, and then they were slapped together. We sort of just went with it because it's like, oh, I liked these two enough. They both had relationships before. I could believe it. But like, imagine they had a relationship since like season 1. How much this would hurt.
Yeah.
But they met each other like a season ago.
No. And they're like, I love you. I'm so in love with you. It's like, you don't know anything about each other. You guys have had 3 conversations.
Oh man.
Yeah, so I wasn't feeling it. I was just like, all right.
Mueller, I just want to remind you, Mueller, when we first talked about these leaks, and we talked about there's no way it can be this bad. Significantly worse.
Significantly, yeah. It's the same as episode 5 where you read all of the leaks and then you're like, oh wow, that's how it goes. Then you watch the episode and you're like, oh wow, it really did go this. Wow. Like, because I think we said it before, but there's connecting tissue with the leaks where you can make these work. You can make they make it worse than the leaks. The leaks were a better story. I read the leaks and I was like, yeah, that's dumb. Then I watched the episodes and I was like, whoa.
Guys, maybe Drogon is flying Dany back over to Meereen so that way he can take her to that one witch lady with the Lord of Light and she can be resurrected.
No more theories, guys. It's over. It's dead.
It's gonna be new directors. Didn't you see the petition? That's what it's gonna that's what's gonna happen. Somebody was screaming at me that whole entire thing in my live or my premiere earlier, and I was like, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
And think about this, like if they're really wanting us to care about this, I mean, just a few minutes prior to this is when she gives him the cold shoulder after she makes her speech and treats him like a stranger, basically. You know what I mean? Like one of her just soldiers. You want us to care about this moment, but you had her treat him like he was meaningless to her just a few scenes prior. Like some dialogue and some of that quote unquote chemistry that they're supposed to have in that scene. Like she's just treated him like shit. And now suddenly we're supposed to feel that he killed the woman he loved. Such a fucking mess. Such a fucking mess.
And yeah, and then Drogon turns up and it's like there's just infinite questions. It's like, so Drogon, is he mad at Jon or not? Does he just leave forever? Why did he blow up the chair? What has Drogon got against the chair?
It was so stupid.
You're like, don't you understand? Thematically, it is Drogon saying, you know what? my queen, my mother died for this chair, so I'm destroying. It's like, how would what you can't.
How would
what?
he come to that
Like,
conclusion?
Dragons are really smart. You don't understand. It's like, okay.
Yeah, smart enough to, like, I don't know, not torch the guy that just murdered her.
Yeah, he seems to be accepting of it. Like, okay, she was kind of a bitch, in fairness, but I do hate this chair. Like, okay,
Basically,
but why?
he basically he turned into Falcor. All of a
Yes,
sudden, from the never-ending story, he just turned into Falcor.
just leaves. So awkward, because I remember, because I read before I watched this episode, I read somewhere that, like, when we see him fly away, that's it for him. And I was just like, is that really gonna be it? It's just gone.
What a lovely. I saw that scene and I felt like that was like a SNL parody moment. You know, I'm like, what the fuck does? Think that this makes sense? Do they think that we buy this? Because we don't.
And yeah, the melting of the
Drogon.
chair was cool. You know, it looked cool. The melty metal looked cool, didn't it, guys?
It's horrible.
It's like, are we finally gonna get to see that Jon can't be burned either, like Danny,
Nope.
and then it's gonna like reinstate that he's the rightful heir to the throne, and then that doesn't happen, and then we know that Drogon likes to eat humans. I was like, is he about
I
to eat
didn't
his
even
mom?
think about that. I didn't think about him burning Jon. Yeah.
Well, a lot
didn't
of people
think
have
about
already
that.
said Jon got burned in season 1, so I don't know. It would
Did by what?
he grabbed the lantern from Your Mormont and it burned him, and he had to put the little bandage on him. Episode.
Oh.
So it'd be like, oh, he can be burned. And this is the thing: Dany wasn't burned by literally like anything. She had like the super hot egg or whatever, and she's like holding it fine. Yeah, I don't know. There is a small misconception apparently of the like it's a Targaryen thing rather than just a Dany thing, the fire immunity thing. But I don't know how much of that is supported by the books or not.
Well, her brother could get burned, so they said that Rhaegar was a dragon and that she's a dragon, but Viserion wasn't. So it could be like specifically certain Targaryens that have this gene.
I don't know enough about it, but the only thing I would be cool with it, right? Like as a scene, it's just that one thing in season 1 kind of makes it a bit awkward. Cause, how does that make sense? You know, it's like,
Would have been
Also-
cool in the big scheme of things.
Also,
Because as soon as
Virtual
she said
Souls
that-
said, according to Mundane Matt, you don't want people trying to defend this garbage fire, so you won't invite him on. I had no idea he was interested in coming on.
He's interested in coming on?
Apparently, Like,
What does he want to discuss?
I guess this does Mundane Matt like this season of horrible garbage? I don't know, maybe.
Okay, well, I mean, we haven't turned down anyone before.
Yeah, I don't know if that's made up though. That might be made up.
Matt,
you know
Matt
how Jack
does.
can be.
Matt's been defending this season, so
Poor man. But I mean, whatever. Take whatever takes you want. Everyone feels the way they feel. It's all good. And yeah, I guess we're having. I feel bad for Robot Head. He's probably right there, ready to talk, ready to rant.
I
He's
know.
God.
he's so ready. I can tell. He's determined. He's keep trying to.
Yeah, because like anything I suggest is just gonna be basic stuff he's probably already done. You know, like I'd be like, "Oh, have you tried this?" Yes. Like, oh.
Oh boy, the chat has exploded with the mention of
Boulders.
Mundane
This is the thing.
Matt. I've talked to Matt on a couple occasions. He had him on Geeks and Gamers, and he was on the High Council a while back, and that didn't end too well with that one.
If ever he wanted to come on, he'd have to come on while Rags is here. Rags would not want to miss that opportunity, I don't think. I would feel bad.
I would love to hear Wolf and Rags and you with Matt. So please make that happen, because I believe that can heal a lot of the wounds that we have from Game of Thrones.
But yeah, like anybody who hasn't seen the episode, Drogon, no shit, he just flies away. That's it.
Yep.
Like, okay, he doesn't kill.
He doesn't even try to kill the guy that killed his mom.
And this is the thing, you're left to create Drogon's personality. Because I think fans that defend this will be like, no, you don't understand. He's at peace with the idea that Daenerys was a tyrant and that she kind of needed to die. And you know, the throne was just messing up. Drogon understands all of that. Okay, it makes sense. But if Drogon had killed Jon, they'd be like, Drogon was angry because he killed his mother. It makes complete sense. Like, I don't think there's anything anyone can do without someone going, hey, that doesn't make sense.
Hold
Oh,
on a
wait.
minute.
You haven't got the
Oh,
mute
we
sign.
got him.
Robot head?
Hello.
Oh my god!
Hey, we have
Can,
him.
can you hear me?
We
Yes, we
have
can.
him. Hey,
We
Oh my
have you,
God.
Finally, determination.
We did it.
Hello, everybody.
What was the problem?
Well, I downloaded the desktop app. I was using it off a browser, and that's a bit of a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I always assume
Yes.
people have already done that. I should always open with that. Well, hey, you're here now. Excellent. Did you love the episode?
Oh, it was just fantastic. It was just, I was hugging my Ryan Johnson doll watching it. This was the greatest thing I've ever seen.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Where did you drop off? Because you were still pro Game of Thrones past episode 3, right? Or were you not?
No, it's 3. Yeah, no. The first 2 were fine. 3, there was just too many faults. But I had the feeling that it could come back. But
Yeah.
then
And 4 happened.
4, yeah, 4. That the ending of 4 on the wall was just ridiculous. So yeah, I was completely gone by then.
Then you
But I was
got
halfway
Yeah.
there by 3.
5 with the assassinated Varys, JB, and Daddy all in one episode. It was impressive work.
All done behind a special effect. Like, we don't see anyone actually die. There's either things falling or flames, or falling into flames.
I don't know.
But
It
we don't.
feels like a lot of cut corners, doesn't it, in this season?
Oh, and it's like where we ended up. It doesn't bother me that much, like the actual story beats. But it's how we got everywhere, or how we finished something off so quickly. Like, it's the most rushed thing I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. That's the thing. A lot of people don't understand. A lot of these people that are criticizing the criticism. I don't have a problem with Dany turning Mad Queen. I don't have a problem with a lot of the things that we ultimately ended up. I mean, maybe a couple of things, but generally speaking, I have a problem with the execution and the path that got us here, and the lazy storytelling and the easy opportunities that they just kind of rushed things into instead of just trying to develop it and trying to respect the audience and the characters that they develop. They just like, no, let's just turn on a dime. And that's the frustrating part.
That's where I don't agree with people saying that they're hacks. I think that it's just lazy. It's just having no respect for the audience. Like, I think they could have done a good job, but they just just wanted to get out of it.
It's good to talk to you again, Robot Head, too. So,
Yes, well, it's good that I can be heard.
Yes.
That is a plus.
Yes.
We'll say. But yeah, so we're just doing like a sort of breakdown of the episode, and we've just gotten to the part where Jon killed Dany. Did anyone else find it hilarious that they just cut to the future so we don't know what happened? So did the Unsullied? Did they walk into the room?
Yeah.
Did Jon surrender himself? Like, what happened? I don't
Yeah,
know.
Easily the
dragon
worst
took
part
off.
of the episode. Easily. Like, up to then, I was trying still to enjoy it, but that jump again, these time jumps all over the place. Like, who wasn't excited to see what was going to happen next after you had to walk out and tell everyone what had just happened?
Yeah.
It's
or
that
see
was what I was
somebody to-
anticipating. The most was seeing Jon, because in the leaks, Mahler, if I'm not mistaken, it said he surrenders himself after
Yes.
stabbing Dany. And so I wanted to see that moment. Like,
Well, do you think
I wanted to.
that's what actually happened? Because the thing is, the leaks came from somebody's brother who was on set, I believe. That's the hearsay I know. So what if there was a scene where Jon gave himself up and they just cut it because they were like, people will figure it out.
Well, that's the thing.
Maybe
It's all like
maybe
they
that's what they.
could have-
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, like that's the thing. It's all like they spent a really lengthy amount of time having Tyrion just like laying on the ground, and then they walk him out to the.
Oh my
people,
god,
right?
yeah.
They could have
The
easily.
walking
They could have,
scenes.
yeah, they could have easily used that time to have somebody like in the doorway who having witnessed the whole thing, and like Jon Snow maybe turns around to whoever's there and says, "I'm sorry, I had to do it." That's all they had to do. Then cut away, and then have Tyrion
You
walk
could
out to
even
the people.
just pan back from the dragon flying away. Jon, maybe he still had the dagger in his hand or something, and you just see Unsullied slowly entering the room. And you're like,
I think I know what happened. Everybody. I think they had to cut that scene so they could add the ghost scene from season 4.
I still think they could have easily just cut the Tyrion staring at
There
the
is-
camera. 30-second scene.
There is a depressing amount of walking and staring, and it's utterly insane. Like we, I don't know how many times we can say it. I
Also,
just
I
want
mean-
to stress it. That's all.
He's the king in the north, right? So when that whole scene happened between him and Grey Worm, and his men were ready to fight for him, Grey Worm's men were ready to kill them for stopping them in their duty to the queen. Queen's dead. Jon's the king in the north. Why didn't any of his men try to protect him and say, "Oh, he did what was in his right because he's the king in the north"?
Apparently,
And
he
then
surrendered himself.
Tyrion knows.
The funny
It's
thing
like-
is, you wouldn't even know that
Yeah.
if you didn't read the leaks.
The leaks gave us a more coherent plot than the episode.
And they just showed him executing people in the street just for following the enemy. He just killed their queen, their blood queen, and they're just going to let him walk out. Or just
Yeah.
going to put him in a cell. They're not going to execute
Oh my
him
god,
instantly.
yeah.
Yeah.
See, it's-
Later on, something else happened. We'll get to it.
There's
but
so many
yeah.
conflicts here that are so frustrating to deal with. Because, like, imagine Jon did kill her, and he looks around, he's like, okay, there's no one sullied. And so he walks out, and he's just like, he just heads to his Northmen and just walks out. He just walks out. It's like, okay. And then what? And it's like, well, the Unsullied want to start a war with the North for like, Jon killing Daenerys. It's like, how do you prove that he did that? Well, she's gone. It's like, Drogon's also gone, so maybe she's just floated off with him. It's like, there's a pile of blood on the floor. It's like, that could be anyone's blood.
Yeah, there was a lot of blood. We saw a shitload of blood on the way here.
It blows my mind that Jon, I'm guessing Jon must have gone up to an Unsullied and said, I just killed Daenerys, here is the murder weapon, please arrest me. Like,
He started with, don't
no, the
kill me.
dragon flew
Like,
off with the,
don't hurt me.
murder weapon.
Oh, right, that's true.
Yeah.
But he must have explained not to kill him on the spot first.
Well, that's
just
the thing, how do they
take
not
this easy,
immediately
what I'm
kill
about
him?
to tell you. I had a really good reason, so like before you kill me, just let me get this out.
Like,
Well,
Grey
okay,
Worm,
since
if he
it's so
knew
nice.
for a fact that Jon had killed Dany, he would have just taken Jon's head off. The guy was just arbitrarily murdering everybody seconds ago. Like, I think that he's just gonna be like, yep, we'll execute you. And what, they keep a prisoner of Jon for weeks and Tyrion? It's like, that's clearly not what the Unsullied do. Their whole thing is like, okay, we don't enslave people because for some reason they see prisoners and slaves as the same thing. So they would have just killed him. It's like, no, we need to call a meeting for all of the people in Westeros to decide what to do with them.
And then he says, I'm going to kill him.
Yeah,
Like, I've held on to him for weeks just to tell you, I'm going to kill him.
it's beyond. So beyond. And yeah, how Jon's conveniently not allowed into this group talk. Because for
And
reasons
they all forget.
they just
They
say
all
no.
forget him. They all forget his lineage.
Oh my god.
I'm looking at the IMDb ratings. It's at 5.2 right now, which is
Oof.
lower than the Bells. The Bells was at 6.6. The Last of the Starks was a 6.
This is
so
what I
this
mean, man.
will
I've only got a taste of
Probably
it,
the
but I'm
lowest
pretty
rated.
sure a lot of people are pissed. Like general public. Because I think me and Jeremy are the only people here who've actually knew about the leaks before this episode. Well, Anna,
Anna
you knew as
did.
well, right? Yeah.
You
So-
guys told me.
This is a softer blow because I'm just like, yeah, I already knew this was gonna happen, and I've been dealing with it for a while. Just this is stupid, all of it is. So like, but think of the people who had no idea this was gonna happen.
Talked to right when it ended. I talked to my cousin, and he stayed away from the spoilers. He didn't want to know, and I wouldn't say he's a hardcore fan. Casual, you know what I mean? Casual. And I called him. He goes, "You were so right." Like he says, "I heard the vague shit that you were saying." He's like, "I didn't know the details." He said, "But I heard you say like that this is going to be the worst thing ever." And he's like, "I thought like you were, maybe overplaying it." And he goes, "I can't believe what I just witnessed." And I said, "I told you, man. I told you." And I would classify him as a general public. And I can only imagine what people actually, when they saw this, because I'm sure there's a lot of people that heard the criticisms, heard a lot of things, and they probably were like, "Oh, it's just angry fans, just, yada, yada, yada." And then they sat there and watched Daenerys turn into what she turned into with her speech and Jon killing her and all of the nonsense. And I'll hold off to talk about, the new king, but good Lord.
Yeah, I
So
guess-
I'm sure the general public hates this. I'm sure they do.
Because we're at that scene. I don't know how to break this. There's so much wrong with this scene. It's insane. Like, just
We
the
can start with Grey Worm saying, "You're not here to speak," and then he goes on for 10 minutes. straight away. Kratos was like, didn't fucking hear me? Like,
Yeah, it didn't gag him. It just said stop it, and then allows him to talk the longest out of anybody. Did you like the meta line where he's like, "People love a good story" or whatever? It's like, how dare you?
oh, I started laughing when he said that because he nearly looked at the camera. It was,
Yep.
yeah, it was the writers talking straight to us.
Yeah, and then he's like, Brad's story. Who's better than that? It's like literally anybody here.
Literally anybody. How about John?
How about
He came
yours,
back from the
Tyrion?
dead.
I know.
Like, that's
What about the
nice.
king? The one that you got, it's Sansa, you told the secret literally a scene after you were told the secret because you think John is the rightful ruler. You didn't think to bring him up? Nope.
Oh, yep, exactly. Oh my god.
Every battle he's won, he's come back from the dead. He's ridden a dragon.
Yep.
He's just killed the queen.
And
Like, he's done it all, but that story's boring. Don't worry about that story.
how
And
stupid.
being king is the equivalent of Walter Jr. taking over Heisenberg's business at the end of Breaking Bad. Like, that's pretty much what that would be like. You know what I mean? Like, I can't process it.
Yeah. There's a lot of just elements where you're just like, this is what I mean. Like, it's totally a thing where it's like, this isn't working, and the brain is like, I'm figuring out why. Give me a sec, and you'll just sit there like, I know it's wrong. This is wrong. There's always so many things. The idea that the Unsullied's position is, we've captured the guy who killed our queen. Our queen is the only reason we were here. We are going to kill him. It's like, yes, but all these other people don't want you to. It's like, okay, we're still gonna do it. But no, this plays out as he brings out Tyrion, who he doesn't want to speak, but does, and convinces everybody to hire someone who then says Jon shouldn't die. Like, to me, I'm just like, Grey Worm, have you played, like, poker? Do you know what's happening right now? You've been completely outsmarted. You don't even seem to care. He's like, he has one, and it's like, oh, nobody gets what they want. It's all compromise. I'm just like, why would they agree to that? Why would the Unsullied agree to Bran being king and thus giving him power? And when he's like, oh, I'm gonna make Tyrion hand, and he's like, you can't do that. He's like, I totally can. I'm just like, what is happening? You can't.
And earlier he's willing to just slit people's throats because the queen said so, but now the king's saying that no, you can't do that. Like, what? Like, you were willing to honor the queen at any cost, kill people, kill innocent people, and now this, you're like, no, you can't do that. You're like, aren't you a person that honors the king or queen? Like, that's so stupid.
Once they've given Bran the position of king, and they've all agreed, which Grey Worm's a part of, can't he then just go, I pardon Jon, lol? Now what? This is like, Grey Worm's like,
he can
no.
do whatever he wants.
This is what I don't even get the whole go into the north thing. Just send a raven, be like, yeah, once the Unsullied are gone, you can just come back, dude. There's
Yeah, that's
no
like a
way in
like, how
hell
they're gonna know.
that the Unsullied would go with the whole taking the black thing. They wouldn't care. They don't even know what that is. They'd just be like, is that even punishment? That just sounds like something he does. And then someone goes, oh yeah, Grey Worm. Turns out Jon Snow, for the first like 5-6 years of his life, went there voluntarily, and now you're telling him it's his punishment. Do you think he gives a shit? If you told Grey Worm that, he'd probably be like, okay, yeah, we need a better punishment than that. It's like literally his job was that for the majority of the time he's been on this show.
He met his girlfriend up there and had sex in spa bars with her. So it's a horrible place. He really doesn't want to go there.
Like, it hurts to think about. All of it is so stupid and just wouldn't happen. Yeah, so we kind of mentioned it earlier, but I guess this is the right time. They agree that Bran's gonna rule the Seven Kingdoms. Done. And then Sansa's like, look, Bran, I love you, but the North... And I was like, stop you right there. Bran is a Stark? So you'd be just happy at the idea that the North is attached to a kingdom now that's ruled by a Stark. That's actually a pretty sensible compromise, wouldn't you say? The idea that the North wanted to be separate from the other kingdoms, specifically because of Lannister rule or Targaryen rule, and it's like, oh, how about this compromise? You're not separated, but a Stark is in power. You could make it work, but then she goes, nah, I like you, Bran, but nah, we need to be separated. It's like, okay. And everyone just agrees. They're like, yeah, the North can be a separate kingdom.
There was no resistance, no conversations, no dialogue, no nothing. Just, sure, let's do it. Let's fucking
At
do
the
it.
first meeting, it starts breaking down. The agreement, like, it didn't even make it to the end of the meeting and someone's already left.
Oh my
Yeah.
god, I'm.
And so, yeah, you're sitting there like...
I do believe that this is going to.
Go on.
Go down. People are going to discuss this for a long time.
There's
going
so
to-
much they didn't do in this episode. So many plot lines and plot threads that haven't been completed now. So much like bad fan service, and like bad fan service by that I mean like fan service nobody wanted. Like, look, Bronn is the master of coin. How great is that? And we're all sitting here like, okay, why? Like, I don't even. Do you even need the other two Bronn scenes in this season? The one where he's told to kill them, and then the one where he meets up with them. Do you even need those two? Could you just play that end scene as it is? Anyone disagree? do we need?
I don't. There's so much though. I mean, and I think once you break this episode down even more, as you kind of separate yourself from it, you're going to find even more problems. I think that there's a lot more problems to find.
It's frustrating beyond belief.
How many more water bottles are there, guys? It's like, where's Waldo? Where's the water bottle?
Where's water?
If you're just joining us, we have almost 11,000 people watching, but
Hey.
there were 2 water bottles spotted so far.
2 water bottles have been spotted
two-
in Game of Thrones season 8, episode 6.
The masterpiece finale with water bottles. So it's a game. How many water bottles can you find in season 8, episode
Find
6?
a Starbucks cup, you win. If you find the Starbucks, you win.
Yeah, and yeah, so the other half of that problem, right? So that's the first half, the fact that the North wouldn't be comfortable with a Stark being the boss of the kingdom, so they're already whatever. She could be Warden of the North. What's so whatever. So the other half of the problem is that everyone agrees, and you have the Eyrie agree, which to me I'm like, I can see the Eyrie agreeing. It's still a bit like I'd want them to be like, okay, we need to separate too. We deserve that right too. But yeah, the Iron Islands and Dorne, there's no way in hell that those two kingdoms would agree, especially if another kingdom has decided to split off. It's just not going to happen. And you got Yara being like, I pledged myself to Daenerys, and Jon killed her. That's fucked up. It's like, Yara, you have no idea what's happened this whole time. You came to Dragonstone, you said, yeah, I pledged myself, then you got captured, and then you went home. You have no idea what's been going on. And her input in that scene is so annoying. Like, she's supposed to be Ironborn. Isn't the whole thing that they don't even have allegiance to other than themselves? I love how she didn't even get told about Theon's death, by the way, or react to it. This is what I mean. The more you think about this, you're gonna find so many problems, so many things that were never resolved or talked about.
And
Also,
I'm-
like
I'm
Sansa doesn't
remembering
even
what
have
Anna-
the. Oh, go ahead.
what you said about her hair, that does look like Daenerys. Her hair, it really does.
I'm telling you, that was I watched an interview by the person that does the wigs, the lady that does all the wigs and the hair for Game of Thrones. That's one of the things about Sansa is that she imitates whatever strong woman is around her. So at first she did her hair the way the northern girls did. Then later on she replicated Cersei and the women of, the South and King's Landing. Then then she kind of went back to the north, but now it's exactly the way, well, not exactly, but it's very much similar to the way Dany had it. She had it, kind of up, half down with the
third
circular braids in the fun area.
The third hairstyle she did, I think, was like the Tyrells, because Marjorie. I think that was it.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think you're right. I just didn't realize if that is the case that she would have done her hair like Daenerys. Why would she do that, though? I thought she hated Daenerys.
Well, she hated Cersei. But
No,
she still
well,
wore her hair like
didn't she wear her hair like Cersei's before she started hating her? Because I think...
Well, then that scene with, well, it's like the hairstyle of the women of the area. So that was the hairstyle of King's Landing for like the noble women.
Hmm.
And so now
She's
she's
just being
replicating the
fashionable.
Targaryen.
did you guys
One
like
of the things that bothered me about this scene was how when Sansa's saying exactly, we're going to leave, we're going to be the North, it's going to be separate. It's like, it's still not your decision because Jon is still technically the king in the North.
Oh, that too, yeah. It's
That,
all so stupid and ridiculous and so rushed. Just get it done, get it done. Did you like that they spent a good 3 minutes making a joke about how Ed Muir suggested himself as king and then gets booed off the stage sort of thing?
It felt so strange.
It was a please laugh moment. I was like,
It was-
oh.
it was a
Oh.
Jeb Bush please clap moment. Please clap. I don't know if you guys saw that
Oh,
movie,
yeah, yeah.
but it's so good, and that's exactly what it was, and it felt so out of
Like,
left field.
You get
It did not
his
work.
life has been horrible up to this point, right, Ed Muir? Like, he was
Yeah.
Walder Frey's prisoner for years. He was like captured and forced. He was just used as a hostage, and the place got freed apparently when the Freys were murdered. I imagine, and now we see him. This is the first time we've seen him in ages, and he's just like. Because if you remember, the last time we saw him was Jaime Lannister, like, threatened to kill his family if he didn't get the Blackfish to surrender the keep.
Yep.
And to me, I'm just like, wow, yeah, what do you remember about Edmure? Oh, he made some mistakes, and he was like the butt of a joke every once in a while back in Season 3. And it's like, let's just make him a joke again, cool. Like, thanks. Taking really good care of these characters. Like, this is what I mean when... If I was writing this episode and I'm like, oh, what have we got to... If I was like, oh, Edmure, what can we do with him? Like, probably give him at least a line of dialogue to imply something of growth, that he's not as useless as he always seemed to be, and that he suggests Bran even. But no, he's just the butt of a joke, and it's a really awkward joke, and it's time spent on things that aren't important. It's like, oh lol, look at him, he bumped his sword on a stick. Okay.
Like, think about the conversation that led to this moment. Like, think about the creative conversation. Like, why would you come to the conclusion that this was necessary in any way, shape, or form in that moment?
What specifically?
I don't understand. With all of to get the laugh, you know,
yeah.
just to use it, and there's so much that you could be doing to further enhance this story, and dumb moments like this are bogging down our time. It's unreal.
Yeah, so he...
Who was worried when they were talking about, Sam was talking about giving everyone the vote?
I was
I
waiting to complain. I was like, they'd never agree
I
to
was
this.
like, my whole body was rising up with just ready to just start screaming, and at least they made a joke out of that.
Yeah, at least we got that.
And Sam was one of the ones that was very for Jon revealing himself as a Targaryen and the rightful heir to the throne, and does not mention him.
Yep, that's another problem.
Brought
This is what I
that to
mean.
his attention one
Problems
time.
everywhere.
Doesn't mention him again or say goodbye to him.
Do you guys like that when everyone laughed at the idea of democracy, even Sansa smirked, and it really annoys me because she's supposed to be entirely about for the people sort of thing. And so, like, the idea that it's like, yeah, the people should be able to vote on a thing. She's been talking about this whole episode how the North are rising up and the North are going to fuck up, like, they're going to start a war, they're going to blah, blah, blah. And it's like all these people who remember Jon, who chose Jon, and it's like, oh, let them vote. And she's like, no. Like, okay. Like, it really bothers me that she smirks. She should have been the one to keep a stern face. Like, no, one day there will be democracy.
But they all sold Jon out. Like, no one mentioned him, no one suggested him, no
Jon was
negotiation
used.
to get him out.
I feel like Jon was used by Tyrion to kill Dany. Like, that was he was like a pawn.
That's exactly what it turned out to be, and that is, if anybody knows anything about how all of this has gone down, like, it just feels so strange. Again, but that's every single thing in this entire season has felt strange. But to not mention Jon Snow's name in that moment,
And he's
It's
just
the most out of place thing ever. You're talking about who's going to be king, and nobody mentions the rightful heir to the throne, who's alive.
yeah, well,
and
they're gonna break the
sacrifice.
wheel. Remember, they're gonna from now on, leaders are chosen. They're not born. And I was like, yeah, that's gonna last right up until the next king says, nah, it's gonna be my son, my family. The next,
You know
Yeah,
what
but-
else bothered me? I don't know if anyone else noticed this, but Sansa, her argument to why Bran shouldn't be king is that he can't father children. And I'm like, yes, he can.
yeah, I
Mildred.
guess.
That's not how it works.
I'm guessing maybe is she saying that his everything doesn't work from his like belly button down?
I mean, that's not people that are in wheelchairs, they can still have sexy time.
I would have
It
thought
doesn't
so,
affect
especially if he can still like. Otherwise, he'd probably be dead by now from just those parts not working for sewage system. If you know what I mean, like.
Yeah.
So
All
It's,
frustration.
because it's I'm trying to think of the proper medical terms, but it's kind of like a reflex as compared to like when you move your legs, it's a different type of nervous system as compared to that other thing.
plumbing.
Yeah. I was wondering about that because, like, it didn't seem like it was established that everything didn't work down there.
Apparently, it
What-
does.
like,
Yeah,
I
good for Brad.
really
She
say
just
anything
announces
because-
that. And he's like, hey.
I mean, it's the same thing with Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking was able to have children after he was not even able to speak because it's a reflex. It has nothing to do with that.
He even had an affair, so he really proved it.
Yeah.
So dumb.
Science fact, guys.
Yeah, and the idea that he's like, you can have the son of a king who's a crazy idiot, and he's obviously referencing Joffrey, and he's like, you would know that, Sansa, and then I'm just sitting there like, you literally pushed to get Daenerys on the throne for like 3 years, and she's the most hideous monster this series has ever seen. Like, people changed, Tyrion, not just their sons and daughters, like, holy shit. It's so dumb, it's all so dumb, and so, like, so attempted to wrap up in a neat bow sort of thing.
Well, they all agree straight away. Like, there was less time spent on deciding that than the joke we'd just seen a minute ago. Like, what they're choosing to rush and then other bits drag out is just beyond me, how they're making these decisions.
So, like, and this is the thing, you go, okay, so Brienne of Tarth for the King of the Throne, who would agree to that? Samwell Tarly might agree, trying to think of all the characters in this area. It's like Sansa would maybe agree to that, but that's about it. Then you go, okay, next. You go through all of them, and you're like, Bran. You're like, oh, well, Arya and Sansa would agree. Sam would probably agree. Sam would probably agree to put anyone on the throne because he's just that kind of guy. But then Brienne, maybe, because she likes the Starks. And that's about it. Because the thing is, everybody's going to be like, okay, why do the Starks get to be the king of Winterfell, of the kingdoms? How's that fair? Why did their family get the most control? How come it can't be my family, or this family, or this family? And no, they just agreed to have Bran on there. And there's no argument like, oh, Bran's not really a Stark. He's just like he's a robot at this point. It's like, no, they're just like, yeah, he's just Brandon Stark. He could go on the throne. I don't have a problem with that. Even if I was there and I knew, you know, that Bran's probably one of the better choices in terms of he doesn't have like a selfish goal, I would still be like, I don't get why he gets to go on the throne. How does that work that way? And why would Grey Worm agree?
There was no. I just found the convenience of everybody agreeing to stand out like a sore thumb, and there's a lot of sore thumbs in this episode. Let's be clear.
Yeah,
this is just one more, and it's this show where you find this many people to agree on a powerful position that never happens.
Not gonna happen. No, you have to find a different way.
Never happens.
You could
Why
even.
did Robin not throw a temper tantrum? Like, why was he not being within his character? I
He's
know he
grown up,
looks a little
apparently.
bit older.
This is the thing. Well, it happened
Are
off
you
screen. It's fine.
You think that kid that we just saw that was like throwing a temper tantrum, that's, you know, when we see him, he's threatening to throw people out a hole in the castle. He's not going to want to be king. You kidding me?
He really had a growth spurt, didn't he?
Well, so did Bran. You look
No,
at,
I'm just saying, like, it's just
you know.
surprising. It's just like, whoa. But, yeah, they didn't... He's just another loose end. Even though he was here, he's a loose end. Edmure Tully's a loose end, even though he was here. These characters don't get any kind of conclusion. So their input was just for the scenes that they were in, I suppose. Which is just a bit... something unfulfilling about that, I guess. But, I mean, what can you expect, you know? They had so much walking to do. So much looking to do.
Look, they're only deciding who's running everything. Everything from now on, they're just handing it over, and it's like a 2-second decision. Yeah, sure, whatever, the guy in the chair. That's fine.
So, I still can't get over. It's like, Tyrion, you'll be my hand. Grey Worm's like, no. He's like, yes, I'm king. He's like, no. It's like, yes. Oh, okay. I guess we agreed to
anyone
that.
offer to Gendry? I mean, his father was king before.
Gendry is still prime position to try and take the throne. Gets enough support. Get a Baratheon on there. Screw this robotic half-Stark. Cares about him. Get rid of him.
And everyone loves him. He knows the people better than anyone. He knows what it's like to, you know, live in poverty. I feel like the people would love him compared to, you know, the Dragon Queen that just murdered everyone. Well, she's dead now, but still, even over Bran. And if they don't believe in science, since they're back in the Middle Ages, and they don't think that he can produce heirs, Gendry, there you go, number one. On which they clearly don't.
Almost makes too much sense, which is exactly why it wasn't mentioned.
And yeah,
Too much at this point. If it makes sense, this is exactly why it didn't happen in this finale or this season as a whole.
This complaint in chat. I will be getting to super chats, but it'll be once we've gone through the episode and we've just gotten a final say on the episode. Then I'll run through literally every single one until I get to every single one. It's gonna happen. So yeah, that's that scene. That's it. We get the new king of the Seven Kingdoms. It's really emotional and impactful, and it really makes sense. Wonderful. And then we see John. We finally catch up with him. He's in prison. He's bearded for some reason. It's like, okay. You know, I can't believe
Is that the first? That's the first time we saw John since the moment he killed Danny. Correct? That's right.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, all we got was just some exposition. So he's in jail now. He killed the queen.
I really
And
miss.
me and Mahler was like, "What? How do
like-
we know that? Holy shit!"
John used to take action, but he's just been a puppet this whole season. That's like his arc almost. Like the less power and respect he had, the more actions he took. Like a weird reversal thing. Because even the Battle of the Bastards, that was almost Sansa's doing, like pushing him into it. He didn't even want to do it really. Like he says several times once he gets resurrected that he just wants to go. He's had enough of all this crap. Like okay, but then Sansa's like, no, you got to do it because Winterfell's our family's house. And he's like, do I have to? Yes. Yeah, like he barely says anything this whole season. And he barely does anything he wants to do specifically. Even, they took his choice to kill Daenerys away from him. It was Tyrion's, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I really like looking back on John in this entire season. Name one significant thing he has done through his own doing.
He read at a dragon.
He screamed at a dragon, that's true.
That's pretty much it. Because yeah, like Mahler just said, Tyrion's the reason that he killed Danny, and then Tyrion just left him hanging out to dry, basically.
I really hate that. Tyrion's such an asshole. Just... They know full
So
well.
John came back from the dead to
Do nothing.
Like, how is the crime defined?
Do nothing.
Betray your queen. It's like, that's not even, it's you, like, Tyrion, what are you suggesting here? That he shouldn't have? Is that what he's saying? That he shouldn't have committed this crime? Is like, okay, yeah, I wish he could have undone it, because, you know, it's clearly a bad choice. Like, it's utterly bizarre that Arya, Sansa, and Tyrion would have let this happen to him, and especially anyone else who knew the story, you know, knew exactly what went down and what the stakes were.
And that was my most frustrating part about that, was not mentioning him, and then them seeing him off as, oh, we care about you so much, John, and we hate to see you like this. Like, you guys all had the power and the opportunity and the information to do the right thing, and you chose to stay completely silent at all. There's no logical reason
And then,
why.
and then at the end of the episode, Sansa's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Could you forgive me that we didn't manage to get, you know, you?" I was just like, God, Sansa, you piece of shit. Like,
Also, it's like, even if they didn't know he was a Targaryen, even if they still thought he was Jon Snow, he is still the king in the north, and usually people don't get mad at kings when they kill, you know, their enemies, other kings or other queens, and they would just take over, they would conquer. So Jon shouldn't even be in prison by their own logic of the time period. He should be the king of all of Westeros, and they should have mentioned that. But nope.
There's a problem of contextualization. What he did wasn't a crime. It was like a saving grace to a lot of people, apart from the Unsullied and the Dothraki, which were the very people who slaughtered the people of King's Landing. Do you know what I'm getting at here? I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's fair. The Unsullied see what he did as a crime, so we need a compromise. It's like, not really. We can just say fuck you to the Unsullied. and it's like, oh, we don't have another war. It's like, I don't know, they've captured your king. Maybe you should fight for him. That could be the poetic ending, that they fight and break him out instead of what they did in season 1 where Ned got killed after being captured. You know, it's like a nice... Kill all of
They
the...
do it.
That is important. Remember, he's not Ned.
I mean, the Unsullied leave the show thinking... Like, this is their journey. It's like, we were freed by Daenerys to go and take the Seven Kingdoms with her, and then we took them, and then she was assassinated, so now we're going home. Wow. And also, their replenishment rate is incredible. It's like they divide overnight into 2, and then 2, and then 2. And it's just like, okay. I don't think there's a person on this planet who didn't notice that as well. Like, everyone watching was just like, wow, that's a lot of Unsullied. A lot. They could have restocked it to make it make more sense. Like, Dario Naharis brought over a bunch more. I'll help. I was bored over wherever I was.
Yeah, because didn't she leave some with him?
I believe so. He's another storyline that doesn't really get a finish, if you will. Yeah, I like that they...
Disappointment is off the charts on every aspect of this. I mean, name one character that got justification in
People
this
say the Hound.
specific episode, even.
This episode specifically?
Yeah.
Braun?
Even that's not even justification because it didn't honor anything. He didn't honor his
Yeah, I
character. or
don't
his
know.
arc, you
Well,
know?
this is the problem. I don't like how anyone got anywhere they are, and I don't like where most people ended up anyway.
We'll give you the Hound. I mean, the Hound, his ending was about the only thing that's made sense this entire season.
Well, this is the thing. Most people reference the Hound as the one that managed to make it out. He made it out. Like, there's no scene that I don't like what the Hound does and says in the scene, if you know what I mean. Like, everything runs about right. So, yeah, the Hound did it, guys. High five for the Hound. Of all the, watch episode 1 again,
true
and then
hero.
say to yourself, the Hound is the one. He's the character that we follow and hope for the best. And yeah, the Hound was simple. That's true. That's probably why this happened. Was that they was you get him to fight Gregor, and that's all you got to do.
Yeah, chat saying Theon. I forgot. I mean, Theon definitely.
John ran
know.
into.
Yeah, I gotta admit, his death is off-putting to me. How he just fumbles himself. He's supposed to be a really good fighter.
No, the execution of it, but he did get the redemption aspect.
Yes.
Oh, the redemption would have been him fighting the Night King, not running into a spear. He runs straight into a spear.
It still give him the redemption aspect of doing something honorable. I get it though. I'm not disputing that what they did was stupid, but
Well,
ultimately he still got some
so
type of redeeming.
I think
end.
what Anna's getting at is, like, would it still be redemption to you if we had a scene where instead of sprinting at the Night King with the spear, he pulls out a pistol and shoots himself in the head and falls over? Because what we're suggesting is that's how bad his strategy was.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point.
So he's sort of awkwardly
He could have
like,
stood there and fought the Night King. That would have subverted our expectations since we thought it was going to be John. He could have fought him, and we know that he's a good fighter because they said it in the first season with him and Rob, even with John. We know that he's good at a few things.
Also-
And that would have been cool, and then he would have died, and that would have been, satisfying to see. Okay, this character he fucked up, but then he tried and he died trying. Good for him, but instead, no, he ran into a spear.
and how many people who are Theon fans are really cool with the idea that he died thinking he failed to save Bran?
Yes, Theon fans.
Like, because this is the thing. I like Theon. I don't like him hugely. I remember when I was super into the show, I hated him after season 2.
Too.
He
Me too.
ruined everything, and I was just like, you're the worst thing ever. But, I appreciate all the good things he's done since then. And just, yeah, so if I was, like, super invested in Theon, I'd just be like, wow, that was really lame that you made it so that as far as he's aware, he failed. Poor guy.
That's a good point. Yeah. Or run. Yeah, well, he's been through a lot. He's been through a lot.
Oh, man. Yeah, so I guess Jon goes to the wall, but then goes to beyond the wall? Was there
What was
rules
that?
about that? Because I don't even
Okay.
understand entirely what's going on there. Like, are there even people in the Night's Watch? Is it like 3 dudes?
Well, because
Nah,
they
what do you
left.
think?
Remember, everyone in the Night's Watch left when the dragon or Viserion broke down the wall. And again, the only reason why the Night's Watch is there is because they are trying to protect the wall from the monsters on the other side. The wall has been broken down and destroyed. And for some miraculous reason, they have somehow rebuilt that part of the wall, which got destroyed because we know that when we saw all of them come out of the ash.
Yeah,
and-
there is a shot. I actually asked that myself when I was watching it with Decibel Shot. I was like, wasn't there a giant chunk of wall missing from this place? I'd have to check the exact positions to know, but the wall looks pretty healthy, honestly. Yeah,
Even
here's
that
the
hallway
shot.
that they go out, that was gone. It's like, why are you going through this little hallway from the bottom of the wall when that got destroyed? Why couldn't you just walk through the big, gigantic, gaping hole?
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't remember if they go to Eastwatch at the end of season 7 / it is 7, right? It's 7. And so Eastwatch is to the right of Castle Black?
It's to the east.
I'm trying to picture it in my head of like where geography is. Oh yeah, people in chat saying it was Eastwatch. Eastwatch fell. Yeah, this is the thing. It's still distracting, but I'm guessing, yeah, Castle Black was unaffected and the Eastwatch would be on the left side of the shot you can see right now. And we just can't see that giant hole. It's just really awkward that they sort of dot bedged it.
Well, still, the Night's Watch shouldn't exist anymore because their entire purpose was to guard against the White Walkers and the monsters. There is no more monsters. There's nothing. And also, where is the wall? Oh, yeah, that's right. It's in the north. Who's the queen in the north now? It's not part of Bran's kingdom. So by Jon just going there, he should be under Sansa's protection.
She can pardon him.
Yeah.
And it's over.
Well, he's the freaking king still. I don't know where they got the idea that he's no longer king in the north.
That's all. I keep forgetting about that. That's so true. There's no recognition that he's no longer. The North wants to be a separate kingdom. Okay, who do they elect as king? Jon. Like no, and Sansa's like no, me. Like, wait, what do you mean you? Jon's prisoner.
Nobody mentions it again. It's like, what the hell? Didn't any of his men that were just with him the entire time say anything? Oh, hey, he's our king. He has every right to kill your queen when she goes freaking crazy and kills everyone. We're gonna fight for him.
In Nitrium said Jon joins the free folk and doesn't join the blacks. Like, well, isn't that now breaking some kind of mandate law? I don't know. Is he just literally leaving to live? Why even live in the north? The whole point of coming south was that you have better lands to live on. Like,
also, it's like, why would anyone still be part of the Night's Watch? Because the only reason you're there is because you did something wrong, and so you gave up your life, or okay, somebody gave up their life because something happened, like Jorah Mormont's father, or you're a bad person and you either chose that or death. Nobody's gonna stay there when the kingdom's in havoc, running away from the White Walkers and Cersei. So why is there even people there? Why would anyone willingly go and do that? And if the monarchy's not there anymore to prove that they were part of the Black, so why can't they just go and start a new life?
I don't get any of it. I don't understand any of it.
So many questions and no answers.
And this is what I mean, like, just how can anybody, like, the best ratings this episode is gonna get are the first day's ratings.
Yeah.
It's gonna plummet, because nothing's been answered. Anybody who had an investment in this show is just gonna be like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. And then they get to the point where like, oh. This is
Oh.
I got a text from one of my friends saying how sad they were, and they're like, oh, I'm excited for an Arya spinoff. I'm like, there's not going to be a spinoff. And they're like, well, yeah, she's going to go and explore the rest of the world. I'm like, the world is round. She's going to end up in Meereen. Like, Euron Greyjoy was the only one that knew that in the books, and everyone thought he had magic powers because he was able to travel really fast around to different places, and it's because he's the only one that knew the earth was round. Arya's going west. Well, guess what? She's going to find out too. She's going to end up in Dragon's Bay. She's going to go see Daario.
I'll watch that spin-off. It'll be so good. Arya and Daario ruling over Flavor's Bay. I don't know. It's all dead.
Dragon's Bay, remember? She changed the name.
Oh, right. You're right, yeah. Does anyone care anymore? I wonder how when they find out what happened when she left the mall. They'd be like, so what did she do? It's like, oh, she traveled over there and she was killed by the person she was in love with, I guess. Weird. And that shot at the end of, I want to say season 6, I think it is, where you have a whole fleet filled with, you know, all the different armies and her dragons. Like, you literally just needed Drogon. That was it. You could have left them all back there. You just needed Drogon. Just go boom.
Their question, if Drogon can do that, why didn't he do even if he couldn't see in the dust with the Night King, why didn't he just do that? Just go set fire, just go back and forth. They can't see you because there's all that dust and snow and whatever the heck that was.
People have pointed out
they're not going to be able to shoot your dragon.
They had a more effective approach at nuking women and children than they did against the undead. It's like, why did you want that so much more than you did to beat literal zombies? It doesn't. That's painful to watch because, you know, the trench that stops the zombies for like 5 seconds. When you have a dragon breathe a line of fire, it essentially creates that, even if it is temporary. Like, it's still something. All you need to do is just keep cycling around Winterfell, resetting.
Yeah,
How'd
you
that
saw
happen?
how many blasts that dragon did to the innocent people. I mean, it's not like, oh, I need it. Oh,
I guess the dragon was
there's
just
a lot
like,
out of
hey,
it.
there's no fighting back. This is way more fun. It's like,
Yeah.
oh. Good.
Well, I got a lot of breaths for these dudes.
Yeah, I don't know what there is to say about Brienne writing Jamie's history. Kind of like,
It was good in bed, I guess. she was very satisfied apparently. So
I thought she was pregnant and she was gonna write, "Oh, father of this baby" or something.
I guess not. This is the thing, like, we didn't get to really find out Brienne's take on all of it with Jamie. What do you think of him as a man as a whole, exactly? And I know people be like, well, she wrote that in the book, that's clearly what she thinks. So I'd be like, I don't know, I think that's just the fact that she wants to do right by what he wanted for his own memory. As opposed
She
to,
wanted
like,
to be a bigger person.
it doesn't sit right with me entirely. I'm just like, Brienne, what's up there? Like, you just... It was so dumb that he did what he... Stupid Jamie arc. They just wanted him dead. That was it. We gotta find a way to kill him.
Well, if they would have just taken a few steps back in that hallway, they would have survived.
They climbed
They
through the
literally
hole.
stood under the one part where the bricks fell.
I mean, yeah, judging from Tyrion's walk in there, if you compare those shots, you just be like, wow, they might have just survived in general. If you get several bricks fall on you from about, let's say, 6 meters, let's go ridiculous, 6 meters above you, they all fall on you in one line, it's gonna hurt, for sure. It might kill you. But it might not kill you. Like, you might fall over, you put your arm over your head like, ow, that hurts, and then you sort of go, oh.
He just put his freaking gold hand over both of their heads. Like, put it over his head first, put her head under his, and he can protect both of them.
But last week they showed it collapsing from one end to the other. And then he
Yeah,
just
but
walked
then-
down there and the door was blocked again.
Yeah, but they needed Tyrion to find him.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that makes sense. This is again about the whole, like, the way the leaks work, so funny. I read one that was like, Tyrion looks for the corpses of his brother and sister and he sees Jaime's golden hand sticking out of the rocks, and I, like, laughed reading it. I was like, no. but it happened. I will
They
be
look
back.
quite good for having concrete land on their head. Their faces still looked pretty good.
It's
Yeah,
very
nothing was
true.
bashed in.
No,
Yeah, I was
no,
noticing-
there was no broken skulls or... Yeah, they look quite good.
Yeah.
Even their
Pretty-
torsos, like, it didn't look smashed at all.
No attention to detail. None.
It's funny. I'm just kind of browsing some of the. I'm just browsing the trending tab of Game of Thrones. There's one that says, "So you're telling me that they could have stood 30 feet to the left and survived?"
Wow.
You could say that about the whole 8th season. Just that if it was all just a bit to the left, it'd be good.
I should have listened to Beyonce's song.
I am so. My head hurts thinking about all of the problems now. I mean, I thought they were bad enough, but now the more we talk about them, the more you realize how simplistic so much of this season was, and how no thought went into anything.
How it goes, right? You have enough time to just sort of talk about all these things that you're like, oh, that was garbage. Yep. And this is the thing, like, more power to all the people who just casually want to watch it and enjoy the satisfaction of being like, yeah, that's where those characters would go, and that's what they would do. I had fun. Signing off. Game of Thrones is over. But, like, if you don't want to talk about it in detail, then don't engage with the people who are trying to talk about it in detail. Like, I always find it odd. It's just like, oh, can't you just enjoy it? Like, what does that even
You
mean?
can, yeah. Well, no, but yeah, like when people say like you can't use, well, you can just enjoy it all you want. Nobody's stopping you from enjoying it.
Because they're actually saying, can't you stop talking about it? Which I never understand. Like, if I want to talk about it, just, you don't have to listen.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like you don't have to watch the video. You don't have to click on it.
Yeah.
Do you guys like that Arya just like, I'm gonna go west, and then Sansa's like, what? And she's like, yeah,
Yep. Bye.
west. I mean, why not? What's west? Then John's like, who knows? It's like, okay.
Marine is west.
It just amuses me that they don't seem to give a shit. Really, they're like, oh yeah, I could go. Well, all right, you go west.
Like, screw it. Just go.
Gets herself a ship and a full siege. Even gets Stark sails. It's like, oh, I guess someone's fun to go for that. Must be Sansa. It bugs me how much everybody's still functioning just fine after like the billion wars we've just been through.
Resources, everyone has everything that they need. Convenient, right?
It was just. Was it better or worse or the same as what you were expecting? This
You
finale.
broke up there a little bit. What were you saying?
So was this finale better, worse, or about what you were expecting?
It's significantly worse based on the execution.
Yeah, I would have to
And that
agree. I was expecting like a lot of things to be tied up like rather haphazardly. Didn't even do that.
And the fact of like even going in, honestly, I wish they would have just followed the leaks to a T, because at least would have gotten to see John actually surrender. At least the leaks had that. The leaks had less plot holes than the goddamn episode did.
Yeah.
And this was watching it with expectations lowered so much over the last few weeks. I was surprised how I just lost so much interest. But imagine whacking this back a couple of seasons and just showing you all of a sudden what was going to happen. It would have been such a bigger shock. Like, we've just got, over the last few weeks, used to how bad it's getting. It's getting worse and worse and worse. But if you'd seen this a couple of years back, you wouldn't have dreamed it was a real episode.
Oh, have you guys ever seen a franchise dip faster? Because like Star Wars was a big dip, sure, but a lot of people jumped off the train from the prequels to the Force Awakens to the last, like a lot of jumps. Game of Thrones, the same thing. People jumped off at different seasons, but the public reputation of Game of Thrones is in the toilet, while Star Wars' public reputation is still, divisive. A lot of people are like, it's great. No, it's terrible. No, it's great. But Game of Thrones, like, how many people do you find saying Game of Thrones is great right now?
Not many at all.
Not many.
And like I said, I think that there is something to the fact that these guys are going directly into Star Wars and potentially working on an Old Republic film.
Gonna ruin it.
We've seen their writing. This is their writing, everybody. This is their writing. Characters that, yes, when they were working under George's, direct stories, they executed very properly. But once those stories ran out, it fell off the map. They had, a history with these characters. They knew how these characters interacted and how their mannerisms were, and they still couldn't do anything with them without his guidance. And going into Star Wars, I've heard some people say, well, they still have some pre-existing a universe and characters, yada yada yada, if it's the Old Republic. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. They've already proven that it doesn't. If they are writing the stories and producing, it's going to fall flat. They've proven they have no ability to execute on their own.
Can you imagine
there's a lot to be said about that.
Can you imagine in a Lucasfilm where they're all like, come on, after everything we've been through, we thought these guys were going to pull us out of it. It's like, really? You did this? Like, they announced those 3 films a couple of weeks ago. It was like the week that everyone just turned on the show. It was like, they just,
Yeah.
I mean, they deserve it, but they just can't get a break.
Oh, man.
They're doing it to themselves.
Yeah. Just showing again their
I feel like they
choices
have the
are
Wreck-It
incredible.
Ralph challenge.
You see, the talk about like people are going to be grasping at straws to define this season as a masterpiece. The whole wasted time thing. I got actively frustrated with Death's bullshit when Tyrion was just fixing these chairs. He was just like, let's move this one, move it. And I was like, is this some kind of like, Tyrion's fixing his mistakes, it's metaphorical. He's moving on. I was like, please stop. Just get on with
He's bringing
dialogue.
balance back to the world.
This is the last episode we are ever going to have. Why would you waste time on him fixing chairs?
It's like a joke,
I
a
just
really
wanted-
bad joke.
I just wanted
time
Drogon to
later.
come back in and just melt all the
Did
chairs.
anyone spot the water bottle?
We have
This whole
time for
section was
chairs.
weird.
We
It
have
was.
time for chairs, but we don't have time to show John surrender. I'm not letting go of that one.
No,
I'm not
you
letting go
shouldn't,
of it.
because it's such a
Oh.
connective piece of tissue that we need.
Well, I mean, you go back to listen to your. I didn't finish your Unbridled Rage for episode 4, but I listened about half of it, and I think it was the one. All these episodes are running together for me because they're all equally bad. But the time jumps in that episode, where John, talked to the Starks about everything, and the time jump, and then the time jump when Sansa and Tyrion are talking about it. We don't get any context to it. We don't know how Tyrion reacted to hearing that news, which is very crucial news. And we don't even know
he
how.
apparently betrays Daenerys with, he admits to that in episode 4, 5 maybe. It's
But we have time for Tyrion and shares. So, here you go.
From chat, how does killing Dany make Jon's claim null and void? He's the rightful heir. It doesn't matter because the Unsullied said they don't like him and they want him dead, so we have to compromise and send him to the wall. There's so much wrong with that line of logic. I'm just like, what is happening there? Like, the Lannisters want to kill Ned Stark. Well, the North don't. Let's send him to the wall. Like, what? I don't think... the best you'll get is Joffrey sending him to the wall instead of taking his head, but the North would never agree to let him stay in the...
Go and liberate him immediately.
That's what I always thought was interesting about the idea of Ned going to the wall back in Season 1. I wonder if the North would just be like, we don't care, we're pulling him out.
Yeah,
But,
they would probably
Making the
ambush
image-
the campaign to take him, or the little caravan that's taking him to the wall. You think Robb would have let his father be taken to the wall? No, they would have
That's the
ambushed him.
thing.
They would have gotten it out.
Did you see Jon was escorted by 2 people to the wall? And it was like, are those people supposed to be the guys who were like, we won't let you run away, little Jon, we can't have that? It was like, you just kill both of you, but okay.
No, Jon, the most legendary swordsman in Westeros, he's going to be outdone by these 2 dudes. No.
Pyropulse said more, the plan was literally to send Ned to the wall. Didn't I say that? Did I say that was what was happening in Season 1? That's what our conversation was just...
I think so.
That's what I thought you said.
Alright. Just making sure, because I've misspoke before. So what do you guys think of A Song of Ice and Fire being just slapped into the screen? So lame.
It's
Places
just out.
And before we can comment on it, like, narratively, a lot of people are calling bullshit for stealing Lord of the Rings. Ripping Lord of the Rings right off you. Sam
Oh, yeah.
Bilbo and Frodo's, like, all contributions to writing The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings into one, like, big sort of book. And the idea being is like, oh, that's the book we're reading. You know, that's such a great little thing. It's like, this is like, oh, this is like George R. R. Martin's book right here. It's like, fuck off. You didn't earn this at all. And you took it from somewhere else.
And didn't they say that in the book?
What did you say, sorry?
Didn't they say Tyrion isn't mentioned in the book?
Yeah.
That was a
that's-
whole joke.
Yeah, it's a joke.
Like,
He's
how
not
would
in
you
it.
even tell? But were they actually seriously not? Like, how would you even tell the story and not include him?
No.
That's funny. Isn't that funny? So funny.
Felt like that scene was like forced fan service that actually wasn't fan service.
This is what I mean. They make a lot of choices that I'm like, did they think this was fan service? Like, this is really awkward. I don't even. Song of Ice and Fire. Yeah, you nailed it, guys. It's like everything's coming full circle. Do you reckon there's any hope that they actually readapt Game of Thrones? They could make an animated version, maybe.
Maybe
Yeah,
if the
maybe.
books ever get finished.
Yeah, assuming the books get finished. Which, yeah, so what's Brienne's position? Is she just captain of the Kingsguard? Is that what's going on there?
I thought so. That's what it looked like.
It's the gold outfit, I guess. I guess Davos is master of ships. That would make sense. I guess Sam got made Grand Maester, even though I don't think that's how that works. I'm pretty sure the Maesters would
To be a
decide.
maester first.
Yeah, like he's not even a Maester. So how is he in the King's Maester? You have to be Grand Maester, so that would be decided by the Maesters, surely. And then Bronn is Master of Coin, which almost seems like a funny joke. Again, like the whole point is just like, Bronn, Master of Coin, because he likes money. Yeah, like, okay, I got it. Yeah, and apparently
This whole
that's
scene was so odd.
yeah, and that's apparently how they're going to rule Westeros now. It's like, all right, nailed it, guys.
I thought when it was fading away on this, I thought that was going to be the final shot. I'm like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, I
It
did
was
the
in
same.
slow.
Jeremy.
Yeah, the slow fade. And I'm
Yeah.
like, you got to be kidding.
I was
me.
like,
You gotta-
fuck no. Yeah.
Well, you know the bit where they
it's not
like,
like it got better after it, but yeah, I thought the same thing.
you know when he
Yeah,
says "Long may he reign," and then they all like slowly try and repeat it and fumble it a little bit and stuff. I was like, is the episode saying it's really dumb that this is the situation we're in? Like we're wishing Bran king of the Seven. I can't believe that happened. When I first read that leak, I was like, no. It's right there. This happened, guys.
I'm just there's so many moments where you're just shaking your head. The fact that you're actually witnessing this go down. Think back to seasons 3, 4. You know how amazing this was, and to see where we've ended up now.
It's like we need a moment of silence.
Somebody just said in the chat, I think this is the best way to look at it. It's so stupid, I love it. I think that's the best way to do it. It's so stupid, I just love it.
It was funny to think the whole world was tuning into the same show to laugh at it and work out how bad it was going to get.
I think a lot of average viewers will be like, Bran? But
Really?
what about... Like, I don't see how anybody wouldn't be like, what if they... Where's Jon? Shouldn't Jon... No?
But again, he lost interest in the first meeting. He stayed like 30 seconds and they wheeled him back out again.
Yeah, it's a good sign of a good...
He's a great leader.
That's the thing, he seems to be for show.
Yeah.
Guys, don't you get it? It's symbolism. See, the throne is like a musical chair, and the guy who wins is the guy who never stands up.
Wonderful.
It's almost like he's symbolic of like Kathleen Kennedy at Lucasfilm, not really doing anything, but and so they can act like she's in charge, because that's Bran's not going. Like, does anybody feel like when we see Jon in the end of this episode, that's the king. It feels like the king. He looks like the king. We've seen his journey. He's the king. You know what I mean? Like, it's just obvious. You feel it. Nobody buys Bran. Nobody.
Yeah, just want to highlight this shot, by the way, where they like zoom out from the World of Westeros map, like a bit crumbly, and there's this line that almost connects to the floor that connects to them, and I was just like, we doing more like symbolism here? It's like, look, and from the destruction grew, root and stem, this wonderful community that's now going to lift Westeros into a new era. And I'm just like, there's so much fodder here for video essayists. Like, and this shot represents the beautiful reformation of wonderful Seven Kingdoms. Beautiful, metaphorical, circulational, phrasmatic and phrasmotic representation. Subscribe to my Patreon. I guess we should, guys. Yeah, I think that's about it. Like, because that's the other thing. The episode takes a while to end. It keeps showing us shots of Arya doing boat things, Sansa doing north things, and Jon doing walking out of the wall things.
Not another line was uttered.
Yeah, and like for me, I was just like, oh, I got the message like immediately. I didn't really need all of the walking. Just look at this shit, man. It shows like a series of trees and stuff. Like, guys, just live in the north. It's so much better. You have farmlands. Like, oh my god. I don't know. Everything is awful.
But just even little things like if Tormund had, given him a wink, sort of, come with me, we're going to leave this place. But he just arrives, they look at each other, there's no communication. Like, were you saying earlier that the scene with the wolf was from an earlier episode?
Yeah, so that's apparently the claim right now. I can't prove it, and it could just be wrong. But the idea...
It looked like a lot of those shots were like that. There was sort of just looking at each other and there's no communication between them, and then they just go past the wall, and that's it.
Because again, like I'm strongly of the position that if that does get proven to be a repurposed shot, that's like practically complete exposure for the fact that fans were pissed at what they did. And you know what? One thing I will say about Ghost's ear here, in relation to what Anna said, I think more of it is missing than was missing. Like, look at how deep that looks compared to what I remember.
It was very, I will say, it was very noticeable in this episode. I think she's got a point.
Yeah, I'd have to compare them, but maybe... That shot looks like I haven't seen it before, but maybe it is a repurpose. But this is the one that people are saying was used. I don't know.
That's the only time I've ever seen that claim. Like, I'm still browsing the
Oh, it
trending.
really does. I mean, that
It's, no-
looks
it's
like
so
it's
noticeable. Yeah.
The problem is, like, the reason I'm skeptical is because wait, did you bring it up? The stream's kind of really slow here.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to get again. Yeah, Ghost's ear. Now that you made me think about it, it does look like more of it. I guess that's just because he healed. I think that would be the excuse that it looks like that because it's. Not if he lost an ear and he didn't get a hug. It's fucked up, dude.
But
And the fact
the
that
reason
they.
I'm kind of skeptical is because, like, yeah, they're not really specific on which episode of season 4. If that's the claim, they just plain said, like,
Yeah,
season-
well, just give it a day or whatever. We'll find out the truth eventually. Because.
yeah, we'll see.
But the part that gets me is that they made a claim that it's just too hard to do. But then they have it here, so it's just like, why would they say that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But yeah, that takes us to that was the
No,
episode.
look at John's clothing. Is that the same outfit that he's wearing right now in this shot as he was when he got there? Or is that the outfit he was wearing from season 4?
I would have thought if they were going to repurpose the shot, they'd probably want to put him in the same clothes he was wearing in season 4. But I mean, looks mostly.
Didn't they sort of? He sort of looked like he was dressed from earlier on in the show.
I don't think that's the same cloak or gloves. I mean, that looks like it was just a repurposed shot, just based on the background and everything. I feel like I've seen that before.
He puts his hand on him. Does that not look at it? Look at it again. See if that. And maybe it's just the way that the stream was going. But it looked like. Right, it looked strange on it.
It does look strange, especially if you like slow it down and watch it again. But again, like this will just be confirmed once someone can actually find the scene or fails to find the scene.
Yeah.
I just find it odd they put it here instead of putting it in the fucking other scene. Fine.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like that they probably had this done because John has his hair up in the half man bun thing, and then when he goes back, his hair is back because he's reverting back to the character that he used to be. So they could have done that because of this, but I mean, if they're adding it in after, that also could be an argument against it as well. Already shot it to where his hair was down, and then having this come in later. I don't know.
Yeah, a couple people in
Maybe.
chat are saying it's definitely in season 4. We will find out. People will make the comparison. People care about this stuff, so it'll definitely be known. Just keep an
I'm
eye
gonna
on
do
Twitter,
the
probably.
research. I'm gonna go find it.
You have all of the season ready to go?
The YouTubes are strong with me right now.
Oh, this is going to be great.
So, would you say that the episode has dropped, in your opinion, Jeremy, before this stream and after it, sort of thing?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, there's even more problems now that we really sit there and dissect it even more. And that always happens usually. You find more problems the more you look. And yeah, even noticing the little things like we all noticed the amount of wasted time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we are noticing there's even more wasted time than you even realized. And it's so confusing to me because there is so many things that could have been addressed, that could have been fleshed out, that could have been developed, are left with so many boring dead air scenes that truly astonish me.
Did the writers direct this one as well? I think they did.
I believe they did, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. At the beginning, it said so.
Ugh.
What do you think?
And all that
Robot Head,
wasted
overall?
time. Well, all that wasted time for a start just points out the things they're not doing because it makes you more frustrated. They would have been better cutting the show down to an hour instead of having it longer. But it was terrible. The people online are saying, "Oh, it was a good finish," and this and that, and it's like, how do you even see it as the same show? It's just a completely different show now. Like I don't even understand how you can be saying that. So, yeah, it was terrible. Yeah, it was terrible. I mean, if you can just turn your brain off and watch the dragonfly around, it might be fine. But if you want to have it in any type of context, what's meant to be going on, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, watch the women and children die. That's what you came for, right?
I found
and
it.
they took
You found
You're
it?
They
kidding
took
me.
that
That-
year off.
I didn't find that one scene, but I found his ear. There's more of the ear in the last episode when he doesn't pet him.
That is weird.
To a
That
point.
they would have
But
done
now
that.
in this one, it's like completely flat, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't have that image up,
That's
but
so
I
funny.
found it.
It's so
Now you
funny.
just have to
Over the other one.
confirm that it was reused.
Oh my goodness, there's so many problems. So many problems.
But how do they actually get, like, they took that year off? I bet they wish they didn't say that to anybody, because that just makes it even worse. Like an extra year of talking backwards and forward. Like, you could sit around
Yeah,
for a couple of hours and make it way better and fix the
You
problems.
add a
Like,
year to writing, redrafting and stuff. It's like, oh, they probably weren't doing that in that year. They probably wrote it in a week and then they were like, yeah, it's good enough. Nobody's gonna notice. We're amazing.
the week before they started. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Jeez. Wonder
I
what
think
the has the after episode been posted yet?
I don't know, but I
Hey, look that up. I'll look that up.
well, I
I'm
know
sorry,
that
but
they're apparently releasing like a mini documentary thing about the making of Game of Thrones. I believe at the end of this month or something like that. I heard about that. So that'll be interesting, I guess. But yeah. So I've created a poll. No, it's not fair to poll this audience specifically because I'm pretty sure that they're already biased towards not liking it. But give a vote. What do you think the finale was? Even though I've not really made that very good English with all those options, but hey, you guys check it out too. I'm just curious how everyone's sort of feeling typically, because there are some people out there who think it's a great ending, and I want to see what this split is like. Even though I'm very biased.
there's no after
after.
show.
Oh
Posted.
well, yeah, it might be delayed, or they're just going to be doing the documentary as a sort of cap off. I guess I don't know.
See, it looks like the last one has 87,000 downvotes to 44,000 upvotes. So I'm sure they really don't want to see the results of this one.
Oh hey, there's more votes for terrible than worst episode of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I think that I'm not too surprised.
What would people's picks be for the worst then? Would it be episode 5?
It has to be 3 or 5.
Three is the one that really broke me.
Yeah,
Like,
same
so,
for
like,
me.
I don't-
3 is the one that
I don't even
suddenly...
care. Yeah, 3 made me not care enough to worry about if these are bad. So it's like I don't even care anymore.
What's the thing? We could be
Yeah,
like, they've definitely
5.
killed Daddy here, and it's like, yeah, but they killed her in 5. But it's like,
Yeah.
it's like the show has been made pointless by this finale, and it's like, I don't know, episode 3 kind of made the show pointless already.
Yeah, it was like at 3, it took everybody by like complete shock. They did not see this horrific thing coming. So by 5, they're kind of expecting something shitty to happen, and that's exactly what they got. But to have the initial shock, that's probably like where everything falls apart for most people. So I would say
Even-
3.
Yeah, even 3 after 3, you know, Mahler. Who are we streaming with? Mahler on my channel. There's me, you, and
You talking about when Rags came on as well, or were you talking about?
that's right, Rags, and Anna was there.
Cecil?
Cecil was there, yeah, and we were basically making the point. And there were actually that was the night we had a lot of people. I
Yeah,
think
Nerdrotic
we
was
had
there as
like
well, I think.
Yeah, Nerdrotic. So we were talking about was this TLJ level bad, and I wasn't really willing to go that far because I was like, I want to see what they do next, even though I hate this episode with a passion. And then 4 happened, and that's what motivated me to look at the spoilers at that point because I'm like, I don't care anymore. This is awful. So I don't really know how to judge 5 and 6 independently because I already knew what was going to happen. So already knew that they were going to be terrible. I just needed to see that if the execution was going to be as bad as I thought it would be, and it actually was worse.
Yeah, I agree
Right.
with that.
Yeah, and so I
Yeah,
think
some
what
people are
4
saying do a, sorry, go ahead.
So Mahler, you, and again, I think I've asked you this multiple times, but it's after 3 is when you looked at the spoilers, right?
Yeah, that absolutely killed me.
So
You can tell my video.
ahead, though.
I am more angry in that video than I've ever been. But I'm still upset about all the character assassination and the plot fuck-ups. There's no way that didn't still annoy the crap out of me. But now we run into the sort of zone of, let's try and make it funny, guys. Let's joke about it. Let's get over this, because it's...
Lol, democracy. Some people
But
are
Hatter,
saying that
you
we should
gonna-
straw poll which episode was their absolute worst, but it looks like 3 is like running away with it already based on the chat.
We can do that
Yeah.
if people want. It could be.
I would be interested to
I
see
am
that
pretty
one actually.
curious.
What will the
What are the
options
4
be?
options?
3, 4, 5, 6?
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah.
We should guess on how it results. I think it would be the top
I'm
vote.
I
Would,
guessing
think
3.
3.
yeah, 3 would be the top vote. 5 would be second. Do you reckon?
And then 4 would be
Yes.
third.
Mm-hmm.
No. I'm sorry. I would say
I
the
think
finale.
si-
would be
yeah,
third,
6 would be
4
third. I think 4 would be. Even though.
And then 4 would be
Interesting. Yeah. All right. Let me make this.
it would be 3, 5, 6, 4.
Yeah, I agree.
I think 5 has an opportunity to give 3 a run for his money because that was the episode I think that was the episode that broke everybody. There were still people that were still trying to hold on after 3. 5 broke everybody.
I wonder how many people broke on Ep 6. Like, I wonder how many people were like holding out hope. They were like, episode 6 broke me. Actually, there's probably a lot of people for that because it's the finale, right? They know that there's no hope. All
Yeah.
done. Okay. I have made the poll. I will post it on.
Now this I'm looking forward to seeing.
I think the death of Cersei turned a lot of people because other people, the battle was just bad, but they didn't get into it as much because it wasn't sort of the intrigue part. But when Cersei just disappears and has nothing to do, and just that's the end of her, I reckon that lost a lot more people too.
Right.
It was like lost a different crowd.
I'm going to vote on screen. So, what do I honestly think is the worst episode? The thing for me is between 3 and 5 because assassinating characters is really high up for me on like the most damage you can do.
Yeah,
But
for sure.
damaging like the entire theming of the show and making the majority of it pointless, like ooh. And like talking about the Night King outside of like a thematic level, just the sheer force and the element of him and the mystery of him is all ruined in a second. Gone. Tell me out, guys, which one should I vote for?
I'm saying 3.
I'm saying 3.
I think I'll go with 3. As much as what
Yeah.
they did to Danny was horrible, it's just like
3 is what got the Unbridled Rages to get started.
true. Oh, it looks like we were almost right. It's between 6 and 4 right now. Pretty
Now
close.
6 is at 9%. It's 1% ahead of 4. That's really interesting. I wasn't expecting that. But 3 is definitely running away from it, and I agree.
Mm-hmm.
3 is hated. Not that that's a huge surprise.
Dude, 4 and 6 are tied now.
53
Crazy.
votes each. Oh, even though me
Crazy.
displaying it is probably going to change the result at this point, but
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
because people will be like, I gotta vote for that one to make it fair. Benner is going to jump in. I can still fit this on screen. So, hey, oh look at that! It slots in perfectly now with 6 faces.
Lay.
Advantage of the. Remember when we all thought episode 1 and 2 were gonna be the worst? There were a lot of people who felt that way. They were like, episode 1 and 2 were the slow episodes.
So, wait, you guys were actually like expecting the first couple of episodes to be bad?
No, so the idea is that people watched the first couple and were like, this is the lame sort of one.
Oh, got it.
And we're gonna get the great ones. But it turns out 1 and 2 are probably the best of the season. I don't see how
Yeah.
anyone would argue why 1 and 2 wouldn't be better than these 4.
Yeah.
I love the season up until 3. Personally, worst would be 4. 4's got the lowest amount of it. What happens in 4? Oh, 4 was the one I just covered, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I did. There was a lot of things I had a problem with in 4. But hey, I think that matches our prediction 1 for 1 now.
Yeah.
I guess
just
people voted
about.
for it just so we could feel that we were right. That's the only reason
Yeah,
they did
pretty
it.
much. We know what we should have done. We probably just shouldn't have said anything. And maybe like see what happened then. Ooh.
True.
Blind study.
I think 3 definitely. I think 3 definitely would have won no matter what.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
the-
think so,
the
too.
The chat was blowing up with 3s. There was no way 3 wasn't going to be the worst already.
Well, what's interesting, right, is a lot of people reference Ozymandias, The Red Wedding, and a couple of other episodes. It's like, oh, these are the trophy case TV episodes where they're like the best of the best. It's like, oh my god, you don't so good. It's like The Long Night might go down as one of the worst episodes of TV in existence for the damage it did. It'd be like, don't ever The Long Night your TV show, okay? Don't have a long night.
I
So is
totally
this a,
forgot years ago. I torrented every single season, and I have the entire season 4 somewhere. I just have to find it.
You want to find if they copied it, don't you?
This is,
I am gonna
it's
find
a
out.
fascinating thing. We have to know.
This might be the most important thing that we get out of this episode, guys.
Yeah, we found another water
Dude.
bottle first, so we have to step it up.
Oh yeah, there is that change.org petition. How's that doing? Especially after this episode.
Ooh.
It's over 1 million views.
I'm not sure
Or,
my
excuse me,
microphone's working
signatures.
anymore.
Hello.
Oh, there we go. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've just been
That,
discussing
that-
how great Game of Thrones is.
I'll tell you what. I should have brought the lube for this one and the fishnet because it felt like I was getting fucked up the arse by the writers. Good fucking god.
Which
At
was
least
the
they went
episode?
slow.
Which was the episode that made you side out? Was it 3, 4, 5, or 6?
It was halfway through. Oh, right. The first 2 episodes, I would have put into one personally. And the fact that it was 2 episodes of build up and 1 episode of shite, it was probably episode 3 that I realized it was all over.
Mm-hmm.
Because it'd been going downhill for a while with the fucking, teleporting everywhere and the subpar plots and the nonsensical method of bringing a fucking zombie all the way down south.
Yeah, that's gonna age
But-
so much worse now because we look back at like what causes all of the things to happen, and that's one of the biggest significant moments where that causes the wall to fall, that kills a dragon, that pushes Cersei to an advantage. It's like that was quintessentially one of the most important plot points that forces everything else to happen. It's so stupid.
Do we know what causes people who die? Because obviously people who die north of the wall, they turn into White Walkers, or so is the superstition. That wouldn't come out of nowhere. So does anyone, or pretty much anyone who dies north of the wall, basically become undead?
Well, we know that according to the show, it's that the Children of the Forest created the Night King, who created creepy frost babies that I assume turn into frost men, who then all can just lift their arms and they raise the dead. Apparently that's their hierarchy.
Well, it wasn't fucking. Yeah, well, to be honest, I haven't read the books, but I liked Game of Thrones best when it was the War of the Five Kings, and I know the overall big bad wasn't supposed to be the politics, but I did enjoy that aspect of it.
I mean, I would have been okay with it if there was like they defeat the Night King and then they recognize that they've still got a lot of work to do because of the bad blood between all the houses, and it's not just erased. Something that has to be done, that sort of thing. But like,
It's
throw an ire at the Night King and just be like, well, that's done, let's go back to politics. It's like, oh, okay.
I'm just so. What that old nan must she her legacy's fucked, isn't she? Her children were born and died all in darkness. Did they, Nan? Fuck off back to the asylum, because this winter lasted a single night. I mean,
If that.
it wasn't even snowing. It's like a joke. It wasn't even snowing in King's Landing. It was fucking ash.
Yeah, that's. I mean, there was certainly. Like, I'll absolutely agree that it's ash because it can't. How could it be snow? It wouldn't even like. When did the last episode? It was clear skies. Like, okay, there was clouds, but.
And does anyone know that after Daenerys bit the dust, which was ridiculous. I don't know. You probably discussed this at length about how Drogon picks her up and flies her off to I don't know do what with her, but whatever the fuck. How much time passed between that event and then the council thing where they
Apparently-
They said weeks, was it?
Yeah,
weeks?
yeah.
Yeah,
Ugh.
apparently.
What's worse is we were just talking about it too. It's that they had said like, oh yeah, we got Jon Snow, he's all locked up and everything like that. But then you kind of are sitting there wondering, it's like, well, how did they catch him? The fucking dragon flew away with the body and the murder weapon, and no one saw this happen.
No,
So
you
like,
know
what
it's
the fuck
Johnny.
happened?
You know, but my honor demands I hang the boy.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
killed my
yeah.
queen. Yeah,
And you'd
he's
think
not
we'd
gonna
want to
lie.
see that. We'd like to see him do that, but no.
Exactly. So then you-
5.2. That is a
I just
low
love.
rating.
I love how he goes from a man of the Night's Watch to the Lord Commander to the King in the North to the heir to the Iron Throne to a man of the Night's Watch. I love how he just regresses all the way.
Don't you see?
back
It's
down you go.
poetic. It makes sense. It's a great
Yeah.
arc. It's so great. It's great.
Jon Snow's storyline could be visualized as an old man slowly climbing some stairs, only to fall down at the very last minute and break all of the bones. That's Jon Snow's fucking story arc
yet-
right there.
And yet, that would be better. I would prefer
Than what we
that.
got.
Yeah, it would.
Way better.
Good fucking god. And
Yeah,
Tyrion.
something popped up in the chat. We have here somebody who says he's located the recycle. Ghost and Jon Snow reuniting was season 4, episode 5, first of his name. Timestamp 52 minutes. It's not the same exact shot. There might be another one else in there.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
the
yeah.
one where I know exactly what scene I
Anna,
saw
check your
that one?
inbox.
Yeah.
Twitter, I sent it to you.
They're talking about they're not talking about the one. This is season 4 or 5.
He says
So
season,
4, episode 5.
Is that the one where they've defeated Craster's keep people? Is it the end of that episode?
At night in the fire, but his hand is on the opposite side of Wolf's head, or Ghost head.
I think they've reused a few direwolf bits.
That's the prevailing theory right now, and it's not looking good if that's the case.
Yeah, so
That
I think
shot
you
of
blame the controller Overwatch. We'll look into that.
Yeah, the reviews on IMDb are lower than Rotten Tomatoes are, which is interesting. You'd think they'd probably level out about the same, but should we have a look at just some of the titles of these reviews? Because it would be kind of amusing if they are just let's have a look at what people are feeling. Better if White Walkers had won and last episode was just silence. Any rewatchability is down the drain. Yep. Laughing out loud at Brad conclusion. Unrealistic, forced garbage. All you can do is laugh. And then the next one is literally just ha 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 ha.
So I recommended the show to a few people. Shall I invest in some clown makeup?
Yes.
'Cause
Yes. A friend of mine, I recommended the show to him for a long time, and he pointed out after my episode 3 rage, he was like, I'm guessing you're not recommending it anymore. And I was like, no. Just
Dude.
don't.
This is the type of thing I'd recommend to someone out of spite if I hated them and just wanted
Look at this
someone
one.
to waste their
How,
money.
how do I rate 0 out of 10? Because I think the lowest you can do is 1 on IMDb. Oh, these poor people. Not good. The greatest TV show of all time had the worst finale. A parody ending to what was a brilliant series. The most anticlimactic plot ever. 8 years gone. Where do I puke? This will go down in history. Pierce D&D. Don't tell me I don't know this show. Dude.
Oh man.
These are the top reviews. These aren't leveled by like worst. These are the ones that are highest rated. Helpfulness. This is the amount of people who said this was useful. All of them are 1s. Oh, there's
I
a
remember
2.
seeing that review.
There's a 2. Like,
Well,
we made
Hidden
it.
somewhere.
I was aware that this was, of course, a fever dream during that scene with the High Council when they're all referring to themselves as their title, where it's like, and the Master of Ships disagrees with this. Well, I, the Master of Coin, disagrees with it. And then Tyrion ends it on that fucking, I brought a jackass into a brothel line.
Yeah.
And it's like, what is this? I was
Oh,
expecting
it's-
the fucking It's Always Sunny theme to play us out.
It's like the infection of memes this show gradually got. Like the one that really really blew me away when I saw it was the rowing a boat joke that Davos makes to Gendry in season 7. I was like, oh, that was like a hardcore meme. And the meta culture, the idea that we saw him row away and we never saw him again for like 2 seasons or whatever. So it's like, huh, is he still rowing? That was like a constant meme. And then Davos says it. It was like, oh.
That's the trouble. I mean, it's. I've always said that social media is a dangerous tool, and you know, we as an audience have the power now to shape these stories for the better or the worst. And if something's popular, they'll always go for that because, you know, the people who shout the loudest rather than the people who actually respect good storytelling. So that's the danger of places like Twitter. It's like something will become a meme and then they'll go, wouldn't it be funny if and that's how you end up with shit like this.
Yeah,
You
so we're looking at coming up to 1.2 million people have signed. I feel like that'll go up. I'm guessing around
Significantly.
1.5 to 2 million. That's probably where it'll level out.
Well, they're not going to remake. I mean, it'd be nice. It would be nice if they did a nice gesture, but there's no fucking way. There's a difference between replacing the Sonic model and redoing the whole final season of Game of Thrones. You know, they just want to get into that sweet Star Wars cash.
There's no way they're going to actually do it, but it does send a pretty significant message if 2 million people end up showing their displeasure. I don't know what the record for a petition is, but I have to imagine for an entertainment petition, this has to be one of the. It's probably the biggest one for like based on an entertainment property.
Well, I think the terrible fucking shame is that if Michael Bay has taught us anything, it's they don't give a shit if it's popular or not. They don't give a shit if we hate it. They all they care about is so how are the HBO subscriptions through the roof, you know, and they're.
I feel like they would have lost some thanks to this, to be honest with you.
Oh well, that was inevitable anyway. You know, it's just.
This will be the highest. This will probably be the highest rated television show they've ever had on HBO, and so they're going to make a ton of advertising dollars. Yada yada yada.
Should we have a look at
people have. Go on.
I was just gonna say, like, let's have a look at people who give it 10 stars. Totally satisfied with the ending. Ignore the rank. It's a good finale. All along, this was about what the Iron Throne represented. Pretty good. Look at this. 10 out of 10, and the title is pretty good.
That's a hard 10.
Thank you, Game of Thrones. Haters gonna hate, but thank the gods I'm not one of them. Great finale. This bad reviewers will be forgotten.
Well, as will your comment, good sir. Thank you.
90% of reviews are written by trolls. Are you one of them? Unexpected final. Stop whining. Perfect. Perfect? Really?
Perfect.
Couldn't have been improved at all? Alright. Masterpiece. Oh my. It's been an amazing journey. Fitting end.
These are written by the people who've taken Game of Thrones and turned it into Big Brother, whereby it's not about the story, it's about who's if their favorite character wins or not.
Yeah, pretty much. Do you like this one? 10 out of 10, and the title is Not Entirely Sure About How I Feel About This Finale.
Don't give it a fucking 10 out of 10 then. Do you know what numbers mean?
Oh my god.
Well, either way, I should probably start getting to super chats because
It even says it didn't meet my expectations.
maybe that's a good thing. It's subverted.
Yeah.
Why the fuck did they go for 6 episodes if they knew for a fact that they couldn't wrap it up in 6? Which
They didn't give a shit. Like, fuck it.
I also can't help but notice how much of a big deal this is for everyone. You know, a perfectly operational train, especially of significant value, is absolutely a thrilling sight, but not as much as a crashing one. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So, for as good as Game of Thrones was, the awe of perfection is not as engaging as the ecstasy of crisis. So, it's always wonderful when something so magnificent just falls to the lowest of low, and that's how you end up with situations like this, with everyone universally panning it. And that's
the thing. Game of Thrones, pretty damn watched, to say the least. And yeah, this sort of happened. Anyway, I'm going to start reading super chats, and obviously all of you are welcome to come and go, leave and stay as you please. A lot of these are going to be related to Game of Thrones, so we'll have plenty of discussion to go through. But
yeah, hey, and since you mentioned that, check your inbox on Twitter real quick. I'm going to have to bounce.
That is absolutely fine. It's been great to have you, dude. And do you want to just plug your channel quick? Man. Let them know why they should subscribe. I believe it's in the description as well, so...
Yeah. You guys can check me out over at Geeks and Gamers. If you like a sarcastic asshole that talks a lot of shit and talks about Hollywood and all of their identity politics, you might like my channel, and you might not. I don't know, but check it out. Check out geeksandgamers.com. I have a website. We have a full staff of writing, a writing team, editors, everything like that, and they're not as sarcastic as I am. But thanks for having me, Mahler. It's been nice to stream with all of you. I appreciate it. And this stream is significantly better than season 8 of Game of Thrones.
That's an achievement
would be
right there. It's a high bar. So yeah, thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it.
You scored higher than the div kid at the back of the classroom who's only allowed to use the plastic scissors. Yeah. It's like fucking gee. There's the bar right there.
You guys have a good night.
See you, dude.
Take it
Damn
easy.
it.
All right then. Yeah, going back right to the beginning. It was so brave of the writers to have Shaggy take the throne. That is the alternate reality that we would have loved to have had. Shaggy
Yeah.
is... I would have taken literally anybody who wasn't a main character at this point, just for the fun of it. Throw some peasant on there. Be like, it's the fairest thing to do. See,
John Cena rolls in.
and the second super chat, milk me daddy. Like, what am I supposed to say about that? There's no response for that. I can't do that. Mole on my bones hurt. What should I do? You shouldn't have watched it, okay? If your bones are able to be hurt by episodes of television, that's... this is not the one to watch. Hello, all by Edwards. Press add in chat. Wolf isn't here. He can't appreciate that wonderful me. Also, fuck, any of you guys see the Super Batwoman video that I put out on the Moolah channel?
I
Fucking
did see the trailer in itself.
Oh, right.
Ouch.
Rags's poor Rags's reaction, and he lost his mind with that trailer. I saw yours as well, Anna. It was
Wait, what
you got flustered, to say the least.
Oh, that Batman is my favorite superhero.
Mm-hmm.
So for that shit, she literally went and stole from him, and then a man. I don't want a man getting credit for a woman's work. Bitch, you fucking stole. I'm sorry. I don't know if I can. Cuss
Wait,
on people,
sorry, I
so-
just looked this up. Is this real? I'm looking at a woman dressed as a bat with a fucking red wig on.
Yes,
Is that real?
that's
Yeah,
real.
that's real.
Wait, that's
Real.
fucking real. I just
Yes.
typed that in right
It's
now.
real.
Are you
Nudity.
fucking
But it gets
serious?
better. Watch the trailer. It gets better.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna watch it.
I don't want to
Okay.
spoil it for you. Make sure you're filming yourself, even if it's just audio. Sure, you
Um,
have that.
This is a TV show then.
Yes, I think so. Or it's coming anyway.
No,
Batman
yeah,
gave-
Ironically, Brand's initials are BS. King BS. Yeah, that about sums it up.
Yep.
I thought I'd be angry. Mostly I'm just numb. Yeah. That's
Yeah.
gonna be the same for a lot of people. Aya, I know a killer when I see one. John, yeah, we all literally just watched her slaughter thousands 20 minutes ago, you absolute spatula. So true. I can't take Aya. When the fucking the other episode when the Hound was like, "Don't do revenge, girl. Revenge consumes you. You'll die." It's like she's killed so many more people than you
It's
for
a bit late
revenge.
for Arya, to be honest.
She killed like 100 Freys. She's like, "Oh yes, my soul is still unbesmirched." It's like, "Oh, okay, good." I'm convinced that Kathleen Kennedy bribed D&D to sabotage Game of Thrones to make Episode 9 look good in comparison. There's a potential there, but who's betting on Episode 9 being great, or being even halfway decent by comparison to... It probably will be better than Game of Thrones Season 8, though, right? That's probably
I
worse than
think
that.
so.
Yeah.
I
Okay,
mean,
maybe.
Like, JJ's taking it back, so at best it'll be all like, eh?
Yeah, maybe we can just get some meh going, you know?
Yeah.
Toxic Brood assemble. Absolutely. There's more endings here than Return of the King. There's a lot of it. Yeah, a lot of people are drawing. They kind of, their take is that they kind of ripped off a lot of Lord of the Rings with the ending for this. Especially the book writing, and then the sort of peaceful, everyone is going away sort of thing. I don't know. I think it's just badly written and possibly just a rip-off. Yeah. See, I feel bad now.
Okay.
Jeremy, I'm a huge
Well,
fan. I want you to come over to my place and feed me chicken nuggets with your shirt off. What do you think? I'm afraid he's not here. Anna, could you answer that question?
What?
He'd say yes. He'd definitely say yes.
Or a woman.
That was a yes. Absolutely. For Jeremy. We can speak on his behalf of that.
I just
Drogon.
watched the
Go ahead.
Batman trailer thing.
The super.
Batman from
Oh yeah,
Batman.
Batwoman trailer, right? What do you think?
It looks. It would have been a little better if she turned around and said, "It's Batman." It's who the fuck came up with this? You know, has anyone ever heard the phrase "the camel is the horse designed by committee"? You know, when you just got a bunch of suits sitting around a table and they're, you know, how do they fucking come up with this shit? They've got to know what they're doing. The wig, the fucking wig.
It makes sense because when you're like, you know, prowling through the night under a stealthy sort of
Yeah,
visage.
you want a big. So you want something kind of like long and flowing for people to grab hold of. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes
Mhm.
sense. Drogon, it's okay, mother, I'll make you feel better. And then he puts in brackets, unzipped scales. My goodness, James Moore.
Oh my
How could you
goodness.
say that? So rude. Drogon has decency. The only two characters who got coherent endings are Sansa and Brienne. I don't particularly like Brienne's quote-unquote end. Outside of it being a member of the Kingsguard, that's cool. Just the stuff with Jaime's weird. And Sansa, yeah, she got to be Queen of the North. I think that's kind of what she wanted anyway. Look at Ryan Johnson's Twitter. Oh,
What the fuck? Christ,
I need to-
is he
I'm not
defending?
there
That's the whole thing about how D&D shit because they have that petition, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, the petition for mine was 300,000." It's like, you're really comparing that, bro?
What a cunt.
Yeah, Johnson, I guess. It's what he do. Insert prisoners from The Dark Knight Rises yelling, "Yes, yes, yes," here. The show will be ripped from its decadent nest and cast out into the cold world we know and endure. Oh, it will. Everyone will be making videos about how Game of Thrones has failed. I'd be curious which video essayists will be saying it was a masterful way to end the show. Especially when you've got the quotes from the showrunners where they just forget blatant details about characters and stuff. Like, the whole forgot line gets memed everywhere.
What did you enjoy about this season? What do you think they did well?
Everything about production, really, outside of writing. I really like a
dragon
lot of
always
the
looked
acting.
good.
Yeah, I like a lot of the CGI and the sets and the costumes and.
In
the co-
terms of writing, is there any?
There's a couple of lines of dialogue I like here and there.
Yeah.
There's
like the
maybe one or
part-
two. I like Brienne getting knighted. I thought that was a nice scene.
Oh yeah, it was heartfelt.
That whole
Like when he
fireside
had
thing was pretty
Doggo.
good.
Yeah. That's something. Why did Jon need 10 minutes of convincing that genocide equals bad? He dumped Ygritte for his duty faster than they actually had chemistry. Also, Drogon? Yeah, no, I think that's all bullshit. The fact that Jon needed convincing. So dumb. It was almost like a cookie-cutter sort of direction to go. It's like, he'll talk to the prisoner and the prisoner will convince him. It's like, no, Jon would be convinced on his own. He wouldn't need anyone to tell him that. That's dumb. But whatever. Water bottle and a coffee cup. Where can I expect a soda can being sneaked in? Look at the past episodes. You might be able to find something. I don't know.
Yeah.
To Star Wars girl, sup cutie.
Okay.
From Manos Pondilus Gigas. I don't know if that's someone you know or not.
I'm not good with names. I usually know people by their little icon pictures.
He's got like a default one. It's brown. So probably not. Why
Oh,
is
him.
Why is the EFAB logo up when neither Rags or Wolf are here? I'm suing for false advertising. Oh, it's just a sleek format. It's useful. This isn't an EFAB
Wolf's
episode.
Wolf's going on a trip.
That is true. And Rags, I mean, he could have maybe have been here, but like fucking hell, Rags would just be like, I don't know. I guess it sucks. I don't want to
Yeah, he
put
doesn't
that
watch.
poor doggo through watching even more episodes of this. You guys are my only catharsis at the moment. I mean, there's so many people that are going to be working hard to provide that to people now. It's like, don't worry, you're not insane. This is really poorly written. Let's go through it, how it could have been better, and then move on, and it'll be nice and what everyone needs. I mean, I was really kind of like itching to start this stream hours before I even got the episode, because I was just like, we gotta things to talk about, things to break down, things get this sort of want, but Nerdrotic look after you guys, and then I guess this stream took over for him. When I'm done, I'm sure someone else will be going live to talk about something. It'll be wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
How does it feel knowing that the Sesame Street parody Game of Chairs has more respect for the base material than all of season 7 and 8? At this point, it makes sense.
There was a Sesame Street thing? What?
Probably, yeah, I would imagine so. I don't watch Sesame Street, but I'm imagining that they would have more respect for Game of Thrones in their parody. That makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
I never watched Game of Thrones. Shall I start now? No.
Watch it in reverse, it gets better.
There is this thing that was like, is it
Start at the end and work your way back to the start.
is it worth watching the first 4 seasons? Question mark. It's like, I don't see how anyone can watch the first 4 and then go, I don't want to watch any more. You know, but you shouldn't.
Take an amnesia pill. Forget you.
Danny broke the wheel, so it could be placed with wheels. It could be replaced with wheels. All hail Bran the Broken, the wheelchair that will mount the world.
That's got to be probably the shittest. I mean, imagine being a king called Bran the fucking Broken. I mean, it just sounds like you're a bit of a twat.
If I was him, I'd be like, do you mind not saying that all the time?
Do you mind not calling me Bran the Broken? I mean, no, I've got some self-esteem.
I'm not
Fuck
liking
me.
that. We'll come back to this later.
Late response to the Endgame EFAS, but if you want a story that handles time travel amazingly well, play through the Legacy of Kain game series. I have not played it, but fair. The thing, D&D are getting a shot at Star Wars movie. May God have mercy on all our souls.
Oh, Star Wars died a long time ago.
There's always more to kill, though. You just keep killing
Is
it.
there?
Yeah, like they're resurrecting the Emperor. You're gonna-
Oh, wait, are they... Oh, yeah, I forgot they put his little laugh in, didn't they?
This is what I mean. Whenever we think it's done, it's like they'll be like, "Oh no! Did Vader really die when he was put on the
Nobody's
pyre?
ever
Did he
really
though?"
gone. No one's ever really gone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No franchise is ever truly unmilkable. Anyone also wonder where the horse went? Oh, Arya's horse? Or
Where did the horse go?
it was a metaphorical ending for the previous episode, so it wasn't required in the opening of the next one. Just like, no, that was for the image. She doesn't have it anymore. Do you all think is definitively worse than what TLJ did to Star Wars at this point? Season 8 as a whole to Game of Thrones versus TLJ to Star Wars. What do you guys vote for is the more damage?
I would say Game of Thrones.
I would say Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say Game of Thrones, but that's only because I was never really that invested in Star Wars. So
Yeah, it was
Oh,
like with
I'd
with
say
Star
Last
Wars.
Jedi. You're just
Really?
destroying Luke Skywalker. That's pretty big in my
It
book.
is.
I
But in
agree, but-
fairness, we've got
if you
Daenerys is gone, Jaime's gone. I think Jon and Tyrion have been ruined. Varys is ruined. This is a lot of characters to knock out in this one season. Not to mention the
and
Night
even,
King.
I'd argue-
even though Luke's been around longer, we've mathematically we've spent more time with the Game of Thrones cast on screen.
Mhm.
So
And you can remove the new Star Wars and still have complete sets. You
Yeah.
can't remove this
Yeah,
ending.
It's
and
really
have
hard
anything,
to
so-
draw a line with
Yeah, you
Game of
might have
Thrones.
convinced me.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think the best you can do with Game of Thrones is just leave it off where, like, just stop watching and pretend that it got canceled, and you can just leave it up to your imagination. Is when Danny's on the boats heading to Westeros, and it's like that
Yeah.
hope. Oh my gosh, he's gonna go. It's gonna be great, and just never watch it again. Just pretend it ends there.
I feel like every critic on the internet now is Wilford Brimley from The Thing when they're just dissecting it. This gruesome
Yeah.
Mexican, like, oh god, oh. It's like everyone's just taking that.
The definitive answer on whether or not it's snow or ash. James Moore says they're salting the ground in an attempt to prevent good storytelling from taking root and growing again. Go.
Ooh.
The Night's
Perfect.
The Night's Watch is more like the Night's Hangout now, where you go north and get drunk with Tormund, I guess, which John is going to do now. I mean, I'd be on board for that. I would watch an hour.
Nice watch.
Sorry?
Go on.
I was just gonna say I would watch.
Just gonna
You go first. Go first.
Jesus fucking Christ! I'll just very quickly. What's the purpose of the Night's Watch now? It's more like the Night's Border Patrol, isn't it?
Yeah, we had brought that up
We don't.
too.
We don't know.
Oh,
And they're not
well,
going to answer it because they don't have to. They can just end the show. You can imagine what the purpose is.
Yeah.
All right. Well, continue.
Yeah. So what I was saying was like the idea of just a scene of Tormund getting gradually more drunk with Jon and a couple of other wildlings. I'd watch that for like hours instead of any more of D&D's work to do with Game of Thrones.
At least they talk more.
Yeah, they'd probably you probably get Jon being like, so what is the point of the Night's Watch? And then they talk about it. We could be like, yay, answers. Game of Thrones, a song of chair and wheel.
Mm.
I held the door for this, Hodor. Yeah. Well, you know what? Bran became king, so...
How the fuck did that happen?
they
Like,
made
I
it
mean,
happen.
How the
dude.
fuck? It is like South, where you know where they give the div kid the role as the king for comedic relief.
Yeah, so they're like, well, the dragon melted the chair. Bran brought his own. There you go. Problem solved.
Exactly. She broke the wheel and replaced it with two. Great.
Yep.
Now we got fucking 2 wheels to break. You fucking stupid cunt.
That's how it works these days. It never ends. Even though, well, they're doing prequel shows, right? That's the idea here. People were saying that they were going to totally set up prequel shows. I don't know if they have, unless the Arya one is going to happen. Not a prequel show, though. Enough.
God, there isn't an Arya show, is there?
I hope not, but maybe. We'll have to see what they do. I don't know.
She ends up in
What
fucking.
would happen? She goes to Marine. That's
You make it sound like they pay attention to continuity.
She just rocks up and is in.
She'll end up in like Star Wars or something. She'll just turn up in some other
In-
universe. We're like, okay.
Imperial City. You know.
I know
Right.
they don't care about tying up loose ends, but does she still owe a debt to the Faceless Men? Like, wasn't there a whole thing there that she wasn't meant to leave them?
No, she just left.
Hot
She's just
wheels.
like, ah, man. Like, there's this sacred order of assassins that you can never leave, and she just.
The show with debt. It's like, oh fuck. Do you really think they remember anything that happened before an episode ago?
They don't even remember that they brought John back for some incredibly important reason that will never be explained.
Good God. A random soldier should have licked the ground to see what it was. That would have been a neat trick. Yeah, they could have known for sure if it was salt. You guys ever play that ER EFAP meme video? Possibly, because that could refer to a couple of them. Do you mean one that was made by ER or one that has ER in it? I'm not. Oh, was it the one where it's an ER intro? Yeah, we need to play that one, but I lost the link. Someone wants to send me it on Twitter tomorrow, because I'm going to have like 2,000 notifications, so I'm going to probably skip over them, because go through them would be insane. So send it tomorrow, person who has that, maybe. You com Susa Todd Oof. D&D making Star Wars. I think that's a reference. Drogon seemed to think the throne killed his mom. Yep. I'm pretty sure
Yep.
John told him that mentally.
Yeah, he
It
saw
makes
a pointy
sense.
thing and thought, "There's more pointy things over there. Die."
Dragon logic.
Did you like the claw picking up the body from underneath, but then he's flying off holding it
We
from
all,
above?
we all know why they did. Because they knew that a wide shot of that would look fucking ridiculous.
You can't. I don't think a dragon wouldn't be able to
It's
fly.
balanced on one leg.
Yeah, a dragon wouldn't be able to.
balanced on one leg, trying not to fall over.
That's literally it.
Like, dropped her, like crushing her head with a claw and then picking up this mangled mess in the end. And I finally got it.
Because the way the wings work is that you need to have an open palm to spread them out, right? Because they're attached. So like to hold someone, you'd close your hand, you close the wing, you can't fly. So it looks good to pick her up with the hand, but it also looks terrible to fly away with it. So, but it looks terrible to pick her up with the foot, but it looks good to fly away with the foot. It's just like, yeah, fuck it.
I hated the dragons all the way through this. You know?
I feel like they're wasted. The shot of him burning the throne, like melting it down, that's something that I kind of wanted to see, but it was such a sort of just like, oh yeah, I guess I could have, you know.
The visual's nice, but it without substance, it means
Yeah.
nothing.
I don't know, why did Drogon do that? I don't know. He just did
Because
that.
the audience is watching, man.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna love this.
He knows he's on camera because he was told to off screen by the director.
So is Arya the one that discovers America now? Why not? She's done everything
Yeah.
else in this show. Why not just add that notch onto her belt?
This was all.
Hell, why does she even need the boat? She could just appear.
Yeah, why are you implying that she doesn't have the power to just teleport? 8 women? Like, what the hell?
She did it twice.
Kind of like, oh yeah, there's a nice shot that everyone can appreciate while I read more. 'Cause, like, saw the back of the Iron Throne was cool. This show could have been awesome. I just wanted to clarify that with you guys in case you didn't know.
I heard the Iron Throne was genuinely supposed to be a big mountainous pile of swords, which I was kind of interested in.
There's a lot of artwork that shows it like that. I guess the show sort of wanted to go a little bit more minimalistic with it. Ash is of course and rough and gets everywhere. Ash is coarse and rough and gets everywhere. I nailed it. I also agree. A friend of mine is an English teacher. He agrees/applies objectivity to writing. He not only likes TLJ and Game of Thrones Season 8, but thinks it's good. No joke. Yikes. Well...
Well, if he's a teacher, that explains everything. If you want to go teacher, those who can't teach is the old adage as it goes. Fuck me.
What's west of Westeros? We'll discover that the Seven Kingdoms is part of the same park as Westworld. Bronn was obviously a patron and not a robot. Again, that would be a better ending than what we got.
Where did Bronn come from, by the way? I was under the impression that he last threatened Jaime and Tyrion with a crossbow.
Yeah, and then they don't address that really. He's Master of Coin now. It's like, cool. And they gave him the castle.
And Master of Coin, fucking Bronn.
Yep. Poor Jeremy, he wanted the Wire ending. Possibly. Wanted a good ending. Fun fact, Narth, place where the Dothraki and the Unsullied go off to, is known for having butterflies that carry a lethal disease that only the locals are immune to. They're all bloody dead. Yes, but not in the show continuity, so it doesn't count. That's what D&D probably are laughing their way to the bank saying. They have yet to release an inside the episode documentary for this garbage. Can't imagine why. Yeah, like I'm pretty sure they're doing some kind of documentary thing. Someone in chat was saying it's a week from now that's coming out. To who knows what's going to be in there, and who knows how many lines. Like you'll get like, we're about to film our final scenes. What are we all thinking? And then you just have another one where Daenerys is like, this is hell. Just hell. And then they're like, oh, cheer up. This is all over YouTube and Reddit.
It's just going to start off with Captain America sat on a chair going, so. And then into the documentary they go.
Funny how got Star Wars, Marvel, and Game of Thrones all like reaching sort of climaxes. And like Marvel's the only one that I think will escape with a good reputation. Isn't and like Game of Thrones it's got so much more prestige than Marvel did. Like a lot of people are like, oh, superheroes, meh. Game of Thrones it's like super awesome fantasy, but it's like no, Game of Thrones and Star Wars is both well, I say that. Episode 9 could be great, right guys? Episode 9, great, right?
What? No. Well, I think I
get a sideways thumb.
Yeah, I didn't really. I thought the end game was kind of meh, but it wasn't. It was nothing like this.
No, no, not at all. This is what I really like. Just some people would be like, oh, you know, Endgame was too easy. It gave all the characters the expected endings or something like that. I'd just be like, it beats doing this. I think maybe I'm being biased. My friends and family mocked me for years for disliking and not trusting Daenerys for the self-righteous time bomb she was. Joke's on them. Yeah, Maul is completely right. Tywin was the best ruler. Oh yeah, Tywin on the throne. Everything would have been sorted out immediately.
Yeah.
Finally, the Mauler that was promised. Family have been dying to see your response. Long live the three-wheeled raven and his tripod. Well, yeah, this will be the extended response, but there will be an unbridled rage for this episode. There's no fucking way that's not happening. Finale. Character endings determined via dartboard. Yeah. Yeah, they were like, where does Jon go? They threw it and he was like exiled to the wall. And they were like, does that make sense? Yeah, fuck it, whatever. Who's on the throne? They threw a dart. It's like, it hit Bran. It fell off the dartboard and hit Bran. We didn't even put him on the dartboard. It's like, oh well, I guess it's him. Oof. Morley, you're my favorite massive. Thanks for the vids. No problem, Zach. I'm glad those are the non-smashing face rocks. Oh, right, because, yeah, so that was the other thing. I don't know if we mentioned it, but, those faces and bodies are very well preserved considering a building fell on them. You know, you could half expect them to be crushed, but it was like, no, they look pretty good. Bit of blood, bit of blood.
They're fine.
It looked like they just kind of dropped a bag of gravel on them. And they didn't, like,
And they fell
throw
asleep.
the bag. Yeah.
Just put a scratch.
Oh yeah, I made a joke while we were watching it. I was like, you see Jaime's hand out of the rocks, then you also see Cersei's wine glasses. And he's like, oh no, Cersei. I'm glad those are the non... Oh yeah, sorry. This show went down like the Hindenburg. Yes! 2000 H...
Hindenburg was more graceful.
Sorry?
I said I feel like that was more graceful.
Yes.
No, Hindenburg jokes. Fuck me.
2000 HUF is $6.87 USD, paying $2 just to educate. Fair enough. At least I didn't have to watch Arya get naked again. Yeah, a lot of people felt very uncomfortable with that, but I think you could agree that other issues have completely eclipsed that conversation. Like, I don't even know if anyone's talking about that anymore. It's just there's other things. Don't you know, Morley, you can buy Unsullied and Dothraki for $3.99 at the corner store? Yeah, there's probably like a whole set of 10,000 for just $3.99. Why Brad? That's the question we're all asking. The Snickers didn't help. Yeah, there's lots of memes about how she just eats a Snickers. If she just eats a Snickers, she'll be okay. I once bought a jackass and a honeycomb into a brothel, Tyrion Lannister. Yeah, and that's his last line. Yeah.
In the whole show.
It's a meme. It's the funny meme.
It is.
I've already seen people defending this. They were never going to make everyone happy. It's always a realistic tragedy, not a fantastic story.
Oh God, there's a difference between a happy ending and a good ending, you know.
Yeah, I didn't need a happy ending.
Yeah, it just needed it to be consistent and believable and earned.
Yeah, it's like you can look at the movie Seven. That is not a happy ending, but it's a good ending.
I mean, Scarface, for fuck's sake.
Mhm.
But, you know, everyone gets fucked over in that film. Literally, all the characters you refer die, and The Godfather isn't particularly a happy ending either. But they're satisfying.
No, everyone
it
hates those
makes
films.
sense.
Everyone hates those films.
Everyone calls The Red Wedding the best episode ever.
Yeah.
It was like the most traumatic. And I'm like, I didn't expect it. I wasn't too happy about it, but it was still the best episode I'd seen. Probably the best TV I'd ever seen.
My girlfriend and I just finished the episode and are now laying here in disbelief. Lol, glad we have you to listen to. Well, hopefully we can entertain, because we're all in the same boat. None of us would... This is not what we wanted. Nobody wanted this. I don't even think D&D wanted this. They probably wrote it like, well, we're giving the fans what they want, but we don't want it. Or some shit, I don't know. So what happened to Long Man Bad? D&D took as long as possible on each and every seat. It didn't even need it at all. Just endless walking. Yeah, I feel this.
Yeah.
So much walking.
So much walking.
Arya took the face of Dan and Dave and killed the show. Yes, she did. Liberate equals burn. Yeah, Danny has interesting definitions. We all try and get used to them.
Yep.
Cannot believe how padded this episode was. Yep. This is
Mega padded.
this is the episode that should have the least padding. It's the end. Like, holy shit, especially for a show with so many loose ends. But this is the thing, all the loose ends all the fans have, I'm pretty sure D&D are like, no, those aren't loose ends. They've all been sorted. The Faceless Men? No, Arya said goodbye to them, remember?
Oh, they'll just hire J.K. Rowling to come up with some...
Oh, they can do some retroactive continuity, right? From like Twitter, D&D will be like, people are asking where Drogon went. He's actually just chilling with Jon in the north with Ghost now.
Yep.
We're just like, okay. It'll just be shit like that until they say that everyone shat on the floor before they invented toilets, all that crap.
Yeah.
Danny basically became the Joker in The Dark Knight. It's not about the throne, it's about sending a message. Everything burns. Yeah, but the Joker was a character.
Why the fuck did she burn the place that she was going to be living in? It's like,
Did you
it's
hear
like welcome to your new house. It's like, well, I don't like you very much. I'll tell you what, I'm going to smash your house up and burn it. Oh yeah, well here are the keys. Thank you.
Did you hear
wait.
In the inside the episode, they were like, Danny's victorious, but she feels hollow because of how like quick and easy the victory was, and so she stares at her ancestral home, the one that was taken from her so long ago, and she gets a sense of revenge. And I'm like, she stares at her ancestral home, the one that was taken from her so long ago, and chooses to burn it. Like, what?
I absolutely think that the tragedy of the Daenerys thing. I kind of get where they were going. So Barristan Selmy said the Mad King gave them the justice he thought they deserved. You know, and with all her friends dead and her two dragons dead and half her army dead and Cersei having killed her best friends and the people of Westeros rejecting her, I can absolutely see her going apeshit because defeating Cersei was a bit too easy and she wanted justice, and the surrender didn't feel like justice, so she wanted to give them the justice she felt they deserved. I kind of get what they were going for, but the execution was fucking shite.
Well, the problem is that like, it's already been established by everyone that Cersei doesn't care for these people at all. So, like, burning the shit out of them wasn't going to send any messages to her.
No. Well, it's just bizarre how it's like I want to take this place and I'm going to be living in this place for the rest of my life. I know I'll smash it up first and then I'll move in. I'll piss all over the carpet and then it's you who's got to clean it. It's what the fuck did you do that for?
The amount of rebuilding she has to do for the Red Keep is like, why?
It's like, congratulations, love. You'll never see the beauty of King's Landing. You're gonna be fucking 80 by the time they fix this shit.
There's a couple people mentioning
That
like
smell of burnt flesh would be just there forever.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, her family are originally from Valyria, and she was born in Dragonstone, meaning that those two connections aren't even necessarily valid. I was paraphrasing. I can't remember if D&D referred to it as her ancient home or anything, or the seat of her family, whatever. It's just the idea that they're like, this location that is important to you was taken by somebody, and you've now taken it back, therefore you explode it. It's like, what? Why?
It's just so contrived.
She doesn't even explode it first. That's the last thing she does after killing a bunch of innocent people. It's like, why? Daddy,
And
why?
Because she's scared.
For Grey Worm to just better. It's like, don't you fucking think? Don't you have a brain to use?
Yeah, Grey Worm's lost his character ever since My Sunday died.
Walking through all the fucking burnt men, women, and children is like, this is justice. Is it? I don't fucking.
Don't you understand? He lost his girlfriend. That's what all men do when they lose their girl. They kill innocent women and children. That's just par for the course.
It's justified. I wish him luck on his fucking journey on his boat, which he fucked off to. Oh god, fucking! What a shit end! Oh fuck this! I fucking hate. Oh. Continue.
This whole thing is very similar to what happened to Dexter. First 4 seasons were fantastic. Season 5, 6, and 7 were a mixture of good and bad writing before giving up completely in season 8. Yeah, this is the thing. It's slotting in with Dexter and Lost is what a lot of people are saying for this show. It's like, you're going to join
word
their
on the
shelf.
street was, at one point, like, Dexter was supposed to, like, get killed by his sister, like, 2 seasons early. But then they decided, no, we're not going to do that. We're just going to make 2 more seasons. And then they just floundered, and then everything sucked shit.
I almost forgot Daenerys was part of the show by the end of the episode. Yeah, she's kind of gone by episode, like, 3. Daenerys is just kind of out. 4, I'd say.
Also, I just like to fucking... Her death wasn't even satisfying. Like, this... Just as a little note on sound design, her getting stabbed wasn't nearly as impactful. Because you didn't see it, and you didn't really hear it either. It was just kind of like
it was a romantic
squelch.
stab, okay?
It was the most romanticized death I've ever seen.
It was like Romeo and Juliet. It was thematically beautiful, and you don't get it because your IQ isn't high. Beautiful. Best thing about the entire show. Their relationship was amazing. I've been invested in it since the moment Jon decided he was in love with her for some reason.
Ever since he was born a bastard and she couldn't count, they just decided to throw him.
Yeah.
I almost forgot to. Oh yeah, the North is free. Only good thing in this episode. Yeah, but it doesn't even make sense.
And it doesn't feel earned either, because
it almost seems like a consolation prize. It's like, can we be free? By the way, it's like, yeah, you can be free. Oh, okay, cool. Didn't earn it. They're just like, yeah, we're free now. Cool.
Fuck. I'm just sick of shows giving up. And it's like, Littlefinger, he's a clever character.
Nope.
So we don't know what to do with him. Let's use good old-fashioned God of the Gaps. Bran, destroy this intelligent aspect because we're not smart enough. So he's gone. And then anything that's too difficult, like the Night King or Varys or Littlefinger, have you noticed that they always use some kind of godlike power to destroy it? It's like, can't you just...
There's nothing. There's no element of this show, like character plot or world building, that doesn't have something horrible that's happened to it now. Everything's got pooped on. Outside of, I guess, everyone who died pre-season 5.
You know what? You're wrong. Because I'll tell you what, Hot Pie. That was the perfect.
Hot Pie is unruined. Hot Pie for the throne.
Honestly, though, that's the most satisfying story I can think of.
Mundane Matt is trying to defend the finale. Well, he's gonna have some trouble, but good luck. I wish him the best. D&D lose their Star Wars.
He's just trying to go against everyone now.
I think that there is a thing into like go against the grain, offer the counter arguments and stuff. This is the thing, like I assume that we're with the flow on this one. We're no longer like when everyone was criticizing episode 3, there was a schism of like pro and con. It was a TLJ sort of thing. Then episode 4 came out, then episode 5 happened, and now it's like overwhelmingly negative versus positive. And there's a lot of people out there who'd be like, that shouldn't be the way that it is. That's bad. Negative, like being negative about a thing is negative overall, and that what did Just Right say? It takes fun out of the universe as a whole, something like that. Humans react to things the way that they do because like we wouldn't like things if it wasn't possible for us to dislike things, right?
Well, you never know your opinions and ideas are good or correct if they're not challenged, so...
Yeah, I think it's really important. We don't want this to happen ever again. What's happened to Game of Thrones? How do we do that? It's like, maybe we should tell the people who made it that this was a horrible idea. And then someone goes, that's mean, though. And it's like, it might be mean, sure. That you're right. Maybe that is mean, but I mean...
But this shit's been going for years. I mean, this war between good and bad media is existed long before we were born and will continue long after we're dead. Because at the end of the day, it's always the temptation of selling out, and that's what this is. Dan and Dave easily had the potential to complete this thoroughly and well. If they wanted to. But the thing is, it wasn't incompetence that led us here. It was the fact that they didn't want to. They just didn't want to.
Yeah, most people are saying it's not incompetence or even an agenda. It was just apathy. They were just like,
exactly.
I can't be bothered.
And honestly, what can you even do against people who just don't care? People who get paid anyway. They don't care.
I wish they would let someone else take over. It's just like, if you guys can't be bothered, please let someone passionate take over.
No,
These YouTubers, like Alt-Shift-X, just hire him as a ghostwriter, please. He would make all of this make sense. Work his ass off to make it make sense.
Oh, did you see his stream earlier?
I didn't get to watch it, but I usually try and watch them, soon after, because...
he was trying so hard to be nice and, like, just state facts and not say, like, his opinions, but you could just tell in his voice, he's like...
I was thinking the last episode would surely allow him to just shed that persona eventually. Like, it's done now. He can release his videos that cover it, but then can we just get... What is his honest take on what they've done to his show? Because, like, the amount of work he's done for this show, like, how could he not be pissed? Poor guy.
I think he mentioned that channel where he says his opinions.
Oh, the Alt-Shift-X
like,
one?
Indirectly. If that's him or not, but he mentioned that, saying, like, if you want opinions, go there, but this is just for, like, straight facts.
Yeah, remaining impartial is what he tries to do. He does let some of it slip through every once in a while. Like, I think he said something like, with Varys' death, he was like, he's choosing Jon over Daenerys now, and then he gave a bunch of reasons why that's dumb, and he's just like, I don't know why Varys is doing this, but anyway, let's move on. It's like, oh, he's getting angry. D&D lose their Star Wars to much universal backlash. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that they'll get it, even with all the backlash. But hey, maybe. Always hold out hope. There's always a first time for everything. Game of Thrones is dead, and so am I on the inside. 1 out of 10, not enough expectations subverted. I think a lot of people's expectations were pretty subverted with these, but maybe not if you'd read the leaks ahead of time. I got everything expected.
It's always sad when something that genuinely isn't that bad of a concept is kind of like kidnapped and held hostage by something. So subverting expectations, generally in storytelling, if you can do it in a good way, it's pretty fucking good, And then now, whenever you think of subverting expectations, you get like you're met with like big eye, or like, oh, you support my expectations. Well, it can be done well.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, and it's always sad when good concepts and good techniques, like the subversion of expectations, which is a good thing in stories. Now it's just become like this. It's become popular to hate it, and it's because of shit like this. It's like how politics is now. Politics is a beautiful thing where people come together and discuss and debate and solve problems, but it's been kidnapped and it's been held hostage and tortured and brutalized. Now everyone hates it. You mention it, no politics. It's always sad when good concepts get fucked. And now we can add subversion of expectations to the list of things that are now shit. or things that are now treated with suspicion, and rightly so, due to things like this. Fuck. It is sad.
Gonna go play Total War Warhammer where real leaders are. There's not many left in Game of Thrones, I'm afraid. Question: did the Dothraki leave with the Unsullied? I didn't see them on the ship, and with Dany gone and given their culture, why would they leave? The less
It's hinted because it shows them like walking towards the ship.
yeah,
Like, they
Yeah.
they're definitely around
right
the area.
past Jon Snow, who just killed their fucking queen a while ago.
This is the thing,
They
she's
didn't-
dead. So now what do? They need to assign a new Carl, who would be like, okay, we're in this foreign land, surrounded by people who are very easily overtakeable. Let's just rape and pillage. Let's do it.
Well, that again, that probably would have been a subplot had. What do we do with the Dothraki? But again, it was just
They could have
what a
cancelled out that
subplot.
question by having them actually die to the Long Night episode. Then we wouldn't have to
Yeah.
worry about it. But no, there was like a fucking shit ton of them.
Go from episode 1 and then go to this episode and look at the progression. I think you'll find that every single back to where they were. Jon Snow's still at the Night's Watch. Tyrion's still hand of the whoever the fuck king. The Dothraki is still random savages. The Unsullied, yeah, they've got a few fucking boats. Congratulations. But more or less, everyone's still in the same position or dead.
hmm
That's not satisfying.
I have to give D&D credit. They passed their audition. They let the past die and killed it when they had to. Ryan Johnson's in good company, like I said. We need a collab with you and the Critical Drinker. I've seen a couple of his videos. They're very enjoyable. I'll try reaching out on Twitter at some point. He's a fun man. When I burst into laughter when Daenerys gets knifed, you somehow messed up. Also on the board part, I put the episode in 1.20 speed after talking. Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't blame anybody for speeding it up. And I didn't laugh when Daenerys got stabbed. It's because I was just waiting for it. I was like, he's gonna do the thing, do the thing.
It was pretty obvious that was when he was going to do it.
Yeah.
Is it bad that I was kind of laughing?
No, I mean, this is the
How-
thing. There's a lot of unnecessary, like unintended hilarity in this season. Like seriously, Qyburne's death is one of the funniest things I've seen on TV in a long time.
Yeah.
Blew me away. I was just like, no. Poor Qyburne. Hey Mauler and all, love your vids. Alas, here I was thinking Jon Snow would be thrust with a crown he didn't want, and the Seven Kingdoms would dissolve to what they were before Aegon. Would have been an interesting sort of package to imply that Jon, the good warrior and good like wartime leader, wouldn't have made a great king, and that we could be all the way back with Robert Baratheon again in a way, but I would have taken that over what we got by far. A dragon, I have to go to my planet. My planet needs me. Then he takes Dany as a snack on the way to Dragonlad. Hails King Brad, the glorious three-wheel Bieber. Imagine he did take her as a snack. He was like, well,
It's a long flight.
that whole time he was staring at Jon, he was literally saying, like, are you going to eat that? Jon, are you going to eat? And Jon's like, no. He's like, okay. At least for those of us who read the leaks, D&D couldn't have the pleasure of subverting our expectations. Nope. All this stuff was expected. Me and Plinkett voice, 59 minutes. I mean, the episode itself was, an hour and a half? Something longer than I expected. An hour and 20 or something. It's just like, it could have been cut down so hard. So,
Yeah, big time.
with the death rattle of Game of Thrones, is there any hope for the Amazon Wheel of Time series? Also, thoughts on Wheel? I've not seen or read any of that, but I've heard a lot of people talking about it as a sort of like, can we now put our faith in this thing?
I wouldn't. A bit of advice to everyone. I wouldn't invest in a show and you know it's good.
Until it's over and you know it's good. There you go, guys.
You know, it's just safer that way.
It is. Hail
Yeah, at
Morlet,
least they can't get you on the fingers.
Garamit, and Annette. Thanks for the stream, guys. Our watch has finally ended, thank God. You absolute masses. That's a wonderful deep meme. More, I sent a quick drawing to your Streamlabs. You can send drawings to that?
Whoa.
Didn't know that was a thing. Look. You mean I don't see anything on Streamlabs? You want to send it to me on Twitter? Just mention what your name is, and then I'll be able to Hell, there's 3 things on Streamlabs. It says, show this to your stream, lol. Oh yeah, so you... I don't see any... How do I get a link to any... I don't see how it turns into like a message or anything. Right. She thinks she's helping. Comment inspired at tinypig.com. Super chat isn't working for me. I'm sick of my themes trumping everything. If it's poetic, even if it's retarded, it's just good. It just works, apparently. They think the ends justify the means, but it's actually the ends try to justify the means. Yeah. The themes are getting used all the time to defend really bad writing these days. It's really annoying. Because I just don't think that the important part of a theme is that it is consistent with what we see. Otherwise, it's just something you said that's kind of poignant, I guess. It's like, you know, failure the best teacher is. Like, alright. I guess you could say that. Jon Snow, born true heir to bastard to crow to wildling to crow to king to kneel to true heir to crow to wildling, all over again. Benny Hill's song plays. I mean, that's essentially his journey, yes. There's a video of the dragon slaughter scene with BFG Division playing in the background. It makes it so much better. I can imagine that song is amazing. Completely recontextualized though. Put Doom Guy on Drogon. Arya is minimum effort Batman now. Yeah. Pretty much. Somebody did something bad to someone else, Finn. That was this season. That's the short version. I'm sure everyone would love that version of the story if it meant they could just imagine everyone's characters stay consistent. Great analysis, you guys. Well, I hope it was. I'm glad you enjoyed. We'll probably talk a bit more about it as we go, but mainly tackled, I think, everything in the episode that was wrong that we could remember. I felt like Tyrion was trying to explain why episode 5 sucked. There's a lot of, like, honestly, this season, if you rewatch it, there's a lot of, like, dialogue from the characters that sounds like they're trying to account for plot holes or weird conveniences. Which is not a good sign. Someone said to me that Drogon melted the Iron Throne because he saw the dagger in Dany's chest and took revenge by murdering its family. Yeah, that makes complete sense. Tyrion got Jon to do one smart thing in 8 seasons. Yeah, which is something Jon should have just done anyway.
He's literally surrounded, dead, like 500,000 dead people, and Tyrion's like, you know, this is pretty bad, and he's like, oh, this is my queen.
No, Jon, there's a right thing to do here and a wrong thing to do here.
But also, this is the man who, to quote him, hanged a boy younger than, you know, he knows what it means to do terrible things for justice.
Yeah.
So if he hung Ollie, who was a boy he was, you know, pretty fond of, he was like it was almost like an unofficial son to him, you know, and a prodigy, and he hung him because he committed a crime. Why did it take so much convincing to axe off Daenerys, who murdered
Not to
thousands
mention,
of Ollies?
a lot of people are justifying Daenerys being like, see, she executed that woman in season 1. She's always been crazy. It's like, okay, so why didn't Jon go crazy? He executed a whole bunch of people. Like, he executed a child.
The Daenerys thing is more like, I've never liked her. I've always seen her as a cunt who just wears a mask. But again, it was just executed. Fucking this was the moment. This was the chance they had an opportunity to really justify her losing her fucking rattle. You know, to let the bats out of the belfry. But they decided to do it in the most cartoonish way.
Yeah,
You know.
I think that they could have made it work, and they definitely did. Been studying cinematography for 3 years. Good cinematography bolsters the storytelling. Very few shots said anything. They were mostly just functional. Attractive still images, but banal in context. There's a couple of shots that I think that are worth talking about, but mostly, yeah, they're mostly descriptive of, like, character is walking here. Character is looking here. And you're like, By the way, I called last week that Drogon would melt the throne. Haven't even watched it yet. Living here in Aussie land, I no longer care about spoilers. Well, it did happen. So, what's Bran's tax policy going to be? That's the interesting burning question. I think George R. R. Martin asked that about Aragorn, so it's only fair to reflect it back. The owl's back for Baller, I hear it. There was an owl at one point. It's gone now, though. It's moved on. Found a mate. I don't know. What are owls? HBO, we're so excited to continue this show. How about 2 more seasons and all of the budget? D&D, nah, we can pull it off with only 6 more episodes. And they failed to pull it off. Yep. That's the story, basically.
HBO would have absolutely have funded another 2 seasons.
Why wouldn't they, right? It prints the money. Bran's so useless, he doesn't even get an end montage like the other Starks. My expectations of this series were seriously subverted. Good luck, Star Wars. Oh, it's all gonna be terrible. Hail Bran the Broken, the three-wheeled raven, breaker of legs, warger of nothing in Season 8, the doer of nothing. A great title. Bring on the Ash Troopers. Something that bothers me about Dany's death, there were no witnesses and Drogon carried the body away, so did Jon confess to his crimes? That's what we're supposed to assume.
Yeah, exactly. The leak said that he did. The show did not.
Yeah, that is the interesting part about it all, is we have to assume the leak made that up, or they actually got it from a scene that may have been deleted, so... Interesting. Take my money for bringing on Robot Head. Oh, there you go.
Oh, anytime.
I was waiting for you to be like, yes, I am Robot Head, that's true. If you haven't seen it, look at Flash Gits' video on this. I have seen it. Has anyone else? Flash Gits made
Yes,
fun
I
of
have.
the writing of this season. And when I saw that they've made a video, plus like Jesse Cox and Critical, and there's a bunch of random sort of talking head sort of style people that just cover random things. It's like when you've basically entered the zeitgeist of every random YouTuber who wants to say how bad you are, it's like, yeah, I think I think something's going wrong here, guys.
We've reached a consensus.
If you haven't, worst part of the episode? Well, let's go one by one. That's bullshit. What was the worst part of this episode?
Oh, Jesus. That's a tough one. Because I can't decide whether or not it's like some of the really... There's so many boring parts, and that's the problem. I can't decide which one's more boring than the other right now. Come back to me.
Why was the queen not guarded? That's true. Anna, what do you think was the worst part of this episode?
I'd say the part that I was screaming at the TV the most was when and has the meeting with everyone and everyone's there and they don't mention Jon. They don't even acknowledge that Jon is the rightful heir, that all of them have been pushing for him to be the rightful heir, for him to take Dany's place, and now all of a sudden they all miraculously forgot that. Even though that was the whole point that was driving this entire season, was that here's the big secret we just found out last season. That's what we left with. The season cut off with them finding out and Bran revealing with Sam that Jon is Aegon Targaryen. And now when the moment is coming to choose a king, nobody remembers that. Nobody even brings it up. That was my biggest, like, what the fuck moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
like, everything else could have been salvaged if they would have acknowledged that. Maybe. That's a big could have, but
if we were picking moments, I would definitely grab that scene. That scene, there's so much wrong with everything in that scene. Everything everyone says and everything everyone agrees to, it's all wrong. Everything's wrong. That's what I would grab. Robot Head, what would your pick be?
It's sort of the same scene. The way they handle time skips drives me crazy. From the moment he stabs her and then he appears in the cell, that just had me screaming at the TV, because it's just like, if you did explain that earlier, he's going to stab her and kill her, and then we're not going to show how he escapes. We're not going to show what he says, how he gets caught, anything. We're just going to jump ahead. Everyone's there and he's in prison. That drove me crazy. And then leading into the whole not bringing him up, it was just easily the worst part.
And Fenner?
The whole council scene, you know,
with the masters of whatever.
Yeah, we go from the murder of the queen. We don't get to see anything that happened in between. Jon Snow's entire plotline comes to shit all. Tyrion just fucking shit on himself. He's treated like an idiot. He's literally brought in like a clown, like a court jester. Samwell Tarly, who brings up democracy, which is one of the endings I was kind of hoping for, like, you know, a democratic ending that where they realize that they must vote, and then they laugh at it and then kind of go for it. So
yeah,
what? It was just one of the worst written things I've ever seen in my fucking life. You know, this was a show about building up plots and stories and characters, putting them all in the right places like pieces on a chessboard, leading to the ultimate of checkmate, and it just ended with the writers knocking over the pieces and shitting on the board. And that was the scene where that was that. They had all the pieces there, all lined up in a nice little row, and one by one, they all just embarrassed themselves. You know, they had that fucking, you know, that Tarly fella embarrass himself. They had Samwell embarrass himself. Tyrion embarrassed himself. They just one by fucking one. They all said something stupid, and that, you know.
Yep. So it is,
Well,
this
shit.
episode was kind of nightmarish. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, coming back to me on that one, since I didn't have a whole lot of character context going forward, I think my answer is probably just going to be the weakest, considering all those much stronger points. And I think it would probably have to be Jon Snow's really dramatic walk to the stairs, up the stairs. It takes fucking forever to get to this goddamn point, and it gets up to Daenerys, and like the conversation is just like completely hollow. Like she's not going to. Doesn't even explain herself. Jon Snow like says like, you fucking killed all kinds of people, and she doesn't even say anything or look at all bothered by this. So it's all like we've got an extremely boring lead up and a conversation that doesn't really feel like it goes anywhere. So that would be mine.
Yep. Great selection. If you had a few more people to answer that question, you'd basically cover the entire episode. It's like just everything in it was awful. When I lost a close relative, I understood Anakin's rant after his mother died, desperate hypothetical bargaining for a way to prevent further suffering. I mean, at least with Anakin, it was like he hated the faction of the Sand People and just killed all of them indiscriminately, while with Daenerys it was just confusing, because she really only hated Cersei and the Iron Fleet. She wiped out the Iron Fleet, and... Did you guys see how far Euron swam, by the way?
Oh yeah.
That was ridiculous. It's like he swam all the way just to... Oh, yeah. Euron, who had a beef with Jaime, got blown out of his ship and happened to arrive on the same beach that Jaime Lannister, the man he has a beef with, to have a fight. And it's like, it was almost like, you know, where's the dungeon master hiding? Because it just felt like it was all just pre-planned, and this is where they're going to have their epic battle. Which wasn't epic. It was just two men embarrassing themselves, and then he fucking looks at the cameras like, I killed him, only to not have killed him. It's just more shit writing that just came to nothing.
I got a DJ said Anakin also felt bad afterwards. That is true. Daenerys didn't really feel bad. D&D really snubbed Mira and made me hate Arya. Shake my head. Yeah, Mira got just ejected out of the show, and I can see people hating Arya, but I think a lot of people think that Arya's arc was fine as well. It's interesting. Depends on who you ask, really. Imagine if Jorah had killed Dany. Could have made that work.
Oh, he'll be rolling in his grave right now.
Dany, we can rule together, John, for the watch, D&D. It rhymes. Drogon thinks Mum was stabbed by the chair. See, there's more than one theory about this. People are thinking that's a real thing. It probably was, for all we know. Drogon doesn't burn Jon because he is a Targaryen and probably isn't unburnt like Dany, so he opted for the throne instead out of frustration, lol. Maybe. All we can do is speculate, because we'll never get those answers.
My issue with the whole dragon thing is that Tyrion mentioned that, you know, dragons are more intelligent than men. Some masters. I'd have been like, okay, you got dragons in the show. Characterize them. Show how each dragon is slightly different from the other. Maybe one's, you know, does things a little differently. Maybe one's a little bit smarter. One's a little bit merciful. And yet you have these dragons characterized not by words but by actions. And then in the same light, you've got them being tricked by Daenerys in a cartoonish sequence where she puts a big piece of ham down and chains them up. And we've had no display of intelligence by these creatures. They do some interesting things now and again where they look at someone as like they can sense the Targaryen. But we've never had the dragons characterized in a meaningful way. So to finally have this scene where this dragon's supposed to identify who's who and then take it as if he destroys the throne because he knows what the throne is and he understands the politics. It's like, this throne is the reason she died, so I'm going to symbolically destroy it. Fine, have that. But you know what? Have it from a characterized beast. Because you can characterize creatures in films. all they needed to do is just, do it. But they didn't.
Hey,
So him destroying
you're
the
supposed to
throne-
interpret it. Otherwise, if you didn't, then it's your fault. That makes sense.
The dragon is so intelligent that it knows the audience is watching.
Exactly.
Also, something else that's kind of interesting. The breath is hot enough to melt a steel throne, and John is like only a few feet away from it. It's like, why is he not on fire?
And see, people will be like, "Well, he's immune to fire." You're like,
Well, he burnt his hand on that.
or his
lantern
clothes
first
immune to
season.
fire too.
Yeah.
Well, we know he's not, because when he tried to kill that fucking White Walker, he scalded his little hand on the lantern.
Yep.
So that's that bollocks.
Don't forget when
That's
Danny steamed her clam in the hot tub in season 1. That is more evidence that she is immune to hot stuff. Press F to pay respects to poor Wolf, whose watch has ended, but he can't share his pain with others for a long time. Yeah, Wolf has possibly just began his drive. I think he's getting up in an hour or two now. He's driving for his 2-week holiday. And it won't be until he's back before he can talk to me about how everything is terrible and we should all just...
Well, he's
Bye.
going to be cut completely off from all forms of technology.
Yep, he'll be alone with his thoughts about how terrible this...
I feel sorry for the fan.
I know.
Imagine having
This is
to
the
hear
thing,
it.
man. I wouldn't be able to do it. If I had planned, I'd be like, I need to delay this by a day just so I can talk to people about this.
He's going to go
People-
insane.
They'll be reporting a car driving away with a man swearing in it, just abusing people out the window.
I want to point
Yeah.
out this episode had a similar runtime to films like Lion King, Zombieland, Ghostbusters, Toy Story, Office Space, and Army of Darkness. So much plot could have happened, and yet it's just a wrap-up. Yep. They hardcore build time with just nothing.
Wolf did make a comment on his YouTube community tab. Well, John at least pet Ghost this episode. All hail King Bran, Lord of the 7 wheelchairs. Yay! I'm just gonna go on vacation now. LOL. I hate it.
Perfect.
In the books, they could only be unburnt when magic was involved. The rule of cool got in the way of those rules in the universe. When literally Hot Pie has a better story than Bran. Yeah, unironically, yes. Hot Pie's story isn't half bad, actually, compared to someone like Bran. At Mola, can we get the wheelchair-bound Pepe with a crown emote for the chat to celebrate the wheel that mounted the world? Also, what's the best place to send you fat up beebs? Twitter, but wait till tomorrow, because today I'm gonna have way too many notifications to go through. Martin could have finished the books by now. He could have, but he didn't.
Hmm?
Mazel tov
Well-
on... Go ahead.
I was just going to say, that's a good point. We're never going to see those books. That man has not got long to live. We're fucked.
Yeah, well
there's no
then we'll
way.
get... Someone else might get paid to finish them, and then there'll be a war over whether or not it's canon, and then someone else might do a fan fiction that's really good, and then there's like a thing about...
No more has the adage "cut your losses" meant so much.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for him because they've stolen his thunder a bit. and it wasn't so-
Well, maybe it's reinvigorated a little bit in the fact people are like, we really want your ending now, you know?
maybe.
Mazel tov on 10k viewers. Those are Metica numbers. Yeah, well, I mean, this is only happening for a very special occasion. Lots of good people coming in to have a chat about something that's kind of a cultural phenomenon. Like, this isn't going to happen for a while again. This is an event. The end of the MCU is an event as well. I say the end, you know what I mean? Like, the end of Phase 3.
Phase 3. What was Phase 1?
Phase 1 was Avengers, that's how that ended. Phase 2 ended with Age of Ultron, and then Phase 3 ends with End. I believe that's how it works.
Oh.
But yeah, no, it's been great, and hopefully we've been entertaining for you all. It's one of those things where you're just trying to balance insightful commentary while, you know, having a group therapy session, essentially.
It's always good to have a moan
Yes.
healthy, you know. But let's be honest, guys. This is Game of Thrones. The past few weeks, it's probably the lowest hanging fruit of all time. I feel like, you know, the knob down the road who isn't allowed to wear socks understands how shit this is. It's like, I feel like everyone comes to these videos to just hear someone else say it, just so they know they're not alone.
Right.
Oh, a lot of people said Phase 2 ended with Ant-Man. Yeah, don't take my word for it. Go check out how the phases work, because I clearly don't know how the phases work. The only scene I enjoyed was the council and banter between Davos and Bronn. Only one. I'm afraid Fenna chose that as the worst scene in the episodes. Maybe different strokes, different people. What do you? Their banter was literally just the talking in third person to each other. It was really weird.
That was so bizarre.
They should have all wanted to just have their own kingdoms at that point, not vote in some dude with a wheelchair they've never heard of. This is what I mean. Once one kingdom gets their freedom, every kingdom would be like, yeah, we want freedom too.
Well, that's actually, you know, kind of like reflective of history, because Britain used to be, you know, Albion, and you know, you do segregate land masses into smaller, more controllable pieces. It was an almost ending. They almost had a king who wasn't really a. They almost had the 7 kingdoms. It was the 6 kingdoms. It was an almost ending, which was just not what anyone wanted. No one wants a story to be almost over. They want it to be fucking over.
Martin's fault. He did finish the books. There is rumors going around that he has finished them, but he's come out and said that that's not true. So unless he's lying, I don't know. Yeah. The writers of Game of Thrones, they can have Star Wars dead corpse, but for real, they killed the Night King for this garbage. Yes. You guys talked about the theory that Bran / Three-Eyed Raven equals final boss, a sort of HAL 9000 omniscient shadow tyrant or a Manchurian candidate that was actually sent by the children to finally solve the men problem. I mean, any and all interesting theories are dead. I wonder how many people theorized that this was the ending. How many people out there made a video that were like, I reckon that Jon will go to the wall and Arya will go west and Daenerys will be killed by Jon because she kills a bunch of innocent women and children.
I saw a theory similar to that, except I was having a piss down South Road and it was written on the wall, except it was written in shit. You know, so someone had the idea.
Only Brexit worked this well.
Yeah, Sansa was like fucking Brexit.
Dracula Untold is a masterpiece compared to this. Yes, Dracula Untold was better than this. I'll agree with that. Bran had never asked to be a
I
prince.
still haven't watched your guys' stream on that.
Oh, it's that movie. There's a particular moment that is the whole reason Wolf made us watch it. It was so worth it. Bran had never asked to be a prince. It was knighthood he had always dreamed of. Clash of Kings. Yeah, but that's the thing. If he got what he wanted, they would be like, see, it makes sense. If he got the opposite of what he wanted, they'd be like, see, subversion. If he got nothing, they'd be like, again, it makes sense because he always wanted a thing that he ends up with nothing. Sitting there like, okay, fine, nothing can be bad. Question, what's the point of Jon Snow coming back to life or being a Targaryen? If he had being just a bastard, the story would have been the exact same. I think they were going to do something with it and then they ended up not doing anything with it.
Do you know why that is?
They shunted the story. Like, if it was longer, they probably would have done something with it. My assumption.
Yeah, it's just laziness. But then again, actually, is it? Because, yeah, they shunted the story, they shortened it, but they kept that plot line going right up until the last 20 minutes of the last
episode. The only
episode.
consequence we can really cite is that it caused Varys' death. Found out about his heritage and he tried to spread it and he ended up betraying Daenerys and got killed, and nothing else really gets done about it. Like, whether or not Jon is a Targaryen or not affects basically nothing else.
It was a revelation that sent shockwaves to the entire, and it ended with a fart, and people think that's a nitpick.
Yeah.
Good God.
It's the finale for season 7, isn't it? The realization that that's what's going on with Jon, or is it season 6? One of the seasons. And it's like
it's the end of season 6, I think.
Made to be this huge deal. It's like Jon is a Targaryen. You're like, oh my god, it amounts to bugger all.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking for a Game of Thrones anime equivalent, kind of that doesn't suck, I'd suggest The Heroic Legend of Arslan. It's based on a great book series with a total of 16 books, but the anime only adapts so far. I really liked your videos on Alita Battle Angel, Anna. They were a great introduction to your channel. It's awesome to see you on Mola's stream, too.
Oh, thank you.
Maximus Timaeus.
you.
So now that's over, any predictions for D&D's Old Republic Star Wars movie? Mine is Darth Raven is now a massive, and while he's going about
Revan.
his... Revan, sorry.
What's
That's
this movie
Revan.
supposed to be about?
What's supposed
I
to be
think
about?
it's supposed to be Knights of the Old
What?
Republic, which is the video games.
Yeah, I
Right,
still
okay,
need
just-
to play them, clearly.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is. Is that where in the timeline is that? Does that take place?
1,000 years before the prequels.
Oh fuck. Oh god.
It's
well,
basically like there's thousands of Jedi and thousands of Sith, and it's just kind of how the rule of two came about. And
well, if there's thousands
apparently
of
it's really
Jedi
good. I've
and-
just never played it.
I'm sure it is. You know, but so was Game of Thrones. You know, I mean, it's no. I wouldn't take, you know, comfort in how in any form of source material. It can be ruined, as we've
Oh, yeah.
discovered. You know, they will take anything and shit on it for a quick buck. You know, they had Harrison Ford, Carrie Fisher, and Mark Hamill on board, and they don't even share a scene together. These are the people we're dealing with, and the big suit. And before anyone says, "Oh yeah, well they'll get new people," will they? Fuck, because the people on the higher ups, the executives, Lucasfilms, Disney, you know, they're not the saviors. You know, they're the problem. They don't give a shit, and they never will. And the only
Yeah.
way to change it is by you know, fucking voting with our wallets and saying, I'm not watching this shit. But everyone will watch it because it's, again, it's so hard for me to watch because I genuinely don't watch films that I know are going to suck. But I know a lot of people do watch films that they know are going to suck because they want to see it suck. They love the train wreck of it. And then, you know, it's a lot of material to laugh at. And that financially supports the film. And it's like, it's such an oxymoronic situation. Like, it's bad entertainment, but everyone wants to watch it to see how bad it is. So it's successful. Fuck.
Room is
I
a
hate
thing.
it. Yeah. You know,
Um,
that's go on.
And while he's going about his massivery, Leia floats into the scene from future via space, says, "Lol, nah, we don't like massives around here," and stabs him with Aya's knife. Masterpiece. Yeah, I think it's fair to be concerned about D&D's Star Wars movie. I think that's a terrifying prospect. And your suggestion there would probably make for a pretty good movie compared to whatever they come up with, but we shall see. That's going to be what, like 3 years from now their first one is? 4 years? I think they released a timeline for it, but hey, we'll be here to check it out, I'm sure. Give me something for the pain and let me die. Also, water bottle spotted under Sam the Slayer's chair. Game of Thrones is now ruined. Thank you. Yep. No one is going to talk about the fact that all the Unsullied are going to die as soon as they land on Narth because of butterflies, and Grey Worm knew that. Do they mention that in the show at all? I don't know that they do.
Wait, what's that?
I don't remember.
So the idea is that on Narth has never been like successfully taken by anyone else, and it's because all the people of Narth are like immune to a disease the butterflies carry there, and so every time someone invades, they can take Narth because they're all peaceful, but then they all end up dying very quickly, or something like that.
Oh god, that's I'd love for that to happen.
They'll go there as like a peaceful retreat, and they all die. It's like, oh
I
well.
just because that's like justice. Because Grey Worm was a bit of a. They all go to Narth and just
Got a bit of conflict
Yeah.
in chat. It says, so I said, did they mention it? And someone said, yes, they did. Then you got, no, it wasn't mentioned in the show. Yes, they did in caps. It was not mentioned.
Oh, when?
I think it was
don't
episode
remember.
2 or episode 3. Yeah, so I'm not sure. We'd have to check that.
Was there any reason given why they're going there? Because I missed it if there was.
Because Missandei wanted to go there. I think she mentioned that in episode 2. And so Grey
I
Worm
thought
is
that
like,
was it.
if it was in the show, wouldn't she say? Is that we will go to Narth? Maybe not because
there's a butterfly.
die.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
the thing.
you think she'd mention it? So it's just a
One small
suicide
problem
pact.
if we go there.
Yeah.
Break the wheel of Bran's chair. Wish I could stay, but I have my A-level eco exam. Well, good luck, Finn.
Fun
I hope
shit.
it's... you know when you're in a dream and you can tell because things seem off? That's how these last episodes have felt. Less like Game of Thrones and more like Game of Thrones related fever dream. And you can't wake up. Elective monarchies historically are 10 times worse than hereditary monarchies, which is why they nearly all became hereditary. This is the thing, I think that an elective monarchy would eventually turn into a hereditary one, because the king would just be like, I'm making a rule that that's the case now. And it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to abuse.
But their
I mean,
kids would be the best one for the job because they grew up with it, so they understand.
That's probably
how
the
it
argument
works.
they would make, and then we'd just go right back to what we had before. They broke the
Yeah.
wheel, guys. They broke. Could wake
Hmm.
up. I could never understand the pain you Game of Thrones fans are going through. After seeing what they are doing to one of my favorite movies with that live-action Aladdin, I have some insight. Here's money for your future therapy sessions. Why, thank you.
Aladdin.
So sad about Aladdin.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Same
I
here.
have I've never seen the cartoon of Aladdin either.
Why?
I've never liked the Disney films, but that's just me. That's just a personal thing I have, where I just the Disney Renaissance era, and
Cartoons did you watch?
I grew up with a lot of things like Tom and Jerry and you know, the usual. Animals of
Looney
Animals of Farthingwood was what else did it? Alien and Predator was a pretty
You're
big
talking about like
film.
your childhood. Like you didn't watch any cartoons or like
I don't-
animated movies like that?
Oh no! Well, my parents would show me the more adult films. So my childhood when I was a kid, I grew up with Alien and Predator and Terminator. And when I was, me and my brother used to like play games. And I remember going to school wanting to be a Terminator and punch everyone. That was I didn't really have that. My childhood was just not Disney related. It was just the things when I see Terminator, I think, back to my childhood days. And in terms of cartoons, I'd say Animals of Farthingwood was one of them. Red Wall was another one. I suppose the Shrek films were pretty good. At least the first one was. I don't remember any of the others. But no, Disney wasn't part of it. Toy Story was good. But no, I don't like
Okay,
Disney. I have seen a few films, and I fundamentally dislike them.
Which ones?
Well, it's like Snow White, for example. Because I watched it. I didn't have the. As a kid, you watch these things, and when you are a kid, your mind's so much more open. It's like a lantern, and you can vaguely see everything around. But when you're an adult, your mind becomes more like a torch, more focused, and you know what you like and you don't like. It's more like it's solidified clay. So as a kid, I can understand watching Disney and saying, "Oh, this magical tale," and yes. But as an adult, if you watch Snow White, you're thinking, "What? You two just met and you want to with gnomes and so your adult brain can't kind of."
Fairy tale.
I've never liked. I've never. Sorry.
So did you like The Lion King?
No.
Oh no.
I don't. I
Why?
never. Because again, it's look. I've got no problem with
Hamlet.
like.
It's literally Hamlet with kitties.
Well, I look. I understand why people love Lion King. It's a beautiful little story, great animation, and catchy songs. But I just considering I watched it as an adult, my adult brain was just this doesn't work as a film for me. I don't the hypocrisy of the lions where bow to me and then I'll eat you and then circle of life, except there where the dark spot is. It's like, and then Hakuna Matata's like give up but don't, and that's all it is. I know I understand why people like it. I've got no problem with people liking it. I get it why people like it. I'm not blind to the fact that it's it's a very enjoyable film. But personally, for me, it's just not what I look for. I look for things that are a bit more adult oriented. That's just because of my upbringing, though. So anything too childish, I generally don't have a taste for. That's all it is. It's just taste. But I get why you like it.
Very well.
Yeah, but it makes me so sad to hear that though.
Oh well.
D&D screwed up. We all know that the Night King was supposed to unite the entire kingdom. D&D were a bunch of idiots. So you're just upset that they subverted your expectations. How it works now. The wheels didn't get broken. The wheels won the Game of Thrones. So many jokes, so many memes, man. It'll be weeks of wheel memes.
Oh yeah.
I actually reached a new level of dead inside watching every single episode after 2 this season. Yep. Each one systematically destroying everything. Thoughts on The Walking Dead, and what do you think The Walking Dead is the best? I only liked this first season, and I thought the rest was kind of garbage.
I'm surprised they've kept Walking Dead going as long as they have, considering it's literally a show about zombies.
Joe is a
And-
zombie.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, now it is. It's just they come across, insert here bad guy, then defeat them, and insert here bad guy. So you got the governor, then you got
That's why I can't stand that show. The zombies
Yeah.
don't matter anymore. It's just
Also,
people are bad. People are bad.
wouldn't have the zombies have rotted away a long time ago? Because
You
they
would
are
think so.
walking. They'd be blind, deaf, useless. You know. So yeah, I
Isn't
kind
it-
of like. Go on.
Isn't that like the end of 28 days later? They're all rotting on the street.
Oh, those guys are marathon runners and 28 days later.
See, that's scary. Right. There's only a few zombie films I like. Shaun of the Dead, and that's because it's a comedy and it doesn't take it too seriously. And I think I remember liking 28 Days Later because of the fact it sprinted at you. You know,
I'm trying to remember that one.
I would shit myself.
Yeah,
if
they're
that
super
happened.
scary, fast running sort of thing. They did that for the Dawn of the Dead remake as well. They were fast runners.
Did you know that the reason people shit themselves when they're scared is as a way of making yourself lighter so you can.
Is that true?
That's true, yeah.
It is true.
All right, neat.
Just remember that.
I will.
You're
I'm going to
chased.
take advantage of that next time I'm chased. Thinking about it, it all makes sense. Everyone wants Bran to be king. The small council gets a weak king that spends most of his time in the past. That's kind of how they seem to portray it in the end. He's just a puppet, really, and that they do all of the work. Wouldn't anyone left in King's Landing riot that the guy who killed the witch that destroyed their home is put in jail? Well, the Unsullied don't like him, so there you go. It all makes sense. Compromise. What do we say to the god of death? I'm already dead. Fun fact, owls are Morla's spirit animal. You don't know that? Probably true. Jaime kills king, okay. Jon kills queen, punish him. Yeah, but Jaime didn't have an army of Unsullied that didn't like him at the end of it. It doesn't make sense, you're right. Morla, please do an episode-by-episode commentary. My family and I watched your episode 3 and 4 commentary while waiting for Amazon to not lag, and I enjoyed it more than watching any of the episodes. So bad. I'm glad that's family entertainment. That's amazing to know, and I will be working on the next ones.
Plenty of F-bombs for everybody.
I'm done with subversion. Consistent stories only. You and me both, buddy. It's nice that the wildlings came back to live at Castle Black after leaving to the north, only to also all go back to the north again. What the fuck? Eh. Who cares,
that's
right?
it's another plot line. We've got to get south and.
Jaime broke his sacred oath to kill/stop the Mad King, and Robert pardoned him anyway, even though he's a Kingslayer. Could Bran have done that for Jon? I guess Bran kind of forgot he could do that. Well, even if he didn't want to do it because the Unsullied were right there, it's just like, they're gonna leave. They're gonna leave to a place where they're all gonna get killed by butterflies. Just wait until that happens, and then pardon Jon, and everything goes back to normal.
Yeah.
Jon Snow, Park Ranger of the National Monument Wall. It's almost like they're trying to imply that Jon wanted to go to the wall, but he seems so depressed about the whole thing.
That's another issue. See, if he'd have willingly say, I'll go to the wall and I'll go and live with the wildlings, if that was his choice, it would almost, still shit, but it would almost be satisfactory. But the fact that it's like a sentence that he doesn't want to do.
Yeah, he doesn't seem
It's
to be on
like-
board with it, but I guess he was. I don't know.
Again, that whole thing doesn't make sense. The wall is pointless now. Having people go to the black, it's completely pointless. Also, the wall is in the north, which means it would fall under Sansa's rule, or actually, since Jon is still the king, they've never said he's not the king. He nothing would have to happen because he'd just go back to his own country.
Also, if he was sentenced to the Night's Watch, what's he doing? Just fuck. Is that what the Night's Watch means now? Just go north and.
I don't know. I don't know what it means. I don't. What could it? How is there a Night's Watch? Who's the Lord Commander? It just.
Because they had
What's
members.
happening?
They had two members of the Night's Watch like escort him like a prisoner there, and then next thing you know, he's just waltzing through the wall. Isn't anyone in charge? Hey, where are you going?
Hey,
Also,
Bran,
technically,
Jon
he's
just-
the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch still as well. He's King of the North and Lord Commander.
Who knows what he is?
He's just a bastard.
This series has devolved from a prime rib steak to a sloppy Joe. Broken Bran. I would have been more satisfied if a crow ruled the Seven Kingdoms. Benioff and Weiss, you wankers. Thanks for wasting our time.
True, crows are pretty smart.
Dario and Marine. Gee, I really hope Danny's war is going okay. Yep.
Oh, God. That's another subplot.
The last 10 to 15 minutes of this episode was pure sitcom. Sitting around the table with all your wacky characters discussing how you'll fix the city was laughable. Idiots are getting tricked by it too.
And also, they did a good job of fixing up that room pretty quick, didn't they? How long? How far in the future was that supposed to take place?
Oh, I'm sure it was 10 years and they just didn't mention.
It's nice to know.
Jaime was a Kingslayer pardoned by Robert. Jon could have been a Queenslayer pardoned by Bran. When Bran pardoned Tyrion, he could have pardoned Jon. Yeah, but he didn't.
Jon is still a king, so he can pardon himself.
There's so many bad things about that scene, like I said. Brienne filling out Jaime's history as a callback to the first season when Joffrey was mocking Jaime for having nothing in his feet. I think that was season 3 or 4 that Joffrey said that, but you are right, yes. Arya's big payoff: used Mask once, killed Night King, and forgot about killing Green Eyes from the prophecy just 2 episodes ago. Okay, bye. Yeah, I don't know what they were exactly aiming for with Arya. I can't believe that her arc ends, technically speaking, with killing the Night King. I think that a lot of people would argue she got a new lease on life by seeing all of the death around her in King's Landing, and that's part of her arc or something. That's the best you could probably scrape together at this point. Do you think this season did more damage to Game of Thrones than TLJ and Star Wars did to Star Wars? The ST did to Star Wars, less or about the same? We did talk about that earlier, right? I think most of us
agreed that
yeah.
Game of Thrones.
Look at the onion in that wig, Arya. Yeah, I mean, I still like it because it's Ned Stark's hairdo, but maybe she can't wear it as well as him. I don't know. Isn't it great that Brienne still held this love and pride for the man who drunkenly took her virginity and then ran off for another woman? Well, maybe, you know, Brienne was a kind of a weak woman, wasn't she? She was always very much a timid woman who could barely ever sort of fight for her own interests and stuff, so I think it's consistent. It makes most sense. Assuming she forgot about any other element of her character. Anyone else feel bad for the Bank of Bravos? Like, no one is paying them back. In fairness, Cersei did pay them back with, I think it was the Tyrell's money? Season 6? 7? 7.
Speaking of the economy, when Daenerys fucking obliterated King's Landing and all its wealthy visitors and all of its gold and pretty much everything, wouldn't the Seven Kingdoms all have at least one family member or representative present in that city at the time? So why didn't they all just say, "Oh, hang on a minute, you killed my fucking nephew," or whatever? Because that's the Red Keep. I mean, a fuck ton of nobles live there. So why were they sat around like pretending that what Jon did was bad? Why was Yara trying to play up the idea that what Daenerys did was justified? And why didn't the other lords say, "Whoa, do you know what she fucking did? She dropped a nuke on this place." That's just the way they try and justify it is ridiculous.
The world building's
Did you miss all the walking scenes? The walking scenes, we had to get those in.
Yeah, we
Did
needed
you miss
them.
those?
Like, did you know the characters could walk? Because I didn't before this episode, and I was like, oh, that explains how they've been getting to places. I just assumed they're all
They
flying.
teleport.
Yeah,
They can teleport.
teleporting. Exactly.
Yeah, when I saw them all sat there. Remember when the Hound wanted to get Arya to the wedding in time, and it took the whole season was taken up by Arya and the Hound just getting to one fucking place, And now it happens in a second. It's like all those little quiet campfire scenes where we get to learn about the characters and their journey gone. Now Bran's just, how the fuck did they wheel him down in time?
He was flown in by crows, dude. The Magisters plagiarized George R.R. Martin. Apparently, yes. The in-universe people, they looked into the future and stole his work. Bran walked into Drogon to melt the Iron Throne since he already had a chair he liked. There you go. That is an in-canon reason. It makes total sense.
It's also funny how the one character who's never been south in his life ever ends up being on the throne. Bran spent his entire life in the north. What experience does he have in governance? Oh, he's a good storyteller. Great, keep him for the children and put a hat on him. Doesn't mean he should run the fucking world. Good God.
Make him the master of storytelling.
Yeah, fucking hell. I'm sure he'd love it. Give him the library. Send him to the fucking place with all those maesters. I'm sure he'd love it there. Don't put a crown on the cunt. Good God.
The rightful king to the Iron Throne that you guys have been trying to get on for the past freaking season.
The logic of it, though. Tyrion's like, oh yes, a lot of things make a good king. Stories are the best. Is it? I wasn't aware of this fact.
That was so dumb.
Stories make a good king? Oh, great. He's bankrupted the realm and started 50 wars, but he can tell a knee slapper of a tale.
That's what people were saying, like, this fourth wall breaking comments in the episode, and I was like, oh no, please.
That was probably the writers just giving themselves a little fucking nod there, like, stories. I mean, they're right. A good story can make a big difference, but you know, when applied to the politics of a medieval civilization, bit fucking stupid.
Especially considering this person can see into the future and the past and could have told everyone exactly what happened and how to make sure that nobody dies.
Yep.
Yeah.
Didn't do anything with that, and I think that they deliberately didn't do anything with that because they had no idea what to do with that.
That's the trouble with, if ever you're writing a story, just take this advice. Never write a character with absolute power or even too much power. Power is bad.
Also, it has to give them limits, right? Because you have someone like Superman that kryptonite is their power. If they go away from our sun, he loses his power. With Bran, he has all this power. Why doesn't it affect him if he's...
You've got to have rules. If you give a character absolute power, absolutely, then congratulations, you've written yourself into the biggest fucking corner of all time. Because then everyone's just going to say, why didn't Bran warn that she was going? Why didn't? And those three letters, why, is a very fucking bad thing to have at the end of your story. If people are still asking basic questions like that, you've failed.
Sam's book justified the IRL divergence between the show and the books. Martin's book is inaccurate. The TV show is an accurate depiction. Yeah, I've heard people say that.
I might have missed the line, but just very quickly, was Tyrion left out of that book?
Well, this is the thing, that it can't be the case. The idea is Sam writes those books, and those books end up being George Martin's books, and then the TV adaptation was the reality, and the books were embellished. But the thing is, if Tyrion's not in the books, then that doesn't really work as a fun theory. So
I hate that. I hate how Tyrion...
It's dumb. It doesn't make sense. How can you have the story of the Game of Thrones without Tyrion? That doesn't make sense.
It's also like a big slap in the face. Who wrote that book? Was it Sam that wrote the book?
It was like Sam said he read it. It was like some other maester who wrote it, I guess. I don't know.
How he killed Tywin Lannister? How are you going to leave him out? What are they going to say? Tywin shot himself to death.
Apparently.
Behave. Fucking hell.
What happened to the Iron Bank? Shout out to Go. The Iron Bank's another loose end. I don't know if they were owed something and they didn't get it paid. Fuck it. They're just a loose end. They're gone. Who cares? Oh, what a shame. But he said shout out to Ghost. I appreciate that. The cloak was a lighter brown when he left King's. I mean, it may very well have been a shot just to get him to put his hand on Ghost. Honestly, it could have been.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the ending for what it was, but I feel like I would have enjoyed it so much more if they gave it time to explain it better. It makes me sad. I know.
I would say pretty much everybody agrees there.
Brock Lesnar won the Money in the Bank without being part of the match. Somehow that still makes more sense than the end of Game of Thrones. Yeah, that does make more sense, because there's an element of that actually happened in reality, you know? Game of Thrones, how could that ever be reality? It's just not possible. The Night King should have gotten the throne. Yes. I don't watch Game of Thrones, but I heard a doggo gets petted. He did! And that's the one thing that people sort of give this episode a +1 for, but I wonder if that would have happened if people hadn't raised a stink about it for episode 4. I wonder if that was something they always had or not, you know?
Plus, I think we still need to confirm whether or not that recycle was a thing.
Moral of the
Season 4,
story,
episode 5.
do good things, all of your friends will betray you, and you will go into exile, you are a loser. Yeah. Nice way to put it. Very poignant. Episode 3 frustrated me, but episode 5 broke me. I saw episode 1 of season 1, and D&D really screwed the story of Game of Thrones. Yes, they did. Do not watch old episodes unless you want to be made aware of just how bad they screwed everything up. Considering the vast amount of people that work behind the scenes on a TV show, you would have thought that someone would look at the D&D script and be like, the fuck is this? Yeah, but they've been solidified for like 7 years. It's the kind of thing where it's like, you're going to challenge the guys who've built the biggest TV show in ever? Like, just trust them. They know what they're doing. And then people will be like, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Okay.
There's also probably one of my biggest criticisms of any story is I think fundamentally every story should make you think in, you know, ponderous, philosophizing sense. Like, what is the word? Cogito ergo sum. I think after reading every book, watching every film, listening to every piece of music, it should activate your brain in some way, not switch it off, activate it, make you think about, you know, what you've just read and the characters you've just been on the journey with and the moral, the message. And the only message I can take from this is be God and you'll win. Because the king was named not through any act of deviousness or class or political savvy, but by being God. So what's the moral of the story here? Just be the second coming of Christ and be king. What the fuck type of message is that?
Bring your own share.
Yeah, bring your
own
share.
I hear a bell every time Viserion gets the third bolt. Everyone does. Star Wars straw poll, in my opinion, it goes 3, then 5, then 2, equal to 1, greater than 4, greater than 6, greater than Rogue One, greater than 7, greater than Solo, greater than shit, greater than TLJ. Most people seem to feel like TLJ comes on the bottom. I don't know why that is. Must be a coincidence.
Hmm.
The dragon takes Dany up to the north. She turns into the Night Queen. It's like poetry. It rhymes. I prefer that to what we have. I'd take it. It's the Bodus deleted scene where she turns into the fine. At least it means some more people get to be killed by her. More suffering to add to this world because it deserves it. Season was horrible. God, I miss Ramsay Bolton. When it's making you miss Ramsay Bolton, you know that you're in trouble. Because, I mean, fuck, Ramsay was like I liked the actor. I think he did great, but Ramsay was literally a psychopath. That's as far as he came and went. That was it. Murdered people. Lifetime movie has a better plot. Not a surprise, honestly. On Tumblr, there's a lot of posts of Dany, but very few of episode 5. I wonder why. Probably because they want to remember a time where episode 5 didn't exist. Correction, Jon changed when he got to the wall. Oh, he like changed his outfit when he got to the wall, okay. Look at the petition about you writing Game of Thrones. I've heard that exists. It's like 15 signatures or something. It's a meme, and I appreciate it. It's funny. Don't worry, guys. We just got a Cartoon Network spin-off of Arya the Explorer. What a joke. It'll be great. She's going west.
Yeah.
Looks like I had a slightly better weekend than you guys. Stuck with John Wick 3 instead. Nothing was worse than this weekend. Nothing. Not possible. Mola, bring back Oracle, the original Batgirl. Oh, right, yeah. We did mention Batgirl briefly, I guess.
Yeah.
She's the one that isn't she got crippled? She's in like a wheelchair and she works as sort of like Batman's eyes and ears sort of thing.
Yeah, she got shot in the back by the Joker.
Oh yeah, that was the Killing Joke, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. How did the speaking of the Batgirl TV show, how did the Superwoman TV show end up going?
You mean
Oh.
Supergirl?
Supergirl.
Supergirl. Oh yeah, Supergirl. Even though she's
I
clearly a woman.
Kind of like I tried, and then I just kind of checked out somewhere just toward the end, so I couldn't really tell you. Not
I've heard
much
it's
is very
absolutely awful. And the
rememberable.
last episode or the last entire season just revolved around this lesbian couple's relationship.
Oh well, they would get that in there, wouldn't they? Fuck. What about Oh god, what was it? Titans.
Oh, I have not
any
heard
good?
anything
Yeah, I didn't
about
watch
that.
it.
Oh well, yeah. The whole comic book thing is really hit and miss.
Oh wait, sorry. Drogon will probably throw her body into Fireling Shrine. Then he would upgrade his Estus, so it would be worth it because you get the fire soul spirit thing. It would be a good thing for him to do that. It's not a waste of the corpse. I agree with that. Funny episode. Was drunk the entire episode though. Oh, watch it again sober. It won't be as fun. Why would Six Kingdoms subjugate to Bran's throne while his own sister won't? North's army is dead by all wars of Robb, Bolton, and the Long Night, yet North can declare independence while others won't. Doesn't make any sense. It's really stupid. Wig is comic accurate, except Lucius mod in the suit. Oh, I guess the wig that Batwoman had. This rage gives me fuel for life. I'm so glad some former staff put me onto your content. Thank you. No problem, Cypher W. Yeah, Cypher W and the Shadow Loaf Nose, they threw very extremely generous donations, both of them. Thank you very much. It's very kind. Feels insane. Hopefully this is exactly the kind of content you were looking for if you're willing to pay that much. Holy shit. Thank you both. So, did they not screw at least something up this season? Like, are there things they could have made worse and forgot? So, like, the goodbye scene that Tyrion and Jaime have is like how it would run in a good season, I guess. Tyrion saying, "You're the only person who didn't treat me like a monster." That's like the perfect line for him to say to Jaime on their goodbye, but I just don't like the context in which it happens, so...
Well, I have
Even then, that's not true, because Jaime wasn't the only person that didn't treat him like a monster. You can go back to that scene with Oberyn.
Oh, I think he means in his
Tyrion-
childhood.
Yeah, I think he said that he survived his childhood because of Jaime.
Well, same thing. Oberyn was there in his childhood. Oberyn was the only other one aside from Jaime that was nice to him.
Well,
Did
didn't
they
he...
just completely forget
I
about
think
that?
he saw him as a baby.
Yeah, he saw him as... I don't think Tyrion ever knew that Oberyn... Ever knew Oberyn when he was, like, old enough to
No, because
remember
I'm
stuff.
sure that they saw them again.
Because he said, I saw you as a baby.
Yeah,
And
and
then-
because isn't Tyrion...
About that when he first meets him, but I know that they see, or at least they referenced it, because when Oberyn was talking to Cersei, they talked about how when they first played together at King's Landing and how it's been different since then.
Yeah, but when Tyrion meets Oberyn in season 4, isn't he like... He treats it like it's a brand new relationship, like he's never met him before?
Probably adult relationship, but I would have to go back. I haven't watched these in years.
Yeah, I was just saying,
I think the importance of it is that Jaime was more of a consistent role.
That
had
carried
more
him
of a
through.
Carried him through it, whereas Oberyn would probably visit now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You'd think some budget would have went to the script. No, honestly, no. It would have cost them money for sure, but no. Just like scriptwriter, people just don't care to put money in scriptwriting anymore, or at least maybe they do, and the bad scriptwriters just cost a lot of money because they're a part of films that make lots of money. You know what I mean? Like if you write the script for the first, second, and third Transformers, for example, and it makes like $1 million, it's like, oh, you must be a great scriptwriter. It's like, no.
Yeah,
It bugs the hell out of me. I don't know how to
Yeah,
fix
they
script
They
writing
needed
in
the money for the
Hollywood.
effects, guys. They needed the money for all of the smoke and all the snow and
The thing that annoys me
Oh.
is that they were more than capable of doing it. They just didn't. Again, it comes down to this thing where that's the annoying thing about it. They didn't want to. They didn't give a shit. You know, people say, oh, you know, they weren't good enough to. Yes, they were. They could have easily have really pulled their finger out and said, you know what, we're going to do this and we're going to do this right. They had, you know, the potential was there. They just didn't realize it. You know, they were lazy. And
Not being good enough would be forgivable, but it's you're 100%.
That's what makes
it's
it.
just
That's
laziness.
what makes it worse.
Yeah, I think it's worse.
You know, they didn't give us what we wanted, not because they lacked the ability. They lacked the need, the want. They had bigger and, in their eyes, better projects to go
This is
to.
the thing,
Better,
a lot of-
better payment.
A lot of people go like, oh, well, they were only ever good when they were adapting. It's like, you know what? Not only were they good at adapting at one point, but they actually created some stuff that was original. Like, there was some stuff they had in the older seasons that has nothing to do with the books. Like, the conversation between Cersei and Robert about whether or not they could ever have loved each other was like, no, that's not in the books at all, and it's really good. There's a couple of other things here and there. It's the kind of thing like, they had something at some point. Something was there.
Yeah,
They cared
yeah,
at one time.
yeah, that's it. So it's not that they're the shittest writers of all time, because they're not the shittest writers of all time. They are just two men.
Seems like they want to become that, though.
Yeah, well, they just lost interest and just couldn't be bothered, which is worse in my.
They got popular and let it get to their heads.
Oh yeah, the Tywin and Arya scenes. All of them are invented and they're great.
Exactly, you know. So yeah, when people say to me that, oh yeah, get new writers, I think what to do is just give the writers they had a fucking kick up the arse. You know.
Hey guys, it is 6 in the morning, and I think I need to tap out.
All right, sir. It's been very fun. Would you like to talk about your channel at all before you things that are happening on it?
I don't really do anything analytical per se. I've done Gary's Mod animations for the longest time, and I've actually started animating again recently. Although it took me like 5 hours to animate like this one little intro animation for like one character, so it's going to take a really long time, especially since I can only animate on like my days off, and I don't get those a heck of a lot at times. But you know, eventually I'll come out with something. It's going to take a while though, because it's animation shit. So yeah, I am at Dasbo Shit on YouTube.
It is in the chat, and it will be in the description for people who listen to this in future. Check him out. He makes the funnies.
It has been an extremely long time since I've uploaded something, but I'm making a conscious effort in getting back to it. Just going to take a little bit.
Shall we?
It's 11 o'clock in the morning for me, so it's even later. So I'll probably head off as well.
Oh then.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's been fun for you.
I'm also going to run.
Well, here we go.
All right, wait, hang
I
on,
have to go.
hang on.
Me and you, Mahler.
You gotta go one at a time here. So, is that Das bullshit? Do you want to head out so we'll make sure everyone gets to talk about their channels and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
It has been
All
fun,
right.
sir. I'll see you around.
See you around.
All right. I'm good. Fenna, do you want to talk about your channel? What do you do?
Well,
and I'll throw it in the description.
Well, I'm not an analytical or critic-based channel. I do an animated series called Satellite City. So it's a narrative writing / animation channel. So if you like some weird H.G. Wells science fiction stuff with it's live action motion track, so it's me interacting with a bunch of weird creatures from XXX. Anyway, but yeah, thank you for having me on. Always a pleasure.
No problem. Hopefully you got a little bit of peace of mind out of just ranting about how terrible everything
that's
is.
The thing. I don't do this content on my channel. You know, I write it into my scripts and have my other characters say it. So, but coming onto these types of screens is almost like Steam. So thanks for letting me do this because it's fucking frustrating.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's been fun.
Yeah, cheers.
Thanks
Bye,
for
everyone.
coming.
Good luck.
Hey, dude.
Nice meeting you. Go watch Aladdin.
Well, I'll watch Aladdin if you watch Farthingwood.
What's it about?
Pact.
Farthingwood.
Animals of Farthingwood. It's about a group of animals. Their home is being destroyed by humans. So a hunter, predator, and prey, they all make a pact to go and find a new home. It's very interesting and it's very surprisingly adult-like. And it's actually kind of relevant because Animals of Farthingwood has often been referenced as the OG Game of Thrones. Because a lot of characters die.
TV show or a movie?
TV show. But I'll leave you all now. Bye then.
Goodbye. And Mr. Robot Head, would you like to talk about your channel? Mr. is planning on coming on EFAP at some point and now has debuted on a random stream about Game of Thrones.
Yes. No, thank you for having me, Mr. Mauler and Anna. Good to actually speak, not just via Twitter. So, you can find me at Robot Head, where I talk about films and a lot about Star Wars and try and make you laugh at the same time and point out how bad some of those movies are. So yeah, come and check me out at some time.
Yeah,
I'm sure we'll
actually
talk again.
featured one of your videos in an EFAP, so they should be vaguely aware of you. Assuming my fans are in this chat, and not just random Game of Thrones fans who are like staying here for as long as we're ripping into the episode. I think I don't know. Either way, there's a link to his channel, and it's in the description. He makes very good content, and he's gonna guest on EFAP eventually to talk more about how Game of Thrones and Star Wars stuff, probably.
Yes,
gonna be
definitely, definitely. Yeah, I look forward to it.
Yeah,
Thanks
you
for having
coming
me.
on. It's been a lot of
No
fun.
worries. Catch you soon.
You dude.
Nice to meet you.
And then there was 2. I love how everyone just suddenly was like, I need to go. It's like,
Yep.
okay. But yeah, we've got, I think, like 30 chats left, so here goes.
Right.
All hail Bran, the wheelie wheelie legs no feely. That's offensive. Bran's assassination will be getting tossed down a flight of steps mid-warg. Hopefully he's strapped down whenever he wargs. It's dangerous. Who's the best EFAP doggo, Rags or Wolf? Also, after the stream the other day, is Anat Long Woman? Is that good or bad? Because I'm Long Man, right? So, but I don't think Anna makes like, 100 of hours long series is about one movie or anything.
Not yet. I
Not
mean,
yet.
my older videos were really long. Maybe that's why.
Oh, there you go. And can't ask who the best doggo out of Rags and Wolf is, because one's a wolf and one's a dog, so it's not fair. Rags is going to win that competition. Best wolf. See, that's where it changes up. I don't even watch Game of Thrones, but these rages and streams sustain me all the same. Also, Super Chat didn't work earlier, so I donoed earlier using Streamlab. I think I've read all the Streamlab ones out, so that should have gone through. Please watch Game of Chairs. It's brief. You'll love it. There's also one with Elmo, and it's great. You can find it on YouTube. You could now. You could watch it now. Yes, spend money to edit. I said edit without the T. And yeah, a couple people have mentioned it now. I think everyone's gonna run to the parody of Game of Thrones in order to get their Game of Thrones fixed. About to watch it. About to watch it. Wish me luck. Also, my dick stinks. Oh, wonderful. Not sure when they sent that, but wonder if they've watched it already and they're disappointed. And yeah, for those wondering, because some people have already said like, oh, I want to be able to watch this for like whatever thing that's going on. If you hold on to the URL, this will be processed, and then you can watch it when it's unlisted. But other than that, if you go to the second channel, Moolah, I'll be uploading it there for archive purposes. So they're the 2 methods you can use to get it. If you don't have the URL, you can find it in the Discord announcements. It'll be there permanently, so you can always find the unlisted one through that. Okay, they'll hunt ice spiders and drink up north. There are no ice spiders. The show didn't do it. The show didn't have the balls to do it.
Do a lot of things.
Arya will backstab the Emperor. Oh no.
Oh my god.
I thought King Bran was just a meme. How could they make Game of Thrones so shit? At least Jon finally pet Ghost. Yeah, that's the consolation, I guess. Woo, what an episode. Who's excited for the prequels? Come on, prequels. Don't you guys want to see prequel to this? I hope they don't. What if the prequel's better?
Even them, they would probably fuck up the prequels, even knowing what
Yeah.
it's supposed to end up with.
Like everything is plotted out for them, they still screw it up.
Yep.
Now that you see it made a 10-minute summary video of Game of Thrones just to say we shouldn't get mad about the ending and that randomness is a normal thing in Game of Thrones. Oh, now you see it made that. Yeah, well, I mean, there's people who really like the episodes.
A video about it doesn't make it accurate, guys.
If Doomcock's spoiler leak is true, then episode 9 is dead. I am not sure what his spoiler leak is, I'll have to check that out. This was not a finale to Game of Thrones, it was the start of the Game of Thrones cinematic universe. Arya, Grey Worm, Robert's Rebellion, Drogon, Bran, Jon and the Wildlings. Yeah, I don't think they'll do that, but maybe they will. Arya's boat adventures, I just don't see people being that on board with it, but who am I to say?
If you read the books, you would know how much that's not going to work.
I mean, people have been talking about the butterflies this whole time for years. Like, I don't think they care. They just ignore the butterflies. They just pretend they don't exist. They do that with anything. They probably it wouldn't be a globe in the show vision. It'd be like, turns out Westeros was just one side of an 8-sided cuboid thing. That's what the world is, and there's a giant it's inside the giant's eye. They'd probably work with that, and they'd be like, "See, never expected that to be a real thing, did you?" And then yeah.
I mean,
JJ is the only one who can save Game of Thrones now. Why would it be JJ?
no. Add lens flares to Game of Thrones. That's about it.
Have any of you seen Dragon Booster? What that is?
I have no idea. So no.
Now that this is over, will the books ever come? Everyone, there's a meme been going around. It's like, this is the best advertisement for the books ever. I find that quite amusing. Kind of is true.
Because yeah, everyone's gonna want to read the book to get a better ending.
Wonder if it has boosted its sales. That would be. Seriously, please do an episode by episode video for the last season at the very least. It is better than the actual show, just like TLJ. I am planning to cover the last 2 episodes, absolutely. Danny, the time has come, girl. Execute Order 66. Have Mundane Matt debate Wolf, his butthole will be in tatters. Sure. If Mundane Matt wants to debate Wolf, he's welcome to.
I would be there.
Oh yeah, I would watch the shit out of it.
That would entertaining thing of like that'd be the biggest event of I think the year. I'd feel like that would get better viewership than not the Last Jedi, the Rise of Skywalker.
I mean, I think people would pay good money, you know, especially if it was like a wrestling ring sort of setup. I get to live commentate.
Right.
I can't get over the fact that Sam named their history book A Song of Ice and Fire. I hate it so much. This isn't Lord of the Rings. Yeah, well, they did it. What are you gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do? Did it. This is great. It makes total sense. My super chat poofed. Midic stinks. Don't worry, it came through. It came through. Character that could be final boss than NK would be Littlefinger. No, Littlefinger's long gone. Victim of the alternate ending idea. Tywin returns on the back of King Ghidorah to take over Westeros. It's possible, considering he's in King of Monsters. No? That could be the alternate or extended universe. You never know. Anna, are the final Resistance recaps on the way?
I don't want to watch that damn show. I don't want to, but I guess I will. So sure, I will suffer through those and film them and have them out just for that one person.
Just for that one person. Here goes Seed.
And there's like 3 people that like comment. They're like, I love these. Keep doing them. I'm like, okay, fine. I'll sit through this 20 minutes of pain for you.
You sat through the Batwoman trailer. There's nothing you can't do now.
I haven't seen this show.
Is the show out? Oh god, I hope it's not.
Yes. Oh no, the first season's done. They're gonna do another one. I've watched every single episode. Everything that's in this, it makes everything that happened in The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi worse.
Wow.
Yeah.
The real long night is all the awful writing. All hail the 3-wheeled raven, king of cheer. Those memes never end. When Han Solo's girlfriend said she had to do things, she's talking about these past 6 episodes. And so, oh, you're talking about Emilia Clarke. Yes, what she was doing in the continuity of Star Wars. This season and episode especially was made just for epic scenes and dumb reaction channels. Cough, cough, Burlington Bar, cough, cough, to screamer. What are Burlington Bar gonna do? Game of Thrones is over now. 4 people. Watch TV at home or something. So the dragon couldn't burn Jon. The dragon has about 20 tons of fucking muscle, claws, and teeth. Doesn't it have other options? But I don't think it wanted to kill him, from what I understood. But I don't know why it didn't. The weird part. To be
That
honest,
entire scene, it's like, how did it know that its mom died?
it connected intrinsically, apparently, for some reason.
Why did it throw a temper tantrum and not kill the person that killed its mom? It's a freaking dragon. Why not just eat her? Because you're used to eating humans anyway. We saw that.
Yep.
All those episodes where he's eating everything. Why would you pick her up and fly away with her? I thought, I mean, because the spoilers were that Jon goes north. So, why didn't him fly north? Because they've already established that the dragons will let Jon fly on them. So this is the last Targaryen.
The whole thing is
I just don't care. That was the budget for the CG flying out the window.
oh dear. To be honest, I'd still take D&D over Ryan Johnson because at least when they cared and took time with Game of Thrones, it was good. Whereas Ryan Johnson is a professional troll and would go out of his way to piss off fans. I still don't know who I would want to take over anything at this point. I'm kind of curious to see what D&D can do with their own thing. I'm not even sure that's what's happening with their take on Star Wars. I don't know if they're using source material. Maybe.
I mean, if they're doing the Old Republic, then they're going to have source material, so it's not going to be their own thing, so they're going to fuck up somebody else's thing. I'm
We'll
not
see.
hopeful.
An entire plotline is missing. There's a third Targaryen in the books. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. They combined him with Jon, didn't they? 'Cause that's Aegon Targaryen. Or at least I remember that being the name.
Oh, the whole thing was that, so the whole Azor Ahai thing is that Rhaegar knew that the person that's going to be Azor Ahai, it's a prophecy that his name is Aegon Targaryen. So when Aegon had his children with, what was her name? When Rhaegar had his babies with what's her face, he named his son Aegon. So then when he thought that his wife, daughter, and son were murdered and he married Lyanna and then they were going to have a baby, he knew still that he wanted his son to fulfill the prophecy because that's what he thought his purpose was, to father the son. So he named his next son Aegon as well. So that is coherent with the books. It's accurate.
Yeah, I was expecting, because that's Varys' plan, right? He's looking after this next Targaryen that's been hidden for ages, and that's just dropped from the show, along with Lady Stoneheart, which is another thing I was really looking forward to back in the end of season. I was totally expecting an epilogue for Lady Stoneheart.
Oh yeah, that would have been so cool.
Yep, they could have done it. It could have been. Just saw the episode, damn it. Tyrion lays out an entire new system of government that everyone likes, then he says he's not wise enough to be Hand. Make up your damn mind. The whole scene, man. The whole scene is just awful.
Nothing in that makes sense.
Yeah, I gotta go to work. I'll listen to this later, Mona. Thanks for what you do. No problem, Corey. Did Sir Davos just forget how to say Grey Worm's name? I will have to check that timestamp, but I don't remember.
He did. He asked him, "Is that how you say your name?"
Oh. Embarrassing.
I don't remember that. He like stops and stares at Grey Worm, and Grey Worm just stares at him and doesn't answer it. And then he's like, "Okay, then moving on."
Yeah, I was
We're watching it weirdly.
I gotta watch it again with like a higher HD copy or some shit, because I think I missed stuff, but yet I caught all of the most damning parts, I think, so it's all good. As one of Fenner's best friends, I just want to say he's a nerd, but he's gonna take over Disney one day. Wonderful. And I'm sorry that was read just after
Disney.
He does
He
hate
hates Disney.
The Game of Thrones spin-off will be called Wheel of Fortune. The show ended with the political status quo of Season 1 with the North Independent, which led to conflict in the past. Would Bran not know that? It seemed like the show could continue at some point. I don't know why they wouldn't be okay with Bran leading the North. Like, Brandon Stark being in charge of the kingdoms with the North a part of it. Why would that be so bad for Sansa?
And why on earth is Sansa even queen when Jon is the king in the North? He's still king in the North. They never voted
because
against that.
They put him in the wall. How
But
that
the wall
works
is
now.
part of the North.
That
It
would be
doesn't-
funny though if she pardoned him and then he became king and deposed her. I feel like, sorry, Sansa, get lost. But who
He
knows?
still is king. I mean, just because
remember,
you get captured,
remember, he said, "I don't want."
doesn't matter. You got voted in as king.
F-bombs were better than Game of Thrones nudity. Commentary plus. Excellent. All the comparisons of Anakin killing sand people made me forget that scene is supposed to show him turning evil. Yeah, and the fact that he struggles with it, you know, it's you get more with that than you do with Daenerys. Is Bran going to get a spider as a wife so that he can look into the future while he gets to look in the past? Power couple. He can already look into the future. He is a spider. Confirmed. They seem to have left a lot on the room for spin-offs. A lot of room for spin-offs. We'll see. I don't see them making a spin-off, but it seems to be a lot of people think that that's a good chance of that, I guess. I can never be a lord, I can never be anything. Perhaps it implies Brandon Stark calculated this all to get onto the throne. There are theories like that Bran did everything he did the way he did it to make sure it ends up with him on the throne. I don't know why that would be a satisfying ending. It's like, okay. Like, how much you want to bet like George R. R. Martin's cameo was supposed to be to deliver a Song of Ice and Fire to Tyrion at the end? Oh, that would have been so, like, unimmersive. Like, it would so totally take me out if I saw him like that. But at that point, I would have just found it funny.
It's kind of like how Peter Jackson is in the movies. You can like see him just sitting there, but it's like we know that it's him, but it doesn't like he doesn't interact with anyone. It's just he's in the shot.
Yeah, I always like his cameos. The three movies, they're fun. If it was George R. R. Martin handing the book to Tyrion, I would have been like, oh no.
Yeah.
Definitely restarting the stream once I start driving for work. Listening shortly. Thanks for the content, Yos. No problem, Comrade Commodore. Every time Dumb and Dumber make a writing decision, the gods flip a coin and the audience hold their breath. I've seen that on so many videos. It's like...
Yep.
Yeah, it's a good meme. Varus equals Spider. He saw the future and offed himself early. I can believe that. I hope you all have an excellent day. Thank you. Maybe the real Game of Thrones is the friends we made along the way. Another great meme. What I mean, this is how we recover. My friend who watches Game of Thrones won't talk to me about it until I actually watch the episodes because he knows I've already heard what the critics have said. I don't think that it'll be worth it, though. He isn't happy about the show either. Yeah. Yeah. How many people are... I guess to be fair...
There's some things that...
Go ahead.
Some things in this show that are amazing. Like, I think the Battle of the Bastards is one of the best episodes ever on television. But, watch it at your own risk.
I guess to be fair, I probably would have killed myself, to be fair, had I seen the end of Game of Thrones. I thank God every day that I found new reason for living. Check Kent Hovind for more info. Oh, that guy. Logic covers him. We need a series about just Tywin's life. Literally no scenes without Tywin. I want more Tywin. I'd watch that spin-off.
That'd be good.
Prequel
I mean,
series
that could
about
even
Tywin.
add into, like, Tyrion's backstory, because if you read the books, it's very much hinted that Tyrion is not a Lannister, that he's a Targaryen.
And the unfortunate thing is
you know.
that I want Charles Dance doing it, and he's really getting old now.
Well, they have that de-aging technology, remember?
I just mean that I hope that he can still be Tywin, if you know what I mean. Not just like in the way he looks. Almost. I'm sure he
Oh,
can
yeah.
still. It's I don't know how long it'll be
Well,
before
he's in
he's
his,
like...
70s, right?
I haven't checked his age, I didn't know. But if it's his 70s,
Well,
yeah,
look at-
hopefully he can keep going. Do
Do
it. We'll fund it.
And look at, they're gonna have Picard. He's like
Yeah, that's
almost
true.
80.
That's true.
Shatner's in his 80s. He's still doing stuff.
Not touching the prequels if Dumb and Dumber's name is anywhere near it, not even as his executive producer. I don't think they'll be having anything to do with it, but I suppose we'll see. Bagel Goose said, Anna, where can we see your toes at?
Diesel, you have a picture of my toes.
All right.
I did a stream with Cecil showing off take it we were all very drunk, all of my weird qualities, and one of the things that it got to the point where they were just like pulling things out of thin air, and he's like, oh, I bet you have webbed toes, and I was like, yeah, I do.
Neat.
So I sent a picture on Twitter, but and Bagel Goose is Cecil's other account.
Have you watched John Wick 3? What do you think? I have not seen it.
I have not either.
No.
No.
Watch Mindhunter on Netflix to wash off the bad taste. It's an amazingly written show about FBI research into serial killers. Keep up the good work. I've actually seen it. I really enjoyed season 1. I'm looking forward to more. I'm not sure if another season's out yet, but...
What's it called?
Mindhunter. It's basically a narrative about when they first set up looking into like interviewing and exploring psychopaths and murderers to see what makes them tick, to try and figure out more about them, and
Kind of the plot to Silence of the Lambs.
kind of Kind of, and it's they try and like I think it's based on reality. Like they found the first like element of the FBI that's all focused on like criminal psychology or whatever. It's pretty cool.
What's it on?
Netflix.
Ooh, okay, I write it down. What was the name one more time?
Mindhunter.
Look that up.
I'm still surprised Sansa made abortions illegal.
What?
Remember that happening.
No.
And then why are everyone gay in Game of Thrones? The only shit I see is gay. They literally, this the Dany and Jon, like
One gay couple in the show, and it wasn't like vital to the plot.
I was supposed to say, like, I struggle to remember all of the gay relationships. It's mainly Loras and someone else. That was like the majority
Dolores
of
and
them.
Rimley, and then Yara is a lesbian. That's about it.
Yeah, that's about it.
Like out of all the characters that we have seen, there have been like three characters that you actually follow their story that like show it. Yara was only in like 2 scenes, and the other guys that was vital to their characters.
I'm sure they're just kidding. Because I seriously, there's so many straight relationships in that show. It's like too many of
Go
them.
back and watch
Terrible.
season 1.
They are credited as producers on 3 spin-offs on IMDb at the moment. Yeah. They might be credited in it might be like a legal thing, like they have to be credited because they're the ones that created the original along with source material and stuff, but maybe. Yeah, that pretty much leads us to the end of the stream. It's nearly been 5 hours of constant Game of Thrones. Anna, would you like to talk about your channel? Promote it.
I talk about Star Wars and superheroes a lot. If you like to watch somebody get very upset and rant, that's kind of what I do. That's the videos that are very popular. I'm also a professional artist, so I do some art videos. So if you like to learn how to draw or paint, channel as well.
Art, commissions, reviews, reactions, streams, you've got it all over there. And,
Yeah.
always fun to hear different voices all over the YouTube, so yeah, link is in the chat right now and the description. I'm subscribed, so if you subscribe to me, that would make sense, wouldn't it? I think to jump right over. Check out the content. What have you got coming up soon? You've just released a video for Game of Thrones by the looks of things, right?
Oh yeah. I still have to do the whole Twilight is meeting Batman. So that one I'm working on, and then apparently now I have to go watch that. I have to finish Star Wars Resistance, which you will know how painful that is to watch. I have to finish painting Yoda for that, and then what else do I have coming up? Oh, somebody saying you missed a super chat. They're very upset at you in the chat.
Oh, I was gonna grab it once you were finished with about your stuff.
What else am I doing? I'm not sure, so it'll be a surprise to both of us.
There you go. And they all want me to desperately ask you the Star Wars consistency question, so I suppose I'll have to, even though this is an EFAP. So that, you know, we're breaking all the rules, but I mean, hopefully we'll get you on eventually, so it'll make sense anyway. But who would your pick be for most inconsistent character of episode 9?
Which ones are the ones that aren't allowed again?
Kylo, Palpatine, and Lando are the ones that are off the table.
The fact that Palpatine's on the
I
list.
know.
Luke's in there, right?
Luke is in there.
Oh gosh. Well, I feel like Poe isn't going to change. I feel like he's going to... Gosh, it's got to be between Finn and Luke. I don't know which one. Finn or Luke.
You go with Luke?
I'm hoping Finn dies and Luke lives. Him so much. Maybe Luke. Luke will probably be the most inconsistent.
All right. Locked in. It's gonna be funny when we finally get to see it and we all agree on which one was most inconsistent, and then Like, so who won? We'll just read out the names and that's it. It's like the prep for like a year and a half is just going, yeah, those guys were right, turns out. Did Bran
Oh,
burn...
guys, they're all gonna be inconsistent.
Oh, yes. Did Bran burn the throne? He has a new roly one. That, it's possible. He could have walked into just because he hates the new throne. That's, you know, can't rule it out. But yeah, that leads us to the end of the stream, and it's probably about time I actually head to sleep. So when I wake up, hopefully it'll be
Time for you.
processed. It's 11:45 a.m. I have
Oh, lovely. It's 3:45 for me, and I still have work to do.
this is the thing. This is what we do for media, just to talk about it. It's killing everything. It's the worst. But yeah, keep the link you currently have, people, if you want to get this as soon as possible, because as soon as it's processed, you can watch it from the front. Go to the Discord link in the description if you want to get access to the URL because you lost it or whatever. It'll be in announcements, the channel. Find it there. And then you can listen to it. Other than that, go to the second channel, Moolah. It's in the description as well. You can find, this will be archived there eventually, not immediately because I need to go to sleep while this processes. All of the guests we've had today, everyone's channels are in the description. And obviously if you're new and you just listening to this casually, check out, I guess, I've got 2 Game of Thrones videos up right now. You may find them entertaining, maybe not. It depends how much you like the show right now. It may change your mind, maybe not. Either way. Thank you all very much for watching. This has been a very fun stream, and hopefully, you know, something good can come out of Game of Thrones crashing and burning, like just some good old-fashioned entertainment for other people, and maybe some inspired writers can work their asses off on their own projects in sort of as a result of these ones, and you know, more videos from me and Anna and plenty of other people in relation to all kinds of media, especially Game of Thrones, I imagine, because there's so much to say now that it's over, now that it's done. There's going to be more posts, threads, and videos pointing out all of the problems that we still haven't even caught yet. It's going to be like, oh guys, you think about how this, and you just go, oh no. Yeah, check out more content from everybody that's been involved. Because why not, in case you're looking for it. Are orphans capable of feeling love? That was the newest super chat. Asking the important question. I'd have to ask Rags and Wolf. They're the experts on orphans. See, like, I know very little about yeah, that's about it. It's been very fun, folks, and I guess we shall see you next time. The next episode of Game of Thrones video for me is probably going to be 2 weeks from now, depending on how much work I've got to do. There's a lot of points about episode 5 that bother me, and I need to make sure I write a script that delivers it in an entertaining way. That's kind of the way a lot of it works. But yes, thank you very much for your very, very kind donations for watching, and thank you for all the guests that came, and thank you very much for staying for the entire thing, Anna. I appreciate it.
Oh, well, no problem. It was fun.
I thought so too. But yeah, so we should probably get heading to sleep / working. So thank you all very much, and see you next time. Poodle pip,
Bye,
cheerio.
everyone.